Becoming an ancestor in another world from this day on. Chapter 51, Investigating the Crimes. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. Old Grandpa, are you all right? At this moment, a soft voice suddenly sounded in Karaman's ear. He quickly tidied his clothes to make himself not look so disheveled. Then, he saw that it was a young lady and shook his head. No. I'm fine. This young lady was Tina. She saw that Karaman was obviously not looking good, and said, Old Grandpa, are you unwell? If you are, you can let me know. I often go to the pharmacy. What medicine do you need? I can buy it for you. Oh, I'm young Master Ron's maid. Previously, when Ron was injured, he had always taken medicine, and the person who got him the medicine then was Tina. Therefore, Tina did not just get the medicine, she had also learned a little about making medicine. It was just that she had rarely done so. Thank you, I'm really fine, said Karaman gratefully. However, when he heard that the young lady was actually young Master Ron's maid, he took another look at her. Young Master Ron should be the young man with the good cultivation base whom he had met the other day. If there was anything worth paying attention to in the declining Nicholas family clan, it was this young Master Ron. All right, see you later, old grandpa, Tina said politely and left. After watching Tina leave, Karaman heaved a sigh of relief. He leaned weakly against the door frame to catch his breath. He looked around like a thief again. There was still no one around, and he could not sense any magical waves. But where was his master? His master was definitely nearby, but no matter how he tried to sense him, he could not find any traces of his master. This was too strange. He did not know that his current master, Romo, was looking at him from the ancestral tablet behind him. This old fellow has not been taught a lesson. He is actually dishonest. Romo frowned as he thought. However, this was normal. The other party was, after all, a level 4 great archmage. Such a person would be an expert no matter where he was. For instance, Lien Dupont was a city lord who was high and mighty. How could such a person be willing to guard the door for him so quickly? However, if he still doesn't behave, I'll just teach him a few more lessons. If this still doesn't work, I'll just kill him outright. Romo thought coldly. If the other party could not become his assistant but instead become a problem, Romo would not waste his energy on him. After all, killing the other party was just a matter of thought. Karaman suddenly shuddered. He looked around suspiciously. No one was around, but why did it feel like someone was staring at him? Could it be his master? No, he must watch the door carefully, otherwise, the kind of pain just now might come again. He hurriedly sat down. On the other side, at the entrance of the city lord residence, a few women were bawling their eyes out in front of the city lord residence, shouting that they had been wronged. This had attracted the attention of everyone around them. Look, it's the Grimm family. Why have they come to the city lord residence early in the morning to wail? How is it that you are still not aware? The head and eldest young master of the Grimm family clan had been killed in the ancestral hall. The scene was tragic. Just imagine, the head and eldest young master had both been killed and they did not even know who the murderer was. How could they not come here to wail? Ah! How could such a thing happen? Has the murderer been found? This is where the problem lies. Think about it. The Grimm family clan is the largest family clan in Winterfrost. Their head, Merrill Grimm, is a level 8 great mage. Who in Winterfrost can kill him? The city lord had personally gone to investigate, but he did not seem to have any leads. The murderer has not been identified, so these women from the Grimm family have come to the city lord residence to mourn. This city lord is in trouble. These people were right. City Lord Lien was indeed a little depressed now because early this morning, the women from the Grimm family were already at the entrance of the city lord residence wailing. He had already told them that he would continue to investigate the murder, but these women still did not want to leave. It was broad daylight, and they were the victims, so Lin could not be violent with them. Therefore, he was in a terrible mood when he heard these women wailing in grief. Moreover, when these people came to wail, his prestige as the city lord would also suffer a loss. This would make the residents of the city think that he, as the city lord, had not fulfilled his responsibility to protect the residents of the city. Now, there were already many who were saying behind his back that he was not a good city lord. Although it would not have a substantial effect on him, it would not sound good. It was not that he did not want to investigate. The following morning after he had learned of this matter, he had gone over to investigate immediately. However, after he saw the scene of the murders, the first thing he knew was that the murderer was definitely a person of the Great Archmage realm. Why would an unknown Great Archmage enter the Grimm family clan and then kill the head of the Grimm family and his son? He immediately examined carefully and then saw the traces of the formation on the floor which had not been completely erased. City Lord Lin was a level 4 Great Archmage and had seen many formations, but he had no clue about the formation in front of him at all. It was a formation which he had never seen before. According to City Lord Lin's speculations, it was likely that this Grimm father and son had set up this formation late at night, and then, for some reason, they had provoked that Great Archmage and were eventually killed. Looking at the frozen corpse of the head of the Grimm family, he immediately thought of a person. It was that powerful person whom he had met that night. The other party seemed to be emitting cold air continuously. With this thought, City Lord Lin immediately determined that the person was undoubtedly the murderer. Previously, he had been speculating about why such a powerful person had come to Winterfrost so late at night. He had not expected that it was just to kill a mere level 8 Great Mage, the head of the Grimm family. It seemed that the head of the Grimm family must have done something to thoroughly provoke the other party, which was why he had been killed. However, the other party had only killed the head of the Grimm family clan and his son, and not the entire Grimm family clan. In City Lord Lin's opinion, the other party was already exceptionally benevolent. Otherwise, even if the other party had killed his entire family, who would dare to say anything? For example, right now, it was obvious to him that the other party was the murderer, but would he dare to catch the other party? He would not dare because he was only a level 4 Great Archmage, while the other party was a Great Archmage at the peak of the realm. Yesterday, the other party had merely waved his hand to send him flying 2 kilometers. Furthermore, he had shown mercy. If he had dared to look for him, he would not have been just sent flying but killed directly. Chapter 52, Jack's Daily Life. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Therefore, not only would he not go and look for the other party, he would not even dare to reveal this matter. He would pretend that he had not seen the other party. In fact, he could have asked the Empire for help, but even if the Empire knew about this, they would not offend a Great Archmage at the peak of his realm for the sake of a mere Grimm family clan. Right now, Lin had only instructed his men to go all out to investigate. In any case, they would not be able to find anything. They were only doing this to give the Grimm family clan an explanation. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Just as City Lord Lin had thought, his men had indeed failed to find anything. However, the Grimm family had also seen the hard work of these men. They themselves had not been able to provide any leads, so they could only put it on hold for now. However, the more they could not find anything, the more rumors flew around outside. They were all speculating about the cause of death of the Grimm family head. As a result, the popularity of this topic had already overshadowed the limelight that Nicholas had previously had. However, the development of the Nicholas family clan was not overshadowed at all. As the head of the Grimm family clan had been killed, the family did not have the time to care about business. This had caused the businesses of the Nicholas family clan to improve instead. Karaman had also gradually gotten used to his current life. In fact, he had no choice but to get used to his current life because he knew that his master would be watching his every move. If he had any bad thoughts, his master would immediately let him experience what was worse than death. However, there was nothing bad about living here apart from being a little bored. He watched the members of the Nicholas family clan from the door of the ancestral hall almost every day. He found that the members of the Nicholas family clan came to the ancestral hall almost every day to pay respect to their ancestors. The worship was not a formality, but one of extreme devotion, especially the family head Norton, Ron, and a few core family members. When they paid respect to their ancestors, their eyes even lit up. He had seen that light before. It was from a religious fanatic whom he had met previously. When he mentioned the deity he believed in, a kind of light would appear in his eyes. Now, he could see this light in the eyes of Norton and the others. It looks like Master must have often appeared to help them as an old ancestor. Otherwise, these descendants would not have paid their respects so devoutly. Caramon thought. However, this was good too. This at least meant that Master regarded this family highly. Protecting such a family, he would have made some contributions in a way. In the few days that he was in the Nicholas family clan, Caramon had also learned about the situation of the entire Nicholas family clan. This was indeed a small family clan of less than 30 people, and the highest cultivation base was that of a great mage. However, when it came to the great mage realm, Caramon thought of Ron. He should be the most eye-catching presence in the family clan. He remembered that on his first day here, Ron was only a level 6 great mage, and he had just advanced. But just last night, Ron had actually broken through to become a level 8 great mage. He had advanced 2 levels in a row. This had caught him by surprise. Even some of the top students of the magic academies, who had gold-tier cultivation techniques, the assistance of various high-grade magic pills, and even the guidance of their teachers, could not have advanced 2 levels in just a few days. The only explanation was that the other party was extremely talented, and even had Master secretly helping him. Apart from Ron, there was another person who had also caught Caramon's attention, and that was their family's little Arthur, who had just turned a month old. This little fellow had been brought to the ancestral hall to pay respect to his ancestors. With one look, he immediately discovered the other party's monstrous aptitude for magical power. If he were to be discovered by the big shots of the magic academies, they would definitely fight to take him in as their disciple. He had wanted to check out the other party just now, but he soon discovered a powerful force in the other party's body. This made him quickly retract the probing magical power. Needless to say, that powerful force must have been caused by his master to protect this little fellow. Now that his master had asked him to protect this family, it was probably for the sake of Ron and this little fellow. "Hello, Mr. Caramon." At this moment, a voice sounded, interrupting Caramon's thoughts. He looked at the person who had come in and saw that it was a handsome young man. Caramon knew him. He was Jack, the live-in son-in-law of the Nicholas family clan. This was also someone Caramon had a better impression of because the other party had actually participated in the most important business of the Nicholas family clan as a live-in son-in-law. It was the soap business. It could even be said that the entire soap business was run by him. It could be seen that this person had some means. "Hello, Mr. Jack," Caramon said politely to him. After Jack had paid respects to his ancestors, he left. After Jack had left the house of the Nicholas family, he walked in the direction of the center of the city. He had made an appointment to discuss business with someone. The other party was a large family clan in Cold Ice City, a city much larger than Winterfrost. The other party was the #1 family clan in the city. Legend had it that their family even had a great archmage in command. In short, such a family clan was much stronger than the Nicholas family clan. Although their soap business was exclusive now, and whether they wanted the deal or not was up to them, the other party's family clan was after all very powerful. If he were to go late and slight the guest, that would not do. Therefore, he had gone out directly after paying his respects to his ancestors early in the morning. In order to make haste, he chose a small path. This was an empty alley, and no one usually passed by here. After he had entered and turned a corner, a strong gust of wind immediately blew at him. In a panic, he immediately used the movement technique passed down from the ancestors of the Nicholas family clan. He turned his body slightly to the side and dodged the other party's attack. Then, he had the chance to extend his hand and grab the wooden stick which was flying in his direction. He used the force from the impact and pulled hard. Instantly, the other party was pulled forward and fell, landing on his face. The person stood up exasperated, and said to the other two, "What are you guys waiting for? Hurry up and attack him. Hit him hard." It was not just one person who had come, but four. The other three were waiting behind with ropes and sacks. They had thought that the other party did not know any martial arts or magical power, so they wanted to just knock him out with a stick and carry him away in a sack. Unexpectedly, the other party had dodged his attack and even threw him down. Chapter 53, Business. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. What he did not know was that although Jack had not known how to use magical power previously, he had cultivated the martial arts skill passed down from the ancestors of the Nicholas family clan, namely Tai Chi. When he was in danger earlier, he instinctively used it, and it was actually very useful. When he heard the other party's words, the three people immediately surrounded Jack. Jack immediately stretched out his hand and condensed a water bullet, which he hurled at the three of them. This was only level 1 magical power with limited attack power, but the other party was only an ordinary person. One of them was sent flying by a water bullet. Jack immediately followed up with some more water bullets, and the three of them were all sent flying. The guy who had clamored to give Jack a beating just now, saw that Jack was actually so powerful and even knew magical power, he instantly regretted it. If he had known that the other party knew magical power, he definitely would not have come. He turned around and was about to run, but Jack would not let him escape. Jack struck him with a water bullet and he instantly collapsed to the ground. In fact, Jack really did not know magical power previously. It was not that the Nicholas family clan did not want him to learn it, but that the previous bronze tier meditation technique was too lousy and his aptitude was not good. Therefore, even if he had cultivated it, he would not have been able to cultivate magical power. He could not even sense magical power, so how could there even be magical power? However, Romo had subsequently given them many high-tier cultivation techniques, especially the wave meditation technique. Jack tried to meditate for a while and actually managed to condense a magic rune. He had also successfully advanced to become a level 1 mage. Although he was only level 1, if he encountered a little gangster in Winterfrost, he would be able to easily beat him and flee. "What are all of you doing?" At this moment, a voice suddenly shouted. Jack looked in the direction of the voice and saw several patrol officers running over. They had heard the sounds of fighting and screams, so they ran over to take a look. In the end, they saw some people fighting, and so they shouted loudly. When they ran closer, they saw it was someone familiar. That patrol officer immediately said to Jack, "So, it's Mr. Jack. What's going on?" Jack also knew the other party. After all, he often did business and had met him frequently. He had even invited him for drinks often so that he could get the other party to protect him when he was doing business, in case a little gangster caused trouble. "It's Patrol Officer Charlie. These few gangsters wanted to sneak up on me. They were even holding sticks and sacks and ropes. They were trying to kidnap me, but I had struck them down. Hurry up and arrest them." Jack quickly related to him what had happened. Hearing this, Patrol Officer Charlie looked at the little gangsters. He knew these fellows and often chastised them, but they had always been unrepentant. This time, they had even wanted to kidnap someone? They were simply courting death. "All right, Mr. Jack. I'll definitely lock them up in jail," said Patrol Officer Charlie. In the past, he had always treated Jack with an air of superiority because, Firstly, Jack was not valued by the Nicholas family clan, and secondly, the Nicholas family clan was in dire straits. They were not as glorious as they were now. But, this could not happen now. Everyone knew that the Nicholas family clan had risen up, and even the city lord had to go and support the little master when he turned 1 month old. As a mere patrol officer, how could he dare to look down on the other party's family clan? And now, even this live-in son-in-law, Jack, had become rich and had even mastered the most profitable business in Winterfrost, soap. Sorry to have troubled you, Patrol Officer Charlie. Consider this money as compensation for your hard work. Jack took out a gold coin and handed it to Patrol Officer Charlie, and then he left. Looking at the other party's receding figure, Patrol Officer Charlie sighed a little. Now, the other party had really become rich and could even use magical power. When Jack arrived at the restaurant, he soon met the person whom he was to discuss business with. This was a little fat man with silver hair, who was in his early 20s. He was about the same age as Jack and had a smiley face. He was an amiable person to deal with. This was Ricky, who had come from Cold Ice City. Jack had a very agreeable conversation with him. As the soap business was completely in the control of the Nicholas family clan, and the other party was also very sincere, the two sides quickly came to an agreement. He could sign the contract after this, and thereafter, their soap would be sold in Cold Ice City. After the conversation, the young master Ricky wanted to drag Jack away for a drink. Haha, I have already arrived in Winterfrost last night. Do you know why I came earlier? It was because I had long heard about the Spring Hotel in your city, and that the maidservants there were even more coquettish than those in our Cold Ice City. I tried out yesterday, and it turned out that hearing about them was indeed inferior to meeting them in person. They were really coquettish, but you... This little fatty was drooling as he spoke, telling Jack vividly about his conquests yesterday. Jack did not know whether to laugh or cry. Sigh, what was all this? He had never been to such a place before. It was enough for him to have Sonia. As for the other women, especially those kinds of women, he would not even touch them. However, little fatty Ricky insisted on dragging Jack there. He had no choice. After they had arrived, little fatty immediately put his arms around two ladies and went into a room with them. Then, Jack helped little fatty Ricky settle the bill and immediately turned around to leave. On the way back, he even bought a flower, which he could give to his wife, Sonia. Ta 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 ta, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. Watch out, get out of the way quickly. Get out of the way. A series of voices could be heard. Upon hearing the voices, Jack looked up and saw a madly galloping horse which came running wildly. It was coming directly at him. He managed to dodge quickly, but the flower in his hand was knocked off, and the petals scattered on the ground. Just as he was about to berate the other party, he took a look and saw that the person on the wildly running horse was wearing familiar clothing. Isn't that the uniform of the Sky Blue Magic Academy? Is that a student from the Sky Blue Magic Academy on the horse? The other party is a woman, and her back view seems a little familiar. Also, what's the bright red color on the clothing? Blood? Moreover, the woman had been slumped on the horse and seemed to be seriously injured. He immediately went after her. Fortunately, he had cultivated some martial arts, otherwise, he really would not have been able to catch up with that crazy horse which was running wildly. After he had caught up with it, he restrained the crazy horse and managed to make it stop. Just when it stopped, the woman on the horse's back fell. Jack quickly caught her. This time, he immediately recognized the other party. This person was actually Fiona, a student from the Sky Blue Magic Academy who had been to the Nicholas family previously. Chapter 54, Injured. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. At this moment, Fiona was all covered in blood, and there was a visible bloody, penetrating wound on her shoulder. Her face was extremely pale, it looked as if she would die any moment. Miss Fiona, are you all right? Jack asked anxiously. Fiona forced her eyes open and recognized Jack immediately the moment she saw him. She opened her mouth and said with difficulty, "Save." With just one word, she lost consciousness again. Jack called out twice, but the other party did not respond at all. Jack immediately carried her up and ran all the way back to the family clan's pharmacy. There, he shouted, "Help! Help!" Immediately, someone came and started to check on Fiona's injuries. At this moment, a few servants also came over. Jack immediately instructed them to call the head of the family over. After all, Fiona was from the Sky Blue Magic Academy, and she was injured and on the verge of death. This was a big matter, and he had to report it to the head of the family immediately. Norton quickly rushed over upon hearing the news. Several core members of the family clan had also come over. What happened? Norton asked with a frown when he saw Fiona, who had lost consciousness and was all covered in blood. Everyone looked toward Jack, who said immediately, "I don't know either. I ran into her on the street outside the door. She had passed out on her horse, and I was the one who stopped the horse. I saw that she was seriously injured, so I brought her back. But before she lost consciousness, she had said a word, but I couldn't hear it clearly. It sounded like the word save." After hearing Jack's words, everyone became anxious. At this moment, a figure suddenly passed everyone and came to Fiona's side. Then, he injected a trace of magical power into her body. This person was Ron. When he saw Fiona covered in blood, he was already very worried. After hearing Jack's words, he became even more worried, so he immediately injected magical power into her. Immediately, Fiona regained consciousness. "Miss Fiona, what has happened? Where is Serena? Is she all right?" Ron asked anxiously. He was most worried about Serena. When Fiona saw it was Ron, she immediately said anxiously, "Junior, Serena is in the woods 10 kilometers west of the city. We were being pursued, and they risked their lives to let me escape first. Go and save her quickly." Before Fiona could finish, Ron was only unable to wait. He had heard that Serena was in danger, and there was no way he could sit still. He stood up and was about to go out and save her, but as he was about to do so, Norton, the head of the family, stopped him. "Grandpa." Ron looked at Norton, confused. Norton said, "Don't be anxious. Let's ask about the situation first." Then, Norton said to Fiona, "Miss Fiona, please tell us the exact situation. How many people are there on the other side? How strong are they?" Fiona immediately said, "The other party has 5 people. The strongest is a level 6 Great Mage, followed by 2 who are level 5 and 2 who are level 4. They are all very strong and especially adept at assassination. They are very powerful. Senior and Junior had risked their lives to stop them, so I could break out and escape. Even so, I was still seriously injured by them." Norton was relieved to hear that the strongest person on the other side was only a level 6 Great Mage. This was because Ron's current strength was already that of a level 8 Great Mage, enough to crush the other party. Norton immediately said to Ron, "Go quickly, we'll be right behind you." Ron did not waste any more time talking and went out directly. When he reached the door, a faint dragon roar was heard, and then the transparent phantom of a blue dragon soul could be seen rising from Ron's room and flying directly over. In the center of the dragon soul was a wand emitting an icy aura. It was the ice wand. Then, Ron jumped directly onto the phantom of the dragon soul and rode away on it. Originally, the phantom of the dragon soul was only an afterimage without a physical body, but it could not withstand Romo's profound strength. He had taught Ron a method, which was to use the ability of the ice wand to condense a layer of ice on the phantom of the dragon soul. This way, it was equivalent to the phantom of the dragon soul having a physical body, and he could stand on the phantom of the dragon soul and fly with the energy of the ice wand. Seeing a huge phantom of a dragon soul leaving quickly with Ron, Caramon, who was further down, was filled with envy. They are indeed the family clan of the master. They actually have a gold tier magical weapon, and the phantom of the dragon soul seems to be incomplete. If it were an intact dragon soul, it would be a magical creature on par, at least with a divine mage. Could this magical weapon have been made by the master? If this is true, then the master is definitely an expert who has surpassed the realm of the great archmage. With this thought, he became even more careful. Looking at the phantom of the dragon soul in the distance, he decided that it was better to follow and secretly protect Ron. Although he had already heard what Fiona had said just now, that the strongest person on the other side was only a level 6 great mage, it was always wise to play safe. If this genius young master, Ron, was harmed by the other party because of his inexperience in combat, he would not be able to answer to his master. And, if his master were to blame it on him, he would not be able to bear the consequences. He might even be buried with him. Hence, in a flash, his silhouette vanished. However, everyone in the family was very nervous, so no one cared that an old man guarding the door had suddenly disappeared. Romo had been very worried for Ron and had wanted to instruct Caramon to follow and protect him in secret. Then, he saw Caramon had gone on his own. Romo was very pleased with Caramon's response, but he was still a little worried. After all, this was Ron's first real battle with someone, and it was a life and death battle, so he had to pay more attention. Therefore, Romo immediately bought a visitation talisman and placed the object of the visit on Ron. Romo wanted to see how Ron was doing and also to protect him. 10 kilometers west of Winterfrost, there was a dense forest. At this moment, the sounds of flames exploding and other magical attacks could be heard coming from the dense forest. Then, swoosh, 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 3 figures ran out from the dense forest. These 3 figures were 2 men and a woman. They were all dressed in the uniform of the Sky Blue Magic Academy. They were Howen, Klein, and Serena. At this moment, the 3 of them were all injured, especially Howen, who was in the center. He had a deep wound on his chest, the bone could be seen, and it was bleeding profusely. Klein had an arm that was hanging limply. It was obvious that his arm had been injured. Serena, who was on the other side, had several wounds. She looked very disheveled. Chapter 55, Encountering Danger. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Of the 3, Howen was the most seriously injured. After all, he was the strongest of the 3. The assassins earlier had attacked Howen the most. At this moment, his face was pale, and his eyes had become dazed. If it had not been for Serena and Klein holding him up, he would not have been able to walk at all. Pooh! Howen spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fell. Fortunately, Klein and Serena quickly held him up. Serena said anxiously, "Senior, hang in there. Senior Fiona has been gone for a long time. She should be in Winterfrost by now. I think there will be reinforcements coming to our rescue. If they come, we will be saved." "Ha ha ha, you still hope for reinforcements? Dream on. You don't have a chance anymore. Die here." A voice sounded. When the 3 of them heard it, their expressions changed drastically. This was because this voice had come from the strongest among the 5 who had been hunting them down. Upon hearing the voice, the 3 of them immediately became alert. Sure enough, a dark blue magical flame was going to attack them from behind. Klein was already prepared. Seeing this, he quickly cast a magic shield. The dark blue magical flame hit the magic shield and instantly lit up his magic shield. Klein threw the magic shield out directly, but the dark blue magical flame continued to burn even after it had fallen to the ground, as if it would not extinguish at all. "Quick, run!" Klein said anxiously. The 3 of them knew that they were no match for him and were about to leave quickly, but it was already too late. 2 people had already appeared in front of them with a swoosh. There were also people on their left and right blocking their path. The most powerful person had also walked over from behind. Now, the path in all four directions had been blocked. There was no way to escape. However, even though they had completely surrounded the three of them, they did not dare to attack rashly because they were afraid that the three of them would launch a final counterattack. They had magic scrolls on them that could kill them. These magic scrolls were powerful consumable items that only a great archmage could create. Typically, such magic scrolls would have a powerful magical power sealed in them. As they were consumable items, the materials used were also precious. Hence, they were all made by great archmagi, and the magical power contained in them was comparable to a full-strength attack by a great archmage. Each of these magic scrolls was very precious. They were worth tens or even hundreds of magic stones per scroll. An ordinary person would not be able to use them at all. However, they were students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, so it was normal for them to have the magic scrolls. Originally, there were not 5 of these assassins, but 8. The 3 missing ones had been killed by Howen and Klein's magic scrolls. With 3 of them dead, they were even more cautious. As they were not sure if the other party had used all their magic scrolls, they did not dare to attack rashly, in case the other party counterattacked and hurled a magic scroll at them. Such a powerful magical power was not something which they could block as mere great magi. At this moment, Howen and the other 2 were also very nervous. They had not expected that they, being distinguished top students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, would end up in such a sorry state. At this moment, Howen no longer had any magic scrolls. Only Klein still had one in his hand, but he only had one. This was a life-saving item. Once it was used, he would not have any trump cards. Therefore, he dared not use it recklessly. Seeing that all the exits had been surrounded, and that on her side, Senior Howen had already been seriously injured and could die at any moment, Serena's expression suddenly froze, and a determined look could be seen. Then, she took out a pearl which was emitting electric arcs continuously and held it tightly in her hand. She poured her magical power continuously into this pearl, and instantly, a large amount of electric arcs were released, as if it would explode at any moment. When the few assassins saw the pearl in Serena's hand, their expressions changed drastically. They quickly took a few steps back, away from the pearl. As expected of people from the Sky Blue Magic Academy, they had too many life-saving items on them. They had originally thought that they no longer had anything powerful, but now, they had actually taken out a thunder pearl. If this thing exploded, then all of them would die. Serena glared fiercely at them and said, "Aren't you here to kill us? Come, at most, we perish together." Upon seeing this, Klein and Howen were both shocked. Klein said, "Junior, if Serena were to detonate the thunder pearl now, the 2 of them would probably die as well." Serena said, "Seniors, they will definitely kill us now. Since this is the case, what's there to hold back? Even if we die, we must drag them with us." The 2 of them were silent when they heard this. When the few assassins heard this, they were also terrified, and they dared not go forward. Although they killed without blinking, they were unwilling to die. Seeing that no one wanted to go forward, they could not remain in a stalemate like this. The strongest level 6 great mage said, "Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's all attack together. We just have to kill her before she detonates the thunder pearl." Hearing this, these assassins wanted to attack together, but they saw Serena injecting more magical power into the thunder pearl, and instantly, the electric arcs released by the thunder pearl increased, as if it would explode at any moment. Serena also said crazily, "Come on, why aren't you coming?" The assassins looked at each other, not daring to be the first to go forward. They were also afraid of death. "Watch out!" Just as they were in a deadlock, Klein suddenly sensed a murderous aura boring out from the ground. He suddenly pushed Howen and Serena out of the way. He also used the force of the push to take a step back. The ground where they were originally standing split open, and then a large stretch of sharp stalagmites emerged. If Klein had not been alert, the three of them would have been pierced by the stalagmites and become candied haws on a stick. As Klein retreated, he threw the last magic scroll in his hand in one direction. Boom! Once the magic scroll was thrown out, it instantly turned into a huge fireball. This fireball was no ordinary fireball. It was a high-temperature fireball released by a great archmage. It could instantly turn a person into carbon. After it had been thrown, a scream could be heard. Soon after, a man in black clothes ran out from the place where he had been attacked and continued to extinguish the flames on his body. Chapter 56, Arrival. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. When the five assassins saw that someone had made a move, they had wanted to go up and make a move, but when they saw that Klein had used the magic scroll, they immediately backed away again. They had all wanted the others to go up first, preferring to have others die instead of them. Unfortunately, they had all thought of the same thing, so none of the five of them went up in the end, causing the person who had sneak attacked to be injured in vain. When the strongest person, a level 6 great mage, saw that the person was on fire, he immediately used a water ball to extinguish the flames on the other party's body. At this moment, half of the other party's body was severely burned. Fortunately, the other party had used magical power to block the attack. Otherwise, he would have already been burned to death. How could he still be alive? Why are you here? This level 6 assassin asked the other party. Half of his body had been burned, and he was in a very bad mood. He looked at him coldly and said, "You're still asking me why I'm here? I want to ask too, why the target is not dead yet. Also, when I ambushed them just now, why didn't you all go up? Why were you just watching from the side?" When the level 6 assassin heard this, he looked embarrassed. Could he say that he was afraid of death? Humph, I can't be bothered to explain to all of you. Let me tell you, it was the leader who had asked me to come and take a look, to see if you have completed the mission, the person said as he looked coldly at the five assassins. Ah? Is the leader coming too? Of course, and the leader has said that if he comes and you guys still haven't completed the mission, then you can die together with the target. When the five assassins heard this, their expression changed instantly. They knew that they could not delay this anymore, otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the methods of their leader. Let's not delay, let's attack together. With that said, the level 6 assassin activated his magical power. Instantly, his entire body burned with dark blue flames. He was also a magic warrior, and then he charged at Serena first. However, he soon saw that the others were still standing there in a daze, not charging forward to kill, like him. Immediately, the level 6 assassin cursed in his heart. These guys are still clueless about the consequences. Didn't they hear that person say the leader is coming? They are actually still so afraid of dying. If the leader arrives, and they have not killed the target, then their outcome will not just be death, but even more tragic than death. Even if they were to be killed by the magic scroll or by the explosion of Serena's thunder pearl, it would just be a matter of a moment. It would be 10,000 times more blissful than being killed by the leader. Watch out! But just as his mind was racing, one of the assassin's gaze looked past him to behind him, and warned him loudly. At this moment, he then saw that those few people were all looking behind him, and they were clearly shocked and frightened, and there was still the other party's warning. He immediately knew that it was not that they did not want to go up, but that they had seen something terrifying and were shocked. He was, after all, a level 6 great mage. He knew that there must be someone very powerful behind him. At this moment, it was probably too late for him to run. In the urgent moment, he immediately condensed a flame shield and turned around. He wanted to use the flame shield to block the attack from behind, but when he turned around, he saw a huge phantom of the blue dragon soul pouncing directly toward him. Then, an almost invisible icy aura pounced upon him. His flame shield was instantly extinguished. Even the dark blue flames burning on his body were instantly extinguished. Then, his entire body was instantly frozen into an ice popsicle. His consciousness was also instantly seized. At this moment, he was still maintaining a defensive posture. When everyone saw this, they were all shocked. This was a level 6 great mage, yet he was killed instantly in one exchange? They did not even see who had killed him. Just looking at the phantom of the dragon soul, the few assassins were all extremely terrified, but Serena was suddenly relieved when she saw it. She had seen the phantom of the dragon soul before, and it was the ability of Ron's ice wand. Brother Ron's here. When Klein saw it, he too became happy. However, when Howen saw it, his expression became a little unnatural, as if he had recalled some unpleasant memories. This is the power of a gold-tier magical weapon. A powerful person is here. We're not his match. Run! The few assassins had just reacted and were about to flee. Run now? Stay here, a voice said coldly. Then, the phantom of the dragon soul under his control instantly pounced on the few fleeing assassins. One of the assassins turned around and smashed a fireball, but under the attack of the phantom of the dragon soul, even the magic fireball was immediately frozen and the person was also frozen to death. Then, the phantom of the dragon soul continued to attack the other assassins. When the other assassin saw that the counterattack was useless, he immediately used a flash magical power. He instantly ran tens of meters away, but the phantom of the dragon soul spat out an icy breath and froze the other party to death. The next person saw that counterattack was useless and that escape too was useless. He immediately activated his magical power, and the soil on the ground seemed to ripple like a pool of water. Then, he sank into the soil. He was an earth-based mage, and this move was his life-saving skill. If I hide underground, I think I should be fine? However, he did not know that the phantom of the dragon soul was virtual and not real. The phantom of the dragon soul could be seen diving directly underground. The person died directly underground, still with a shocked expression. At this time, there was another person who had already run more than 100 meters away. He was so frightened that he did not dare to turn around and just ran forward with his head lowered. He only hoped that the phantom of a dragon soul would not catch up with him, otherwise, he would be dead for sure. But at this moment, a figure suddenly descended directly in front of him. This person was Ron. How could Ron watch without intervening as they fled? This was the last person. He waved his hand casually, and instantly, an icy magic spell struck the other party. This person was already terrified. He instinctively raised his arm to resist the other party's magical power with his physical body, but Ron's icy magic spell directly froze the other party into a popsicle. Klein and Howen were dumbfounded. These few assassins had been pursuing them for the past few days and had already plunged them into a desperate situation. They managed to barely survive only because they used magical items like the magic scrolls. Even so, they had been forced into a dead end. But now, with Ron's arrival, these few assassins were all killed in just one exchange. This was too powerful. Chapter 57, The Leader is Here. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. So powerful. Klein looked at the phantom of a dragon soul and Ron in shock. One could not tell if he was referring to the strength of the gold-tier magical weapon or Ron. When Howen saw the other party's performance, he was shocked and in disbelief. When Ron was making his moves earlier, he had seen his strength. Ron is actually a level 8 great mage. How is this possible? Previously, when we fought at the banquet, he was only a level 5 great mage. It has only been a few days, and he has already advanced 3 levels in a row? He has become a level 8 great mage. He did not know if it was because the other party had concealed his strength that day, or if the other party was really so talented that he could advance 3 levels in a short period of time. He could not accept either of these scenarios. After killing 5 people in a row, Ron stretched out his hand and beckoned. Instantly, the phantom of a dragon soul gave a roar and flew directly toward Ron. When it reached Ron's hand, the phantom of a dragon soul plunged directly into the ice wand. It could change freely. Seeing this made Howen and Klein very envious. But Serena was overjoyed to see Ron so powerful and suave. She quickly retracted her magical power, and the Thunder Pearl regained its calm and she kept it away. "Brother Ron!" Serena threw herself directly into Ron's arms and said in a happy but slightly aggrieved voice. Ron looked at Serena worriedly and said, "Are you okay?" "Yes, I'm fine." "Brother Ron, you came just in time. Otherwise, I. After saying this, she buried herself in Ron's chest and cried, feeling very aggrieved. "Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me around," said Ron gently, patting Serena on the back. "Hee, not bad, not bad. You are really a befitting descendant of mine. Your first attempt to save someone has been extraordinary. Your old ancestor, give you a full score." On the other side, Romo, who was watching the entire battle through the visitation talisman, said. He was very pleased with Ron's performance. Ding! Warning, warning! System has discovered that a descendant with a genius aptitude for magical power is in danger. Ding! System has generated an urgent mission, save the 17th generation descendant, Ron Nicholas. Damn, what's going on? Romo was stunned when he heard the system notification. Ron has already finished off the assassins, and he is still in danger? At the same time, dozens of kilometers away from the battlefield, a man in black was flying rapidly. His target was the battlefield earlier. He was dressed in a black robe, which covered his entire body completely from top to bottom. Even his collar was up, covering most of his face. As he was flying, his expression suddenly changed. Then, he stretched out his hand and looked. He instantly saw 5 dead worms in his hand. Immediately, he frowned. "Why are they all dead?" said the man in black with a frown. The 5 worms were called paired worms. Worms like these existed in pairs. Normally, one was male and the other was female. If any of them died, the other worm would die immediately. The man in black had placed the male worms in his subordinates. If a subordinate died, the parasitic worm in him would also die immediately. In this way, the female worm sensing the death of the male worm would also die. Through this method, he would be able to know his subordinate's condition. Previously, he had already learned of the death of his 3 subordinates through this method. He knew this mission was certainly very difficult and was afraid that those subordinates would not be able to complete it. Hence, he had sent another person over to help and check on them. Unexpectedly, the remaining 5 people had all died almost the same time. Something definitely went wrong. Winterfrost is up ahead. Has the city lord of Winterfrost, Lean Dupont, intervened? Only a great archmage could kill his subordinates in one go. Thinking of this, he flew even faster. At this moment, he suddenly saw an ice-blue shadow, and it was emitting a powerful aura. He focused his magical power on his eyes and took a closer look. Instantly, he saw that the ice-blue shadow was actually the phantom of a dragon soul. The black-robed person was instantly shocked. This was actually a gold-tier magical weapon. And the person using this gold-tier magical weapon was actually a mere great mage? And there were the corpses of his subordinates below? His subordinates had actually been killed by a mere great mage using a gold-tier magical weapon. This was just great. As a dignified great archmage, he did not even have a gold-tier magical weapon himself. He could just kill the other party and give himself a gold-tier magical weapon. Thinking of this, his speed was getting slightly faster. But before he could accelerate, he immediately stopped. He looked around with a grave expression, as if he had discovered some great danger. "Who is it? Come out," the man in black said loudly. Then, with a wave of his hand, a large mass of black things instantly emerged from his clothes. They were densely packed like a black cloud, and they were even emitting buzzing sounds. Moving closer, it could be seen that it was a group of flying insects the size of rice grains. These flying insects were all bred by the man in black. At this moment, as he released them, they charged towards a certain place in the sky because he could sense that there was someone hiding there. Boom! Suddenly, a burst of magical power radiated outwards. An eruption of magical power had occurred in that place, and a large portion of his insect cloud was directly blown up and a hole appeared. However, a figure had also appeared in that place. This was a very ordinary-looking old man dressed in servant's clothing. Although he was very ordinary, the black-robed man did not dare to underestimate him at all, because he was obviously an expert of the great archmage realm. This person was Caramon. When he saw Caramon appear, the black-robed man was shocked. He had thought that it was Lean Dupont, the city lord of Winterfrost. Who would have known that it was not Lean Dupont but such an old man? How could such a small city like Winterfrost have so many great archmagi? The man in black looked at Caramon carefully and suddenly seemed to have thought of something. He pointed at Caramon and said, "Are you Caramon?" You know me?" Caramon said as he looked at the other party in shock. He had always kept a very low profile in his operations. He knew his own situation. He did not have any background, so he did not dare to act in a high-profile manner lest he offended someone. Only in a place where there was no one around would he dare to commit murder and plunder. Chapter 58, Mission completed. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. The man in black did not answer Caramon. Instead, he started to look around nervously. He even released his magical power to sense if there were other people around him because he knew that Caramon had a younger brother. They often killed and plundered together. Now that Caramon had appeared here, his younger brother Saruman might also be nearby. If he suddenly appeared, he would be in danger. However, after checking carefully, he found that in the vicinity, there was only Caramon. He then felt relieved. He looked solemnly at Caramon opposite him. If he is alone, I can still fight him, the man in black thought. The reason why he had recognized Caramon was because their organization had received a mission more than 10 years ago, which was to kill the two brothers, Caramon and Saruman. At that time, their organization had sent out more than 10 people, and the two in the lead were even experts of the great archmage realm. With so many people attacking together, they had thought it would be an easy mission. However, in the end, they could only find the corpses of these people, but the two brothers were never found again. At that time, this man in black was originally also one of the members on the mission. However, he had a breakthrough at the last minute and was at a critical juncture, so he did not go. This was why he was able to escape the calamity. Nonetheless, he had always believed that if he had gone then, these two would certainly have been killed. As such, when he saw Caramon, he remembered him. Now that he saw that of the two brothers, there was only Caramon, his thoughts became active. Perhaps he could strike and kill the other party. In this way, he would be able to complete the mission which had been suspended for 10 years. Now, the reward was generous for that mission. This time, his trip was a series of twists and turns, and also good luck. Not only would he be able to complete the mission from 10 years ago, he could also be getting a gold-tier magical weapon. This was great. As he thought about this, he suddenly activated his magical power, and a large number of flying insects flew out from his clothes. They buzzed continuously, and in a short while, an area of a 50-meter radius around him was densely packed with flying insects. One would wonder how he could hide so many of them on his body. Looking at the dense swarm of flying insects which looked like black clouds, Caramon sneered in disdain and said, "I was wondering what this was about. It turns out to be a creature-based great archmage." Creature-based magical power was a very unorthodox school of magical power. The mainstream of this school of magical power was the nurture of some powerful magical creatures which would be released during combat to fight the enemy. And the other party who nurtured such a large group of flying insects was from an even more unorthodox school of magical power. However, when Caramon saw the other party's flying insects, he was full of contempt. Of all the people, you have to bump into me. For the past few days, I've suffered a full belly of grievances. It's just great that I can vent my anger on you. With that said, Caramon activated his magical power, and a huge magic formation appeared beneath his feet. Huge flames rose, and then the flames rolled backwards, pouncing directly at the flying insects. Caramon mainly cultivated fire-based magical power. If it was against a powerful magical creature, it would be a little difficult, but the other party was only using small flying insects. Against his fire-based magical power, there was simply nothing much to see. On the other side, Romo had opened the system. Now that Ron was in danger, the first thing Romo wanted to do was to rely on the power of the system to resolve it. However, he could not find out where the danger had come from with the visitation talisman. Aren't those few assassins already dead? Why is there still danger? Is there some powerful enemy on the way? However, there is still Caramon, right? Hasn't this guy also gone over to secretly protect Ron? Where is he now? Damn this guy, he is really unreliable. Ding! Urgent mission accomplished. Received 5 super experience talismans. Ding! Received a faith candle. Ding! Received a spirit calming talisman. Ding! Received a god of fortune talisman. Just as Romo was thinking about how he should deal with Caramon later, the system notifications sounded. The mission had been completed, and even the rewards had been given. Romo was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. He had experienced such a situation before, so he naturally knew what was going on. The danger that had threatened Ron must have been averted, and the only person who could have averted the danger was likely Caramon. Romo carefully sensed the magic runes which had been left on Caramon's soul and immediately detected that Caramon's aura was weak. Romo was stunned for a moment. Then, he understood. Just now, Caramon must have fought with someone and expended a lot of energy. He might even have been injured, so he became in this state. It seemed that he had wronged him earlier. This servant is not bad. Not only is he able to protect my descendant, he is also able to help me complete the mission. I do not even need to spend my faith points, Romo said with satisfaction. He was very pleased with Caramon this time. Since the danger had been averted, Romo did not have to worry about Ron. He immediately opened the system interface to check out the rewards. 5 super experience talismans. There was nothing more to say, he used them directly. All the experience had been converted into his own strength, surging into his body. Romo felt a sense of comfort, and then his strength increased to that of a level 4 spirit demon. Indeed, the higher the level, the more experience needed. Currently, these 5 super experience talismans were only enough for Romo to advance by 1 level. The faith candle was also a good item. It could double the faith points obtained and last for a month. Romo had asked the system previously, this item was not even sold in the system shop. It could only be obtained through missions. And, one could not get it from each and every mission. It was a very rare tool. Spirit Calming Talisman, upon use, all family members in the family clan will experience the calming effect. This effect will last for a month. Spirit Calming, it can enable a person to enter into meditation faster. The effect of meditation will be enhanced. God of Fortune Talisman, it can increase the family clan's luck for wealth by 100% for a month. These 2 tools were also very good. The Spirit Calming Talisman, in short, could increase one's cultivation speed. The God of Fortune Talisman could allow the family clan to amass wealth faster. Romo used them immediately. On the other side, on a desolate mountain, Caramon looked at a corpse under his feet. This corpse was that of the man in black who had fought with him just now. But now, this man in black was already dead, and his body was crawling with all kinds of disgusting bugs. These bugs were gnawing at his body continuously, and in a few moments, he would be all eaten up. Chapter 59, Return. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. Humph, reckless thing. How dare you try to kill me? Don't you know your own caliber? Karaman said coldly as he looked at the corpse which had been eaten up to the extent that only bones were left. His eyes were filled with disdain. Even someone as strong as Karaman had suffered serious injuries from killing this person. After all, the other party was also a level 4 great archmage with strength close to his. It so happened that the other party's ability was countered by his flames. If it had been a great archmage with other abilities, it would not be certain who would die in the end. At this time, the bugs, which had eaten all of the other party's flesh, had also slowly become some purulent fluid. They were all dead. Karaman walked over and checked, but there was nothing good left behind. This made Karaman very depressed. What af asterisk poor fellow. He actually did not leave behind any good stuff for me. What bad luck, Karaman said gloomily. Although this man in black had 2 silver-tier magical weapons earlier, they had all been destroyed by him in the battle earlier. Now, the remnants were nearby. But these silver-tier magical weapons had already been damaged, so Karaman did not even bother to look at them. However, from the fact that the other party had not carried any cultivation resources with him, Karaman could guess that the other party had done this deliberately. Furthermore, the other party must have fought often, so he was afraid that he would die accidentally and leave behind too many resources for the other party. As such, he did not carry them with him. Typically, such people were from those assassin organizations. But even so, Karaman was not worried. He had killed too many people previously, and he was still alive and well. Moreover, even if the other party had come looking for him, he still had his master. At the thought of this, he suddenly stopped the idea. He could not think like this. If his master found out, he would definitely continue to torture him. On the other side, after Serena and Ron had finished cuddling, Klein walked over and said to Ron, "Ron, thank you so much for today. If you had not come in time, we would have all died here." Ron said, "It's okay, it's what I should do." At this moment, Howen had also walked over. He looked at the currently powerful Ron, who had even saved his life, and felt very awkward. He had originally wanted to work hard at cultivation and fight again with Ron to recover his lost face. But now, he saw that Ron's strength had actually reached the realm of a level 8 great mage. This had far surpassed his. No matter how hard he tried, he probably would not be able to catch up with Ron. It was best that he dismissed the idea. Besides, Ron had saved him, so he had to thank him. Hence, he walked over and said to Ron, "Thank you, Ron." Poof! However, before he could finish his sentence, he spat out a mouthful of blood and was collapsing to the ground. Upon seeing this, Klein quickly held Howen to prevent him from falling to the ground. "Senior, are you all right?" Klein asked nervously. Seeing this, Ron also hurried to Howen's side and started to check on his condition. He saw that Howen was currently seriously injured, especially the wound on his chest which had almost injured his heart. He had been struggling to hold out just now, but now that the enemy had been killed, he was able to relax. Only then did he vomit out blood and faint. Ron quickly injected some magical power into the other party and also used a healing spell. This stabilized the other party's injuries for the time being. However, he still had to treat him quickly. He said, "His injuries are very serious, he needs to be treated immediately. You guys, send him back to the city quickly." "All right." Klein and Serena did not dare to delay. They immediately helped to get Howen back to the city. Serena said to Ron, "Brother Ron, aren't you coming back with us?" Ron said, "Isn't there still someone there? I have to ask him something." "You guys go back quickly, it's safe on the way. After Serena had left, Ron looked at the only person left. This was the person who had been injured by Klein's magic scroll earlier. He had not fled earlier because of his serious injuries. However, it was also because of this reason that Ron did not kill him directly but had allowed him to live. He had been shocked when he saw Ron killing 5 of his companions in an instant. This person is too powerful. He dared not run when he saw that his fleeing companions had not succeeded in escaping. He was seriously injured and could not run at all. Even if he could run, could he outrun that phantom of the dragon soul? Seeing Ron walking toward him, he became even more worried. Am I going to die just like this? Boom! At this moment, the sound of a huge explosion was suddenly heard. That person and Ron looked in a direction in shock. They had both sensed that a huge explosion had occurred there, and they even saw flames soaring into the sky. However, that place was very far away from here, at least 10 kilometers away. It was so far away, yet they could still hear the commotion. How powerful is the explosion? Even if I were to use all my might now, I would not be able to cause such a huge commotion. Can this be a battle between great archmagi? Thinking of this, Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he became nervous. He looked at the injured assassin and saw that the assassin initially had a happy expression on his face, but soon after, there was worry and panic. He knew that the leader was behind him and would be coming soon. He had originally hoped that when the leader came, he would be able to kill this kid in front of him and then he would be saved. But now that such a huge explosion had occurred at that place, it must have been a battle between great archmagi. In other words, someone had stopped the leader of their family. The person with such strength was probably the city lord of Winterfrost. This is the end. The person thought gloomily. Sure enough, he saw Ron wave his hand, and instantly, a gust of cold air swept toward him. However, the cold air did not freeze him to death directly. Instead, it caused his bloodline to become unstable, and he could not even activate his magical power. However, his consciousness was still present, it was just that he could not make any movement. Then, Ron lifted his clothes directly with one hand, and grabbed him directly to hurry back to Winterfrost. He did not want to run into the great archmage behind him, whom he was not sure was friend or foe. Ron was very fast. In a short while, he had caught up with Serena and Klein. To prevent any enemy from attacking, he even released the phantom of a dragon soul, so that it could protect them completely. Chapter 60, The Whole Story. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Soon, they returned to the city. At this moment, Norton had already sent someone to wait for them. When he saw them arrive, he immediately placed the injured Howen on a stretcher and carried him back to the Nicholas family clan for treatment. The few of them were all top students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, so they definitely had to be carefully treated. The bones in Klein's arms had been broken, and Serena had several wounds which were fairly big. Instantly, the entire Nicholas family clan became busy. When they were not paying attention, the gatekeeper in the family ancestral hall had quietly appeared at the door again. At this time, Caramon had changed into a set of clean clothes, but beneath the clean clothes, he still had injuries on his body. He sat quietly at the door and started to recuperate. After he had recovered a little, he looked at the busy members of the Nicholas family clan and thought silently. I have risked my life to protect the genius of the Nicholas family clan. This should be a major contribution. I wonder if the master will reward me? As he thought of this, he suddenly felt a little forlorn. He was a dignified level 4 great archmage. Since when have I risked my life for someone unrelated to me? And I even want to ask for a reward from others? Just as this thought had risen in his mind, he suddenly felt a cold wind blow past his back, giving him goosebumps. He suddenly turned around and looked, but there was nothing there except the high and mighty spirit tablet. On the other side, after Serena and the others had been treated, Howen and Fiona, the two with serious injuries, went to rest. Then, Serena and Klein, who were not too seriously injured, gathered together. Norton, Ron, and the others asked why they had been pursued, and Serena told them the whole story directly without hiding anything. It turned out that after they had left Winterfrost that day, they had retraced their steps to return to the Sky Blue Magic Academy. However, halfway through their journey, they encountered an assassination attempt by this group of people. Fortunately, they had a warning talisman, which had been given to them by their teacher. With the timely alert from the warning talisman, they did not fall into the trap the other party had set up. Otherwise, on the first attack of the other party, they would all have been killed. Subsequently, they were pursued all the way. In the beginning, they had planned to break through the other party's encirclement to return to the Sky Blue Magic Academy. If they could get to their academy, those few assassins would be dead for sure. However, the few assassins also knew this, so they deliberately prevented them. They could not defeat the other party, so they could only retreat and seek the next best option. They fought as they retreated in the direction of Winterfrost. They were outnumbered and their strength was inferior to the other party. Fortunately, they had the magic scrolls with them, given by their teacher. With the magic scrolls, they blasted and killed 3 of them first, so that the rest dared not pursue them as unrelentingly. Until they arrived outside the city of Winterfrost, these assassins knew that once they got inside the city, they would not be the city lord's opponents, so they launched a powerful wave of attack at them. Howen had fought desperately and was injured before Fiona managed to break through their encirclement, and make her way back into the city to report the matter. The rest of the story, Norton and the others already knew. Everyone then asked who the assassins were and why they were being pursued, but Serena and Klein did not know anything about this. They did not know the assassins at all, nor did they know what kind of power the other party had. After understanding the ins and outs of the matter, Norton frowned. Everything else could still be discussed, but they must figure out the identities of the assassins. Otherwise, what if they came back again? Now that the Nicholas family clan was involved, what if these people killed their way into the Nicholas family clan? In order to prevent such a thing from happening, Norton asked Zorro to go to the place in the woods where the battle had taken place to retrieve the bodies of those few assassins. He also asked him to clear the grounds there, so that no one would be able to tell it had been a battlefield. Also, Ron had brought back a survivor who was currently being held in a dungeon of the Nicholas family clan. They could interrogate the other party later and perhaps be able to get some information out of him. Norton then got someone to notify Colin Campbell. Their family had a messenger pigeon which had been handed over to them by the Sky Blue Magic Academy so that they could contact the Magic Academy if there was an urgent matter. Now, this was a very important matter, so they released the messenger pigeon. The Sky Blue Magic Academy would probably receive the news very soon. Once the Sky Blue Magic Academy learned that their students had been pursued, they would definitely send someone over immediately. When that time came, Norton could be completely at ease. Even if those assassins were really from some very powerful assassin organization, they would still have the Sky Blue Magic Academy shielding them. There would be no need for the Nicholas family to worry. "Master, the Deputy City Lord has come to visit." At this moment, a servant came over and reported. "Quick, invite him in," Norton said hurriedly, upon hearing. After all, the other party was the Deputy City Lord, he dared not slight him. Soon, a bald middle-aged man came in. This person was the Deputy City Lord, who was already at the full level of the Great Mage realm. He was definitely an expert. After Norton and the other party had exchanged pleasantries, the other party explained the purpose of his visit. It turned out that he had also heard about Howen and the other top students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy being pursued outside their city. He had come specially to check out the situation. After all, the other party were top students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy. If they had really been killed near Winterfrost, and the Sky Blue Magic Academy put the blame, not to mention him, even City Lord Lean, who was a great archmage, would not be able to bear the consequences, let alone him, a deputy city lord. More importantly, the city lord had something on and was out of the city. In this case, all the blame would fall on him. Upon hearing that none of them was in danger, the deputy city lord was relieved. However, he still took out many items meant for treating injuries and even offered to take those injured to the city lord residence to recuperate, so they could be protected under the security of the city lord residence. However, Serena declined politely, and the deputy city lord did not insist. After all, if they really came to the city lord residence, it would also be troublesome. Now that the other party had declined, he had fulfilled his responsibility. Even if something were to go wrong, he would have an excuse for himself. Then, the deputy city lord went to see Howen and Fiona, the two who were unwell. He saw that they were indeed fine before leaving. Before he left, he said that he had already sent a message on this matter to the city lord, and that he believed the city lord would return quickly upon hearing the news. When back, the city lord would certainly handle this matter personally, and even investigate the identities of the assassins. Chapter 61, The Assassin's Identity. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. The matter of the assassins had come to an end. The only benefit was that Ron and Serena, who had just separated, could be together again. When night came, they went to the underground chamber to interrogate the assassin who had been brought back. Unfortunately, no matter what methods they used, the assassin did not say a word, even when confronted with death. But Ron and the others dared not really kill the assassin. Since they could not get anything out of him, they stopped asking. They would wait till the people from the Sky Blue Magic Academy came and leave him to them. The next day, City Lord Lean returned in a hurry. He had returned so quickly for a reason, and it was actually related to the assassins. He even heard that the top students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy had been attacked. Afraid that something would happen to them again, he returned immediately. Upon returning, he sent someone immediately to get the Nicholas family and the Campbell family over for a discussion. Norton and the rest knew that the city lord had returned, and they immediately went over. It was not just the two family heads but also Ron and Klein. Ron, because he had killed those few assassins who were arrogant and tyrannical, and Klein, because he represented the Sky Blue Magic Academy. When everyone arrived at the City Lord residence and saw City Lord Lean, they realized that he looked a little tired. It seemed like he had encountered a lot of things in the past few days. After exchanging pleasantries, City Lord Lean said, "I heard that you have captured one of them alive." Norton nodded and said, "That's right, my grandson, Ron, had caught him. He's still locked in our family's underground chamber." City Lord Lean glanced at Ron and gave him an approving look. Then he said, "Did you manage to interrogate anything out of him?" Norton shook his head and said, "That's right. He was obviously trained or something. He didn't say a word during our interrogation. There was nothing we could do." City Lord Lean said, "In that case, if it really doesn't work, you can send him to the City Lord residence. I still have some methods, and I might be able to get something out of him. If this still doesn't work, then we'll just have to wait for the people from the Sky Blue Magic Academy to arrive before handing him over to them." "Certainly not a problem," Norton said, nodding immediately. He also did not want to leave this trouble at home. City Lord Lean thought for a moment and said after a slight hesitation, "Actually, I have some guesses about the background of these few assassins." "Ah? City Lord, do you already know the background of this assassin?" Everyone said in shock upon hearing this. City Lord Lean said, "Actually, I went out this time to Wine Snow City. A group of brutal assassins had appeared there, and they had even annihilated the number 1 family clan in Wine Snow City, the Claude family clan." "What? The Claudia family clan? Annihilated? How is this possible?" Everyone was shocked when they heard Lean's words, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Their reaction was understandable. Wine Snow City was the largest city in their area, 4 or 5 times larger than Winterfrost. And the number one family clan in Wind Snow City, the Claude family clan, was very powerful. Their family clan even had a great archmage in command. Even the city lord of Wind Snow City had to act according to the wishes of their family clan. They were simply in existence akin to a local emperor. No family clan in the vicinity could compare with them. But now, they had actually been annihilated overnight? This was something which they dared not even imagine. Who exterminated them and why? Norton asked after everyone had digested the news. Lean said, I don't know either. When I heard the news, I immediately went over. Apart from the bodies of the Claude clansmen, there was not a single body of the assassins. However, from some clues and the way the group of assassins conducted themselves, they should be from the Hellfire organization. What? Hellfire? After everyone had heard Line's story, they were instantly shocked again. This piece of news shocked them even more than the first piece of news they had heard. They became even afraid because this Hellfire organization was a notorious assassin organization. No matter who it was, as long as they had provoked this organization, their final outcome would definitely not be good. It was rumored that they had already existed for several hundred years. 500 or 600 years ago, there were a few righteous organizations who had joined hands in an attempt to uproot this assassin organization. However, in the end, both sides suffered injuries. They were not able to eliminate this organization. After so many years of development, they had become a huge organization again. The Nicholas family clan, the Campbell family clan, and even City Lord Lean were all like ants before this organization. It was fine if they were not targeted by the other party, but once they were targeted, things would definitely not be good. After hearing this name, the person who was most shocked and indignant was Klein. This was because he was a student of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, and the Sky Blue Magic Academy had a deep hatred for the Hellfire organization. The Hellfire organization had grudges with many orthodox organizations, and the grudge between their Sky Blue Magic Academy and the Hellfire organization could be said to be the deepest. In the past 100 years, whenever the two sides encountered each other, the outcome would be irreconcilable, and they would fight each other to the death. The Sky Blue Magic Academy had even been investigating the Hellfire organization and had offered various bounties. The moment they knew of the other party's stronghold, they would send someone immediately to kill them. The cause of this enmity was actually very simple. The Hellfire organization had killed a few talented students from their Sky Blue Magic Academy who were out for their training. There was even a teacher in charge, a level 7 great archmage, who died at the hands of the other party. More importantly, that level 7 great archmage was the wife of the academy's dean at that time. All those talented students also had prominent backgrounds. This had provoked the entire Sky Blue Magic Academy, and they swore that no matter what, they would find the killers. Then, they continued to investigate the matter for 20 to 30 years before discovering that it was actually the work of the Hellfire organization. Upon knowing the identity of the killers, the dean of the Sky Blue Magic Academy then personally intervened and annihilated 2 subdivisions of the Hellfire organization. The leaders of the subdivisions were 2 level 7 great archmagi. They also died in the hands of the dean. From then on, these 2 enormous powers became mortal enemies. Whenever the 2 parties encountered each other, they would fight with their lives on the line. Originally, the strength of the Hellfire organization could not match up with the Sky Blue Magic Academy. However, the Hellfire organization was a specialized assassin organization. Until now, no one knew where the headquarters of their organization was. Even finding one of their subdivisions was extremely difficult. This made it very difficult for the Sky Blue Magic Academy to find the Hellfire organization. Chapter 62, Hatred. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. On the other hand, it was very easy for the Hellfire organization to kill the people from the Sky Blue Magic Academy. This was because the students of the Sky Blue Magic Academy would go out to train every year. The people from the Hellfire organization just had to set up a trap in advance and wait for them. Originally, the Hellfire organization had many enemies, and there were also many people and organizations who wanted to seek revenge on them. The Hellfire organization was not as vindictive as it was against the Sky Blue Magic Academy. However, there were rumors that among the 2 level 7 great archmagi killed by the dean of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, one was the illegitimate son of the head of the Hellfire organization. This was why they had been entangled with the Sky Blue Magic Academy. In short, the enmity between the Hellfire organization and the Sky Blue Magic Academy had already persisted for more than 100 years. It was only in the recent decade that the feud killings between them had decreased a little. This was mainly because the Hellfire organization seemed to have shifted its activities to another place. It did not intersect much with the sphere of influence of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, so the feud killings had also decreased. However, the enmity of more than 100 years would not disappear just like that. Until now, the Sky Blue Magic Academy had not stopped their investigations in pursuit of the Hellfire organization. Klein asked, "City Lord, do you mean that the assassins who were chasing us previously were all assassins from the Hellfire organization?" City Lord Lean said, "That's most likely the case. From the analysis of some of the clues I have, the assassins who were chasing you all were from the Wind Snow City. They had participated in the extermination of the Claude family clan." Upon hearing this, Klein broke out in a cold sweat as he felt lingering fear. He had not expected that the ones pursuing them previously were actually assassins from the Hellfire organization. To be able to escape from the hands of these assassins was simply too lucky. In the entire Sky Blue Magic Academy, especially among the new students who went out for training and experience, the Hellfire organization was simply a curse. Before they left the academy, their teachers would remind them repeatedly to watch out for the assassins from the Hellfire organization, and that if they discovered the other party and were not able to defeat them, they must flee immediately. If they could defeat them, they must go all out to kill them. Furthermore, they would be given some magical tools to protect their lives. The reason why they had been able to last so long in combat with the other party this time was actually because of the magic scrolls their teacher had given them. Otherwise, they would have long been killed by the other party. City Lord Lean continued, "From the clues of the Claude family clan's extermination case, the person who had killed their family's great archmage should have been a creature-based great archmage who used flying insect-type creatures. And, the leader of the Scorpio subdivision of the Hellfire organization happened to be a creature-based great archmage. He also used flying insects to kill people and was very powerful. He even had a past record of cross-realm killings. He was a level 3 great archmage, but he had killed a level 4 great archmage. Both the city lord of the Wind Snow City and I believed that this person was the one who had led the extermination of the Claude family clan." The Hellfire organization had a total of 12 subdivisions, each named after the 12 palaces: Scorpio, Sagittarius, Gemini, and so on. That creature-based great archmage was the leader of the Scorpio subdivision. Hearing that the leader of the Scorpio subdivision was very likely nearby, everyone became worried. What if such a brutal guy came to Winterfrost? But at this moment, Ron suddenly remembered something. After killing those assassins yesterday, he had seen a large explosion not far away, which seemed to be a battle between great archmagi. With this in mind, he said, "I have something to tell you guys. After I killed those few assassins yesterday, I saw a large explosion in the distance. It was more than 10 kilometers away, but I could clearly feel the tremors of the explosion. To cause such a violent explosion, it must have been a battle between great archmagi. I had thought it was you, City Lord, who went to intercept that leader." Everyone was shocked to hear this. If it had really been the leader of the Scorpio, they had a brush with death yesterday. City Lord Lean said, "That wasn't me. I was still in Wind Snow City yesterday and had not returned. It was someone else." At this point, he looked at Ron and asked, "By the way, where was the place where the explosion occurred? I'll go take a look. I might be able to find some clues." Ron immediately told him the location. City Lord Lean said, I got it. I'll go take a look later and see if it was that Scorpio leader. If it was him, then the carcasses of his insects would surely be in the vicinity. Actually, there was another person attending the meeting, but they were all not aware. The person was Romo. He had heard all of their conversation through the visitation talisman. After knowing the other party's identity was actually Hellfire, Romo became a little worried. The assassin who had attacked Arthur previously was an assassin from the Hellfire organization, but that assassin had been killed by Romo and his corpse utterly destroyed. The people from the Hellfire organization would not be able to find out at all. He had thought that by doing so, he would have nothing to do with the Hellfire organization, and the other party would not come knocking on his door. After all, the Nicholas family clan was still very weak. Now that the other party had come knocking on his door, it was definitely a big problem. However, the more he did not want anything to do with the other party, the more they came knocking on his door. Unexpectedly, several of the other party's assassins had died at Ron's hands this time, and there was even one assassin from their organization currently detained in the secret underground chamber of the Nicholas family clan. This kind of feud entanglement seemed to be fated. The more he wanted to shake it off, the more he could not. It was really a headache. Fortunately, he still had a servant who was a level 4 great archmage, Kariman. And, the other party's Scorpio leader had already been killed by Kariman. The other side would not be able to find out the cause of his death in a short period of time, let alone suspect the Nicholas family clan. After all, on the surface, the one with the greatest combat ability in the Nicholas family clan was Ron, who was only a level 8 great mage. He was not even qualified to serve food to that leader. Also, there was also the Sky Blue Magic Academy. This time, the Sky Blue Magic Academy, which already had a feud with Hellfire, would presumably also spare no effort in investigating the other party. Before they dealt with the Sky Blue Magic Academy, they would not have the energy to cause trouble for the Nicholas family clan. However, at the end of the day, one had to be sufficiently strong. As long as one was strong enough and the family clan was strong enough, one would not be so constrained like now. Chapter 63, Sky Blue Magic Academy's Teacher. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. In the next few days, nothing serious happened again. No other assassins appeared in the vicinity. City Lord Lean had returned after checking out the place where the explosion had occurred. He did not report to Norton and the others what he had seen. Everything became calm again, as if nothing had happened before. The captive assassin had also been sent to the City Lord residence. As such, Norton heaved a sigh of relief. At least, he did not have to worry about the people from the Hellfire organization killing their way to their house. Howen, Fiona, and Klein had more or less recovered from their injuries. After all, they were all experts of the Great Mage realm, and their ability to recover was very good. However, even though they had recovered, they dared not return to the Sky Blue Magic Academy immediately. Instead, they waited for the teacher from the Sky Blue Magic Academy to come and fetch them. As for Serena and Ron, they met almost daily for the past few days and would be intimate for a while before they went to cultivate separately. Romo was not displeased with this. After all, he had been young before and knew the needs of young people, especially those who were in the honeymoon phase of their relationship. It was already very good that the two of them could restrain themselves like this. What else was there for Romo to be displeased about? Fortunately, Ron did not waste too much time. The effect of the 100-fold cultivation talisman had enabled him to successfully break through to the realm of a level 9 great mage, and this made Romo very pleased. Romo had been earning quite a lot of faith points these few days. After he had lit the faith candle, his faith points earnings had doubled. As there were no emergencies, he did not use faith points. Over the past few days, he had accumulated some faith points. Later on, he could use them to buy more items to strengthen himself and his family clan. This afternoon, all the members of the Nicholas family clan were waiting at the door to welcome an important guest. This important guest was none other than a teacher from the Sky Blue Magic Academy. The messenger pigeon which the Campbell family clan had sent to deliver the letter had finally arrived at the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Upon learning that several of their students had been pursued halfway and were seriously injured, the teachers of the academy immediately knew it was done by the bastards from the Hellfire organization. As such, in order not to let these few students be pursued again, this teacher immediately came over to Winterfrost personally to fetch them. This teacher was a female teacher named Angela. She was a middle-aged beauty with a head of cascading silver hair like a waterfall. That's right, she was indeed a beauty. Although one could already tell that she was middle-aged, there was not a trace of frown lines on her face. She also had a special mature charm that attracted everyone who saw her. After teacher Angela had arrived in Winterfrost, the first thing she did was go to the Nicholas family clan. After all, Howen and the others were all recuperating in the Nicholas family clan. She was relieved to see that the four of them were not in danger. Then, she went to the City Lord residence to chat with City Lord Lean for an entire morning before coming out. After that, she came to the Nicholas family clan. The Nicholas family regarded this teacher from the Sky Blue Magic Academy with great importance, not just because she represented the Sky Blue Magic Academy, but also because she had even reached the realm of a level 8 Great Archmage. This was the most important. After the guest and hosts had sat down, Angela smiled at Ron, who was standing behind Norton, and said, "It's all thanks to you, Ron, that my students were able to get out of danger this time." Hearing this, Ron said quickly, "This is something I should do." Seeing that Ron was not taking credit for it, Angela was very pleased. Her eyes lit up as she looked at Ron and said, "I heard that 2 years ago, when our academy came to Winterfrost to enroll students, you, Ron, also signed up. However, there was an accident after that and you were not selected, right?" Hearing this, Ron was stunned. He did not know why the other party had suddenly brought up what had happened 2 years ago. Could it be that the other party was going to recruit him again for enrollment? However, this was not the time to be thinking about these things. He immediately said, "Yes, indeed." Angela said with some regret, "It is such a pity that someone as talented as you, Ron, did not get into our academy to study. If you had entered our academy, you would definitely have been another talented newcomer. It was all the fault of the person who came to enroll students, he did not do his job well." After hearing Angela's words, Howen, who was standing behind her, had an awkward expression on his face. This was because he was one of those who had worked very hard to recruit students. And, he had also mocked Ron back then. Who would have thought that the other party had such great talent? Even though he had not entered the Sky Blue Magic Academy, his cultivation base still advanced so quickly that it had even far surpassed him. Ron said, "Senior, you're too kind. I was not as skilled back then. I can't blame others for not being able to get in." Angela was even more pleased with such a magnanimous person like Ron. She said, "Then, are you interested in joining our Sky Blue Magic Academy to continue with your training now?" "Hey!" After hearing Angela's words, Howen's expression instantly became very complex, while Serena was ecstatic. In this way, she could continue to be with her brother Ron. After hearing the other party's words, Ron felt a little conflicted. If it had been before, he would definitely be willing to be admitted to the Sky Blue Magic Academy, but now, he had the old ancestor to personally impart cultivation techniques to him. When the old ancestor was alive, his strength was at the peak of the Great Archmage realm, even more powerful than the current Angela. Even if he were to really enter the Sky Blue Magic Academy, could the teachers be better at teaching than the old ancestor? However, there was one advantage in joining the Sky Blue Magic Academy, which was that once he had become a student there, the Sky Blue Magic Academy would become his huge backer. With such a huge backer, their Nicholas family clan would be able to rise up even more rapidly. Their soap business would be able to do well in all the surrounding cities, and there would certainly not be a single family clan or power who would dare to make things difficult for them. However, Ron was still a little hesitant. He did not know what to choose, so he looked at the head of the family, Norton. The head of the family, Norton, had been very happy to hear that Angela had invited Ron personally to enroll in the school. However, he was not so happy when he thought of his old ancestor. Now that he saw Ron's questioning gaze, he gave him a look to let him decide. And the exchange of glances between Ron and Norton was naturally seen by Angela. She was instantly very curious. Why was the other party still hesitating when she had personally invited him to enroll in the academy? However, seeing that Ron was able to still advance to the realm of a level 9 great mage within a short period of time despite the lack of a good learning environment like the Sky Blue Magic Academy and the guidance of the teachers, just this talent alone was enough to give her more weight. Chapter 64, Refusal. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. With this thought, Angela said, Ron, if you are willing to join our Sky Blue Magic Academy, I can take you in as my disciple. Disciple. When everyone heard this, they were all shocked, especially the 4 people standing behind Angela. Howen, Klein, and Fiona all revealed expressions of envy and jealousy. Although they were talented, they were only students. However, the status of a disciple was different from that of an ordinary student. Those who could be taken in as disciples were all extraordinary existences. However, with Ron's talent, he could indeed be taken in as a disciple. And if he was taken in as her disciple, he would be able to inherit the legacy of his teacher. His teacher would also do her utmost to nurture him, and even expend her own resources to increase the strength of her disciple. However, ordinary students would not receive such treatment. At most, they would be given some magic scrolls to protect themselves when they were out for their training. However, if he were a disciple, when the disciple was out for training, his teacher would even personally lead the team to protect him. When Howen and the others were out for their training, they were on their own. Had there been a disciple of Angela among them, then she would most probably have led the team personally, in which case, they would not have been pursued by the assassins from the Hellfire organization and suffered so much. In fact, Angela had also seen how talented Ron was, which was why she had the idea of taking him in as a disciple. If Ron were to really enter the Sky Blue Magic Academy, even if she did not take him in as a disciple, the other teachers and even the dean would fight to take him in as a disciple, and all kinds of resources would be thrown at him. Moreover, if Ron agreed, then Howen and the other ordinary students would have to address Ron as senior when they saw him in the future. Thinking of the many benefits, Howen and the others looked at Ron enviously. Only Serena was happy for Ron. She even clenched her small fists and kept saying silently to Ron, "Agree to it, agree to it. Quick, agree." However, Ron took a look at Angela, who was smiling at him, and Serena, who looked excited. His eyes flickered and he looked in the direction of the ancestral hall. Then, Ron said, "Thank you for thinking so highly of me, Teacher Angela. But I'm sorry, I do not wish to leave the family yet." Angela's smile froze on her face. Howen and the rest were also shocked. They looked at each other in disbelief. Was there something wrong with Ron's brain? Teacher Angela had wanted to take him in as a disciple, and he had actually rejected it. This was a chance to soar to the heavens in a single leap. They could not even obtain it if they wanted to, but now, Teacher Angela had personally delivered this opportunity to the other party, and he had actually rejected it. This was too unbelievable. Only the head of the family, Norton, knew why Ron had rejected the other party's invitation. After hearing Ron's reply, he immediately smiled in comfort. On the other side, Romo, who was in the ancestral hall, had also been paying attention to what was happening here. Before Ron gave his answer, Romo was also a little nervous. After all, currently, Ron was the only pillar of the Nicholas family clan. Now, Romo was also doing his best to nurture him. If he were to leave the family and go to the Sky Blue Magic Academy, it would be a great loss to the family. Upon hearing Ron's reply, Romo heaved a sigh of relief and said happily, "Not bad, you're indeed a descendant whom I value." After Ron had rejected the other party's invitation, he immediately felt as if a huge weight had been lifted from his heart. Instantly, his thoughts became clear and there were no longer any obstacles in his heart. Joining the Sky Blue Magic Academy was indeed a bright path for him. Not only would he have a good future, he would also be able to give his family a huge backer. This had also been his dream previously, but it was different now. He had the personal guidance of his old ancestor, and it was not inferior at all to joining the Sky Blue Magic Academy, it might even surpass that. Looking at his current strength, one would know. 2 years ago, Howen had already become a great mage. At that time, he was mocked by the other party. But now, with the guidance and help from his old ancestor, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he had already far surpassed the other party. If he did not join the Sky Blue Magic Academy, he would still have a very bright future ahead of him. His family clan would also be able to rise up, and it would be even faster. Moreover, if he were to join the Sky Blue Magic Academy, although he would have another backer, there would definitely be restrictions. He might even have to fight to the death for the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Moreover, if he were to join the Sky Blue Magic Academy, they would automatically become the enemy of the Hellfire organization. Although he was not afraid, what if his family were to suffer the revenge of the Hellfire organization after he had left his family? Therefore, after weighing the pros and cons, he chose to refuse. After his thoughts had been cleared, his wave meditation technique actually started to work automatically. This made his strength increase rapidly. Previously, he had just entered the realm of a level 9 Great Mage and had not stabilized his realm completely. Now that his thoughts were cleared, in just an instant, he had completely stabilized his realm of a level 9 Great Mage. All of this naturally did not escape Angela's eyes. She saw that at such a moment, just a change in mental state was enough to allow Ron's strength to advance by another step. Such talent could no longer be described as just a genius. He was simply a monster. If only he could become her disciple, how great would that be? She would definitely devote her heart to teaching and give all her resources to him. When the time came, Ron's achievements would definitely far surpass hers. He might even be able to break through that level and advance to the Divine Mage realm, which even she had not reached. Thinking of this, Angela continued, "Are you really not going to think about this anymore? How about this, if you agree to be my disciple, I can promise to give your family 3 more places to enroll in the academy. What do you think?" After hearing this, Howen and the others looked at their teacher, Angela, with a strange expression. Why did it feel like teacher Angela was begging Ron to be her disciple? Actually, their feelings were not wrong at all. If it were not for her status, Angela would have even begged Ron directly to become her disciple. Such a talented disciple was an existence that could only be chanced upon by luck. If she missed this, she wondered if she could find another in her lifetime. However, Ron had already made up his mind. He said, "I'm sorry, Teacher Angela. I really don't want to leave the family now." Angela sighed and said, "Sigh, in that case, I won't force it. If you change your mind, you can come to the Sky Blue Magic Academy to look for me anytime." Chapter 65, Blue Jade Badge. Hearing that teacher Angela had not given up on taking Ron in as her disciple, Howen and the rest were both envious and jealous. However, they could do nothing about it. After all, they were not as talented as Ron. Otherwise, such an opportunity would be theirs. Seeing that Ron had already made up his mind, Angela said, "You have saved my students earlier. As a teacher, I cannot simply not express my gratitude. Let me give you a present." With that said, she flipped her wrist and a blue badge appeared in her hand. She handed it to Ron and said, "This is a blue jade badge. In 2 months, you can take this badge and go to our Sky Blue Magic Academy's Mystic Realm for new talent trials to undergo a trial. Of course, if you don't want to go, you can also sell this badge. It can be very popular. Ron took the badge. It was warm and soft to the touch. He took a closer look and saw that there were also some magic runes drawn on it, emitting faint magical waves. This was also a magical item, but it was not a magical weapon but something like a keepsake. After seeing this badge, whether it was Ron or Norton, they were all very excited. Although they had never seen this badge before, they had all heard about it. With this badge, one would be able to participate in the trial of the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trials. This Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trials was not just the Mystic Realm for new talent trials of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, it was also the Mystic Realm for new talent trials of all the 4 great magic academies in the Northern Empire. When the time came, all the newcomers of the 4 great magic academies would enter this Mystic Realm to participate in the trial, and they might even obtain a great fortuitous encounter. It was said that this Mystic Realm was actually a powerful force from ancient times. As for the name of the force, no one knew. No one knew if the other party was from a country or an academy. It was only known that there were many strange blue jades in this mystic realm. To enter this mystic realm, the easiest way was to possess a piece of blue jade. Hence, this mystic realm was called the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trials. In fact, this mystic realm was not in reality but in an independent space in the subspace. It was not known why this force had been teleported out of the real world and appeared in the subspace. However, those who had been to this mystic realm had all seen traces of a great battle there. Even after thousands or tens of thousands of years in the subspace, the traces and effects of the great battle still existed. It was still very dangerous to enter now. Several thousand years ago, someone had accidentally discovered the existence of this space. As it had contained very powerful cultivation techniques and magic pills, many people and powers started to fight over it. However, in the end, it was jointly occupied by the 4 great magic academies of the Northern Empire. Currently, it was used as the mystic realm for the trial of new student talents of the 4 great magic academies. Every 10 years, this subspace mystic realm would temporarily overlap with the real world. And, at this time, one would be able to enter the subspace. This was the trial opportunity that would occur once every 10 years. Everyone who entered this subspace mystic realm could sharpen themselves inside, and at the same time, they could also search for treasures. A large number of ancient magical items had been left behind in this subspace mystic realm, as well as powerful cultivation techniques or magic potions. Someone had once obtained a high-grade gold-tier meditation technique inside, and then relied on this meditation technique to advance to the divine mage realm. Another person had discovered an unknown magic pill inside which he took out and offered to a teacher of the academy. Then, that teacher directly took that student in as a disciple. All kinds of resources were lavished upon him, and his strength rapidly advanced to that of a great archmage. In short, there were countless good items inside. Once one entered, one would definitely reap some gains. However, it was also because there were too many good things inside that everyone wanted to grab all the good stuff for themselves. Hence, it was inevitable that scuffles and fights broke out. Usually, only a third of the people that entered could come out. 2/3 of the people would all stay in that place because they would have been killed. They would have been killed by each other or by some dangers in the mystic realm. This was because not only were there treasures in the mystic realm, there were also some powerful magical creatures and even some natural disasters like those in the Calamity Mountain Range, the kinds which no one knew how they occurred, how they killed and even how they disappeared. Even so, there were still a lot of people who wanted to enter, no matter what. After the 4 great magic academies had jointly occupied this mystic realm, although they were powerful, they could not completely ignore the contests from the other powers. There was no lack of powerful family clans among these powers, and there were even some other countries among them. Under the pressure, the 4 great magic academies had no choice but to compromise and agree that they would be given a certain number of blue jade badges when the mystic realm opened. Only those with a badge would be able to enter the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trials. It was only then that the anger of these large powers was appeased. However, to enter this mystic realm, there were also requirements. One had to be under the age of 30, and one's cultivation base had to be above that of a level 5 Great Mage, or be below that of a Great Archmage. If one had not reached or had exceeded this range, then one would not be able to enter the mystic realm. These blue jade badges were all allocated to powerful family clans and foreign royalties. However, some of the badges would also be circulated. Some of them had even been specifically taken out to be exchanged for cultivation resources. Although entering the mystic realm indeed had the possibility of obtaining huge opportunities, there was also a greater chance of dying inside. Hence, for safety reasons, some factions would exchange them directly for cultivation resources. Such a blue jade badge could be sold for 100,000 magic stones. After seeing the blue jade badge, Romo was a little surprised. He had not expected teacher Angela to be so generous as to give Ron a blue jade badge directly. Romo was very clear on the value of the blue jade badge because he had been lucky enough to participate in the blue jade mystic realm of trials once when he was still alive. At that time, Romo was only a level 8 Great Mage. His teacher had sold everything he had to buy a blue jade badge to let Romo enter the blue jade trial mystic realm of trials. He had gone through several life and death situations in the blue jade mystic realm of trials and almost did not make it out alive. Fortunately, he made it out alive in the end, and he had also brought out a large number of natural treasures as well as a cultivation technique of a higher tier. It was thanks to this cultivation technique and those natural treasures that Romo managed to continue to break through and finally became a great archmage at the peak of the realm. Otherwise, even though his mental strength was higher than others, it would have been impossible for him to have such great achievements. Chapter 66, Tenfold Speed for the Entire Clan. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Both Ron and Norton knew how precious the blue jade badge was. Ron held the precious badge and looked at Norton. Norton nodded. Only then did Ron accept it in relief. He said sincerely, "Thank you, Teacher Angela." Angela smiled and said, "You're welcome. Didn't I tell you? This is my gratitude to you for saving my 4 students." Then, she said to Norton, "I'll take my leave now that this matter has been resolved." Norton said, "Please take care." Then, Angela got up to leave with the 4 students. Serena looked at Ron with a hint of reluctance in her eyes. If only Ron had accepted her teacher's invitation just now, the 2 of them would be able to be together forever. Unfortunately, they were going to be separated again. She wondered when they would meet again. As she passed by the ancestral hall, Angela suddenly looked in the direction of the ancestral hall, perplexed. She had already unleashed her mental strength, which she had used to sense the surroundings. However, after some thought, she retracted her mental strength. Even if the Nicholas family clan had some secret expert, it was still a family matter and had nothing to do with her. Furthermore, it was not good to probe into the other party's secrets rashly. It might cause them to turn into foes. Hence, she stopped what she was doing and left quickly. In the middle of the ancestral hall, Karaman heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the departing Angela and could not help but sigh. She was indeed a teacher of the Sky Blue Magic Academy. The realm of a level 7 Great Archmage was indeed not something he could match up with. He had already used his greatest energy to hide his cultivation base, but the other party had still sensed him. Fortunately, the other party did not have any ill intentions. Otherwise, he would not have been her match. When Angela left, she had also brought the assassin with her. As for what she would do when she got back, that was up to the Sky Blue Magic Academy. It had nothing to do with the Nicholas family clan. Everything became calm again, and the members of the Nicholas family clan continued to be busy. Of course, they also worked hard at their cultivation. The one who worked the hardest was Ron. Ever since he rejected Angela's invitation, he no longer had any worries, so his cultivation level increased even faster. In just 3 to 4 days, Ron's cultivation level had increased again, and he had reached the realm of a level 10 Great Mage. In the Ancestral Hall, Karaman, who was resting with his eyes closed, had sensed Ron's advancement. He opened his eyes in shock and looked incredulous. He remembered that when he had just arrived at the Nicholas family clan, Ron was still only level 6. However, at that time, he had already thought that Ron was a genius. But, he had not expected that in just a few days, Ron had advanced consecutively by 4 levels to the realm of a level 10 Great Mage. This could not be described as a genius, he should be called a monster. Thinking of the difficulties he had faced when advancing to the realm of the Great Mage, it was simply too pathetic to behold. Compared to Ron, he was simply garbage. Even though Ron had advanced to the realm of a level 10 Great Mage, he did not become arrogant at all. Instead, he continued to cultivate diligently without stopping for a moment. He wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. Only in this way would he be able to obtain more benefits in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trial 2 months later, and also have more strength to protect himself. Although Angela had previously said that the Blue Jade badge could be sold, Ron did not want to do so. Even if the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trial was very dangerous, he wanted to take the risk himself and compete with the other geniuses. This was the only way he could sharpen himself as much as possible. Ron knew very well that if he stayed at home all the time, with the protection of his old ancestor, he would indeed be able to advance rapidly. However, such an advancement was like a fledgling that had not experienced the elements, it would never be able to spread its wings and fly high. If he wanted to soar high, he would have to experience life and death battles. Although it was dangerous, it would be worth it. Moreover, his family clan needed some cultivation resources. He had chosen to participate in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trial not only to sharpen himself, but also to find some cultivation resources for his family clan. Regarding this, whether it was Romo or Norton, they were all in favor. However, Norton could not help but be worried. After all, the mortality rate of the Mystic Realm of Trial was as high as 2/3, which was a mortality rate greater than half. He could only hope that the ancestors would bless Ron so that he could return safely. Moreover, only Norton and Ron knew about the badge. As for the rest of the family, even Zoro and Norland did not know. After all, the value of the Blue Jade badge was too high. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely invite trouble, and even a great archmage might come to snatch it. 2 days later, a piece of news was spreading like wildfire throughout the Northern Empire. The Sky Blue Magic Academy had clashed with the Hellfire Organization again. This time, the Sky Blue Magic Academy had uprooted a branch of the Hellfire Organization and killed them. Blood flowed like a river. On the other hand, the Hellfire Organization had not reacted at all. However, there were rumors that the Hellfire was consolidating its strength and wanted to teach the Sky Blue Magic Academy a lesson they would never forget. As for the details, no one knew, and this had nothing to do with the Nicholas family clan. Romo was not most concerned about whatever Hellfire. He was concerned about today being the first day of the 3rd month. In other words, after the worship by the entire clan ended, he would be able to obtain half-priced items. Ding! Worship by descendants. Received 100 faith points. The effect of the faith candle has been activated. Received additional 100 faith points. After the last descendant had paid his respects, the half-priced items Romo had been looking forward to were refreshed. Romo quickly opened the system shop. Sure enough, the half-priced items had been refreshed. 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. It is priced at 2,000 faith points. A random commercial resource. It is priced at 500 faith points. A random silver tier magical item. It is priced at 10,000 faith points. 1 formation enhancement talisman. It is priced at 30,000 faith points. Romo took a look. The first 2 had all been used previously. There was no need for him to take a closer look at them, nor was there a need for him to take a closer look at the 3rd one. The main one was the 4th item. Formation Enhancement Talisman, it could strengthen formations and bestow upon them a special effect. Hehe, this is good stuff. After Romo saw the Formation Enhancement Talisman, he was immediately overjoyed. Then, he decisively bought all 4 items. Placing the rest down first, Romo used the 4th item, the Formation Enhancement Talisman, immediately after obtaining it. Ding! Use Formation Enhancement Talisman. Ding! Formation upgraded. Received the 10-fold Cultivation Halo effect. The cultivation effect of all family clan members within the range of the formation has increased by 10 times. Chapter 67, The Family Clan Prospers. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Damn, it's actually a 10-fold cultivation halo. I'm rich now. Seeing that it was actually such a special effect, Romo was instantly very happy. For the rise of a family clan, what was the most important? Of course, it was strength. 10-fold cultivation halo would greatly increase the overall strength of the family clan, and it was a permanent effect. It was not like the tools used previously, which were all temporary effects. After using them, the effects would be gone. Furthermore, the tools used previously, such as the 100-fold cultivation talisman, could only be used by one person and not by a group of people. However, this was a group effect. Also, it could be stacked with the effects of those tools because it was a halo effect, not the effect of the tools. In short, this was a very useful special effect, and the 30,000 faith points spent was worth it. Romo then used the other 2 tools. Ding! Received perfume making technology. Ding! Received high grade, silver tier magical item, storage ring. Damn, it's actually a storage ring? My luck is really unbelievable today. Seeing that a storage ring had actually been unlocked, Romo became even more excited. This was because this storage ring was a spatial type magical item. It was an item of a higher tier than other kinds of magical items. A high-grade silver tier storage ring could even be exchanged for a low-grade gold tier magical weapon. This was how precious it was. The reason why it was so precious was mainly because the production requirements for this item were very high. It required one to have mastered both magical power production and spatial magical power at the same time. Moreover, the cultivation base for spatial magical power required one to be a great archmage of very high level to be able to produce it. Even so, it had frequently failed. The success rate was less than 30%. It was precisely because the production requirements were very high that storage rings were all very precious. Even the current Kariman only had a bronze tier storage ring. His ring was only a cubic meter in size, and he had regarded it as a treasure. The storage ring Romo had obtained now had a space of 10 cubic meters inside, and he could carry a large number of things with him. Although it was useless to Romo, he could give it to Ron to use. It so happened that he was about to go to the Blue Jade trial. After putting on this storage ring, he would be able to store anything good in the ring. In addition, there was the perfume-making technology. This was a very good money-making item, and it was even more profitable than soap. Soap was a peasant item, the price was destined not to be high. However, perfume was different. This was a luxury item. The key was that there was no such thing as perfume in this world. At most, there were just some spices. However, the effects of those things were not good at all. They were not cheap either. Furthermore, they would lose their effects when they come into contact with water. They simply could not be compared to perfume. In this case, the Nicholas family clan could make use of perfume to amass wealth rapidly and allow the family clan to rise up rapidly. That night, Romo entered the dream realm again. In addition to guiding Ron in his cultivation, he also gave him the technology for making perfume and also the storage ring. The next morning, when Ron woke up, the entire technology for making perfume appeared in his mind. He also had a storage ring on his hand. With a thought, he immediately sensed that there was a space of 10 cubic meters in the ring. He was very happy and went with gratitude to the ancestral hall to offer incense and kowtow to Romo. After that, the days in the Nicholas family clan had been very peaceful. Romo had given the 100-fold cultivation talisman to Ron to use. The 110-fold increase in cultivation speed in 10 days had enabled Ron to advance directly to the realm of a level 11 Great Mage, just one level away from the full level of a level 12 Great Mage. There were probably not many on the entire continent who could reach this level at his age. He was simply a monster. The other members of the family clan had also been cultivating crazily during this period of time because they had suddenly discovered that their cultivation speed had increased by a lot, at least 10-fold that of before. This had enabled their passion for cultivation to soar. They had thought that it was because they had good cultivation techniques, or that it was because they were very talented and so on. Little did they know that this was all because of the effect of the 10-fold cultivation halo. All the main family members, like Norton, were well aware of this. Hence, they became even more devout when paying their respects to Romo, and the faith points increased with each worship. In addition to cultivation, it was also about the family business. Currently, their soap business had already sold far away in dozens of cities, and it was even increasing at the speed of 2 cities a day. It would not be long before the soap business would spread throughout the entire Northern Empire. By then, their family would be able to make a lot of money from this soap business alone. The production of perfume had also been on the agenda, and the ones in charge of the perfume were Sonia and Jack. As the businesses were prospering, the standard of living in the Nicholas family clan was also improving rapidly, especially in the aspect of cultivation. They did not refuse any precious medicine that could be bought with money. If there had been any available, they would buy it. They even used ordinary money to buy magic stones. They had bought almost 100 magic stones. The Nicholas family clan had risen rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. This had shocked and made everyone in Winterfrost envious. 3 months ago, the Nicholas family clan was still being oppressed by the Grimm family clan until they could hardly breathe. In just 3 months, there had been a tremendous change. Originally, the Nicholas family clan was ranked last among the 3 family clans. But now, the Nicholas family clan was the undisputed number 1 family clan in Winterfrost. Their soap business could crush the other 2 family clans. In terms of strength, the Nicholas family clan already had 5 great magi. Moreover, it had been rumored that the genius Ron of the Nicholas family clan had already reached the full level of the great mage. He was only a step away from becoming a great archmage. Currently, the old family head of the Grimm family clan, who was the strongest in the family clan, had lost his son in his old age, causing him to go berserk when he was cultivating. Not only was he unable to advance to become a great archmage, his current internal energy had also been greatly damaged, and he was only able to exert half of his strength as a level 12 great mage. Furthermore, he was getting older, and it was already impossible for him to recover, let alone advance to become a great archmage. This had caused the entire Grimm family clan to lose almost all of their pillar of support. There were even frequent rumors that several side branches of the Grimm family clan wanted to split their family assets. Due to their disloyalty, the business of the Grimm family clan rapidly declined. Over the past few days, more than half of their main businesses had gone bankrupt. A prominent family clan rapidly declined. Chapter 68, Thief. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Regarding the rapid decline of the Grimm family clan, everyone in Winterfrost was discussing spiritedly. They said that they had done too many bad things in the past and now they were suffering retribution. And most people were happy to see their decline because their family had indeed not done anything good in the past. Their reputation had never been good. Now that they were going downhill, everyone was happy to watch the show. Actually, they were not wrong. The Grimm family clan was such a large family clan. Under normal circumstances, even if it had declined, it would not have happened so quickly. Now, almost all the bad things in their family had happened at the same time. This was mainly because Romo had extracted all the luck of their family clan previously, and even their ancestral spirit had been destroyed. Without the protection of the ancestral spirit, how could the entire family clan not decline? However, they had brought all this upon themselves. If it had not been for Meryl wanting to plunder the luck of the Nicholas family clan, how could Romo have retaliated so swiftly? However, Romo no longer cared about how they were doing now. He felt very gratified and accomplished as he watched his family rise rapidly under everyone's hard work every day. Over this period of time, because of the effect of the faith candle, Romo had been obtaining faith points very quickly. He had already accumulated more than 90,000 faith points, but he had not squandered it. He had not even bought 100-fold cultivation talisman for Ron. Now that Ron was already a level 11 great mage, it was better for him to cultivate on his own to strengthen his foundation. As for the others, their cultivation levels had also advanced rapidly, and the strength of the entire family was increasing rapidly. In a manor in Winterfrost, this manor had originally belonged to the Grimm family, but now that the Grimm family had fallen into decline, many clansmen were selling large chunks of their family businesses. Furthermore, the prices were very low, and many people were fighting over them crazily. The Nicholas family clan naturally would not miss this opportunity. They had bought the manor, and at this moment, a strong fragrance was emitting from the manor. If one were to enter, one would find that the entire manor had been divided into two sections. One section was the soap-making factory, while the other section was busy developing perfume. In the office, Sonia was checking the accounts. The entire soap and perfume businesses were currently being managed by Sonia and Jack, the husband and wife duo. Both of them would check the accounts. At this moment, Sonia suddenly heard a commotion outside. She was about to go out to see what had happened when the door was pushed open and a person entered. It was Jack. "Honey, what's going on outside?" Sonia asked Jack. Jack smiled and said, "What else can it be? We discovered another thief who wanted to steal the formulas for our family's perfume and soap, but he was caught. These people are really not giving up. How many have there been already? I have even lost count," said Sonia with a bitter smile. Ever since their family's soap started to sell, many people had been thinking about the formula for their soap. Anyone doing business could tell how enormous the commercial value of such an item was. With the formula for soap, one could absolutely lie at home and earn money. Any businessman would be desperate to obtain the formula for soap. Now, they had even heard that the Nicholas family had created a formula for perfume. After knowing the effects of perfume, they became even crazier in their desire for this formula. If soap was a mountain of gold, then this perfume was the Calamity Mountain range. After failing to obtain the formulas for these two items through normal means, they had begun to think of other ways to obtain them. The most common method was to send spies to pretend to be workers to steal the formulas. Unfortunately, Sonia and Jack were both very astute people. No one had succeeded in stealing the formulas. If they were caught in the end, they would be sent to the city lord residence. Currently, as the Nicholas family clan's businesses were booming, the taxes paid to the city lord residence had already accounted for half of the total tax revenue in Winterfrost and continued to increase. Hence, the city lord residence placed great importance on these two businesses. Any thief who was sent to the city lord residence would basically be convicted of a serious crime and be locked in the dark dungeon of the city lord residence. As to when they could be released, those who were locked in the dungeon could only come out as corpses. Jack sat down and drank a cup of tea tiredly. Sonia saw Jack's tired expression and said with heartache, "Honey, go home and rest, or you can also continue to meditate. I'll take care of the matters here." Jack smiled and said, "You should go back. Aren't you about to advance?" Sonia said, "I'm indeed about to advance, but you have to increase your strength quickly. Previously, when you were attacked, if your strength had not increased, those evildoers would have succeeded in their sneak attack." The two of them were accommodating toward each other. In the end, Jack could not persuade Sonia, so he went home first. In the Nicholas family clan, a servant was sweeping near the gate. He saw someone walk over and he said respectfully, "Master son-in-law, you're back." "Yes, I've returned to get something before I head back." It was Jack. He smiled at the servant and then entered the Nicholas family home in a natural manner, heading directly for the residence he shared with Sonia. Along the way, many servants greeted him, and he greeted each in return. However, at the same time, Karaman, who was meditating in the ancestral hall, suddenly frowned. He quickly extended his mental strength and searched carefully. Then, he snorted and said, "Interesting, stealing things inside the family clan." On the other side, Jack had arrived at the residence he shared with Sonia. He pushed the door open and entered without even looking, appearing very familiar with the place. However, after he had entered, he immediately shut the door and leaned on the door to listen. He heaved a sigh of relief when he heard no sound outside. Then, he began to search the room with his shifty eyes. This was obviously not normal behavior. He immediately opened a cabinet and started to rummage through it. It was not known what he was looking for, but he clearly did not find it. However, the places he had searched had all been returned to normal. His movements were also very light, and he made almost no sound. Soon, he had finished searching the entire room, but he clearly did not find what he was looking for. Just as he was about to continue to rummage, he heard a few unique bird cries. Upon hearing these sounds, he immediately stopped rummaging around. Then, he tidied his clothes and opened the door to go out as if nothing had happened. However, he did not go out the same way as the way he came but went to a small path by the side. Chapter 69, The Real and Imposter Jack. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. "Hello, Master Son-in-law." He had just turned a corner when he ran into a maid. When she saw him, she immediately greeted him in an obedient manner. Jack only hummed softly as a greeting. Then, he lowered his head and continued to walk as if he was in a hurry. This maid was Tina. She was a little puzzled. Why did she feel that the master's son-in-law today was a little different from before? In the past, Jack was always very warm to Tina when he met her, and he even joked with her often. But why did the master's son-in-law seem to be ignoring her today? And he even gave her a strange feeling. Ah! At this moment, Jack suddenly clutched his head and cried out in pain. He felt as if a giant needle was stabbing his head incessantly. His head seemed to be splitting open, and he almost died from the pain. He clutched his head and rolled on the ground, crying out miserably. This had frightened Tina. She quickly shouted, "Master son-in-law, what's wrong?" She wanted to help, but Jack kept holding his head and rolling on the floor. He did not even have the strength to speak. She did not know how to help. Finally, she said, "Master son-in-law, wait here. I'll go get someone immediately." After she had said that, Tina ran off to get someone. Master son-in-law must have been ill, which is why he is in so much pain. She had to get someone to help her immediately. Tina thought so, but because she was anxious, she did not really look at the road. As a result, when she was turning the corner, she bumped right into someone. She let out a cry and almost fell. Fortunately, the person was very fast. He grabbed Tina's arm and pulled her up. Then, he said, "Tina, what's wrong? Why do you look so anxious?" "I'm fine. Master son-in-law, he." "Master son-in-law? You?" Tina was about to say that the master son-in-law had been ill and needed to find a doctor immediately, but when she looked up, she realized that the person in front of her was the family's master son-in-law, Jack. She immediately pointed at Jack in front of her suspiciously, and uttered, You. She could not speak. "What's wrong with me?" Jack had also sensed that there was something wrong with Tina's expression, so he immediately asked. However, Tina was completely confused by what was happening in front of her. Just now, the master son-in-law had clearly fallen ill and was rolling on the ground in a different place, and she had just come over to get help for him. But now that she was here, she had actually encountered another master son-in-law? This caused Tina's little head to become completely confused. She did not know what had happened at all. This made her momentarily speechless. Ah! At this moment, a shrill scream was heard. When Jack heard it, he frowned and said, "Who is screaming over there?" Tina pointed in the direction of the screams, then back at Jack. She was still too nervous to speak. Seeing this, Jack knew that it would probably be difficult to get the answer from Tina, so he went around Tina and walked quickly in the direction of the screams. Tina also ran quickly and followed Jack closely. Soon, Jack saw the screaming person, but when he saw this person, he was stunned. What the heck? What's going on? Why does this person look exactly the same as me? Jack also pointed at the person screaming on the floor and said, he. Tina ran over and nodded suddenly. Yes, yes, yes. Her meaning was obvious. Master son-in-law, do you know now why I don't know what to say? At this moment, the other servants had also come running over when they heard the screams. When they saw that there were actually two master son-in-laws, they were all very shocked and did not know what had happened. Jack quickly calmed himself down, and then he quickly walked over and pressed down on the other party. Just as he made contact with the other party, Jack could sense that the other party had magical power in his body. This meant that the other party was also a mage, but his level was not great. Like him, he was also a level 1 mage. However, what Jack cultivated was the Silvertear Wave meditation technique, so his strength was naturally much higher than the other party. After he had restrained the other party with ease, he took a closer look and saw that the other party's appearance was indeed identical to his. They seemed to be carved from the same mold, except that the other party's face had twisted up because of the pain. Ah! At this moment, Jack saw the other party let out an even more painful scream, and then he fainted. Then, Jack was shocked to find that the other party's face had changed rapidly. Soon, it became another completely unfamiliar face. This is the disguise technique. When Jack saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on. It turned out that this person had used a disguise technique to impersonate him and enter their house. This definitely could not be something good. Tie him up, Jack said angrily. As ordered. Seeing this, the other servants immediately swarmed forward and tied up the person who was already unconscious. In the ancestral hall, Caramon retracted his mental strength and a disdainful smile appeared on his lips. The pain that the imposter Jack had suffered earlier was naturally caused by him. From the moment the other party entered the Nicholas family, Caramon had already discovered him and had been using his mental strength to track the other party. He had waited till just now to make a move because he wanted to see what the other party was up to. Sure enough, the other party was up to no good. He had wanted to leave after rummaging through Sonia's room. However, how could he allow the other party to leave? Then, he used his mental strength to attack the other party. Although it was only a mental power attack, he was a level 4 Great Archmage, and the other party was only a small level 1 mage. The strength of the two of them was worlds apart. Therefore, even though he had only used his mental strength to stab the other party, it had made him want to die. Now that the other party had been caught, he could not even be bothered with what happened later to such a mere level 1 mage. Romo naturally saw all of this. He was also a little angry. Now, these people were really willing to do anything for money. What this little thief had done was clearly for the secret formulas of soap and perfume. Previously, these people had attempted to steal the secret formulas only by sending an ordinary person to the factory to learn it secretly. But now, they had brazenly sent someone to their house to steal the secret formulas, and he was even a level 1 mage. Although he was not very strong, he was still a mage. To be able to order a major round, the other party was probably not an ordinary merchant but a mage family. Chapter 70, The Trice Family Clan. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Bastard, you're really pushing your luck. You've gone too far. You've even started to send magi into our house to steal the secret formulas. You've completely disregarded our family clan. After hearing Jack's full report on what had happened earlier, the head of the family, Norton, immediately slapped the table and stood up, shouting. He was very indignant now. If the other party had only sent some people to infiltrate the factory to steal the secret formula, it would have been fine. At most, they would have handed them to the city lord residents to be dealt with. But now, they had actually come into their family home directly to steal the secret formulas. This was simply bullying. This time, Norton did not plan to send this thief to the city lord residence. He planned to deal with him himself. Then, a group of them came directly to the secret underground chamber, where that lowly thief was detained. At this time, he had already woken up. Norton did not say anything and just let Zorro do the dirty work. Previously, Romo had taught them a set of tendon-splitting bone dislocation technique, and they had not had the opportunity to use it. Now, they had the chance. Shortly after, the thief had already let out an extremely shrill scream and was begging loudly, "I'll talk, I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me, I'll tell you everything." Norton waved his hand, and Zorro had no choice but to resentfully stop. He looked like he had not had enough fun. He had only exercised half of the entire set of the tendon-splitting bone dislocation technique, and had not even exercised it to the fullest yet, and the other party was already unable to take it. This was simply too uninteresting. However, now was not the time to test out this cultivation technique. He should quickly hear what the other party had to say. "The Golden Light Merchant Store from the Holy Light City had sent me," said the thief. "What? Holy Light City? Holy Light City?" After hearing the thief's words, everyone except Jack was shocked. Jack did not understand at first why they were so shocked when they heard about the Holy Light City. However, he soon understood. He knew that the Nicholas family clan had first settled in the Holy Light City. It was only after their family clan was attacked by others that they fled from the Holy Light City to this place. That place was a huge scar on the entire Nicholas family clan. Norton quickly calmed himself down. He stared intently at the thief and said coldly, "Did the Golden Light Merchant Store from the Holy Light City really send you here? What is the other party's name? Where is he now?" Norton asked one question after another. "Yes, I wouldn't dare to lie. They are really from the Golden Light Merchant Store. In the beginning, they were even masked and did not reveal their faces. However, I secretly followed them later and saw the person who had hired me entering the Golden Light Merchant Store. Therefore, he must also be from the Golden Light Merchant Store. As to where he is now, I don't know either. He only gave me a sum of money to steal something. Once I have stolen it, they would naturally come and look for me on their own. When the time comes, they will give me another large sum of money, and even magic stones. Therefore, I came." This thief had already been frightened by the beating, and he disclosed everything all at once. From Norton's experience, he was definitely not lying. Then, Norton fell into deep thought. Although he appeared calm on the surface, a volcano had already erupted in his heart. He would never forget the Golden Light Merchant Store in the Holy Light City because the historical records of the family clan clearly documented all the forces which had harmed their family clan, and the Trice family clan behind the Golden Light Merchant Store was one of the perpetrators that persecuted the Nicholas family clan. The Trice family clan in the Holy Light City was not a large family clan, only a small strength. In the beginning, the Nicholas family clan did not take such a small family clan seriously. However, later on, the Nicholas family was constantly oppressed by the other family clans, causing the strength of their family clan to decrease tremendously. More than 100 years ago, the strength of their family clan had already declined to the lowest level in history. Then, the small Trice family clan jumped out and became the vanguard of the few large family clans. They kept causing trouble for the Nicholas family clan and did many despicable acts. They even plundered many of the businesses of their family clan. At that time, their family clan had also fought several times with the other family clans. However, the Trice family clan had the support of several large family clans, causing the Nicholas family clan to be constantly oppressed. Of the powers that had persecuted the Nicholas family clan, the one hated most by the clansmen of the Nicholas family was without a doubt this Trice family clan. As the head of the family, Norton knew all these things very well. After he had read the history of the family clan, he also hated the Trice family clan so much that he gnashed his teeth. In the past, he had not had the chance to take revenge. But now, ever since the old ancestor appeared, the strength of their family clan had advanced rapidly. He had already listed down the family clans which had previously persecuted them. The first family clan he had listed down to take revenge against was the Trice family clan. However, what made him furious was that before he could take revenge on them, the other party had already provoked them first. This was simply intolerable. Norton wished he could immediately lead all the family members to attack the Trice family clan, but he knew that this would not do. The Trice family clan was just a pawn. They still had more enemies to take revenge on, so he had to consider this carefully. At the same time, Romo, who was in the ancestral hall, was even more furious than Norton. He also knew about the Trice family clan. When he had just woken up, he had learned from the system that the Trice family clan was not the only family clan. He also knew about the other family clans which had harmed the Nicholas family clan. However, when he was alive, the Trice family clan might not have existed at all. He did not care much initially. In his opinion, he could exterminate such a small family clan with ease. There was really nothing he should be bothered about. His target was all those large family clans. Unexpectedly, before he could go and find them, they had already jumped out impatiently and come to his doorsteps. Since they are eager to seek death, I shall grant them their wish, Romo said coldly to himself. Apart from Romo, who was paying attention to this matter, Kalyaman was also paying attention. He had not wanted to intervene initially, but this matter had even alerted Norton. Moreover, it seemed to involve some old grievances of the Nicholas family. He was very interested in this. Perhaps, he would be able to find out who his master was from these grievances. After all, he had not seen his master since the first time he saw him. Chapter 71, Challenge. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. Norton and the others discussed the Trice family clan matter for a long time. It was not until the latter half of the night that they came to a conclusion. Then, the thief, who could disguise himself, was released. Of course, his release must have been done deliberately by the Nicholas family. Just as the other party was released, Suthai also followed him out. Suthai was Norton's second son and did not participate in the family's businesses. However, he was very talented in cultivation, so he was allowed to run a martial arts school. Some of the guards and protection merchandise shops in his family clan had all come from the martial arts school. Suthai had been following the other party secretly. Currently, Suthai was at the level 9 mage realm. He was completely not someone the other party could compare with. Therefore, the other party had not discovered him all this while. Soon, the other party entered a hotel. Suthai immediately got someone to pretend to be a guest in the hotel and follow him in. The person saw the other party register and knew the other party's room number. He chose the room next door. He arranged for his subordinates to keep an eye on this thief and not to alert him. All they had to do was to keep an eye on him and see who was in contact with him. Then, Suthai returned to the Nicholas family. Suthai told Norton everything. Norton nodded and said, "Yes, you've done well. Next, you must be on the alert and keep an eye on that thief." He knows how to disguise himself. You can't let him escape under your watch. We're fishing, but we don't want the bait to be gone before the fish is caught. I understand, father. I definitely won't disappoint you, Suthai immediately assured. In fact, Norton also knew that this plan would most likely not succeed, because the thief had not come alone to steal. Instead, there had been at least 2 persons, and one had kept watch outside. Now that he had only caught this thief, the person who had acted as a lookout must have fled. In this case, it would be very difficult for this fishing plan to succeed. However, he had to at least give it a try. Early the next morning, Suthai's subordinates came down to report to him that the thief had not stirred much since he entered his room yesterday to rest. He had been sleeping. In the morning, he was seen having his meal. Everything was under control, but the fishing had not succeeded. Suthai asked them to continue their surveillance. Then, Suthai went to the martial arts school himself. Suthai was in charge of the martial arts school of the Nicholas family clan. Previously, he basically lived and ate in the martial arts school. He liked the atmosphere of the martial arts school, and even many of the younger generation of the Nicholas family clan had studied in the martial arts school in the beginning. However, recently, as the family clan had a special effect of increasing cultivation speed by tenfold, cultivating at home was much faster than cultivating in the martial arts school. As a result, he basically did not stay in the martial arts school anymore. He only went to take a look in the morning and evening, and then immediately returned to the family clan to cultivate. The others were basically doing the same. Kwon Master! Kwon Master! When Suthai entered the martial arts school, the people in the school immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Suthai returned each greeting. He saw that the martial arts school was already packed with people and even felt a little crowded. He was very pleased with this. This was mainly because during this period of time, the Nicholas family clan had risen up strongly, and this had brought in more students to his martial arts school. In the past, he had to rely on his family to support him, but now, just the fees from the students would make the martial arts school self-sufficient. After Suthai had entered his room, 2 well-built subordinates immediately came in. These 2 subordinates were not only skilled in martial arts, they had also learned the essence of the Tai Chi and San Shao techniques of the Nicholas family clan. They had even been bestowed with meditation techniques, allowing them to successfully advance to become a mage. These 2, one was a level 2 and the other a level 3 mage. They were both of very good caliber and were Suthai's right-hand men. When he was not in the martial arts school, it was these 2 who managed everything in the martial arts school. Kwon Master, another 5 students have come to register today. Our martial arts school is almost unable to hold so many students now. Kwon Master, do you want to temporarily halt the enrollment of students? One of them asked. Suthai was stunned. In the past, he had been vexed by the lack of students. Now, he was actually vexed by the number of students. This change was too drastic. Suthai thought for a moment and said, "Enroll, continue to enroll the students. If this place really cannot hold any more, then buy the 2 residences next door and behind us. I see that no one has lived in those 2 residences. Go and inquire who the owners of these 2 residences are, and then discuss with them. Money is not an issue." "Got it, Kwon Master. I'll do it after this," the person immediately replied. Just as Suthai was about to give some instructions on other matters, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Suthai immediately frowned. Those in his martial arts school were very well disciplined when they practiced martial arts. They would not make such loud noises. Hence, Suthai led his 2 subordinates out to see what had happened. Suthai saw someone push open the gate directly. Then, a young man with a high nose and deep-set eyes, who looked like an eagle, and a middle-aged man walked in. A group of subordinates followed behind them. When the young man came in, he looked at everything in the martial arts school with disdain and arrogance. It was obvious that he was not a good person. Sure enough, Just as everyone was wondering who the person was, they heard the young man say arrogantly, "Call your Kwon master out." At this moment, Suthai had already come out with his two subordinates. At this moment, he could already tell that the other party had come with ill intentions. He immediately walked up and said, "I am the Kwon master here. May I know why you have come here?" The young man sized up Suthai with his eagle-like eyes, which were full of disdain. Then, he raised his neck and said arrogantly, "Hello, I am Ramu Trice. I have come to your martial arts school today to have a duel with you." When the students of the martial arts school heard this, they were instantly in an uproar. They had not expected that this person would actually come to challenge the martial arts school. That's right, it was to challenge the martial arts school. Although they had heard previously that running a martial arts school would lead to such an incident, they had not expected that they would really encounter it. The students who had studied here for a period of time and had feelings for the martial arts school were all furious when they heard this. However, those who had just come to the martial arts school were all excited because they did not have any feelings for the martial arts school at all. They just wanted to see who would win this challenge. Chapter 72, Duel. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. When Suthai heard the other party's words, his brows furrowed even more tightly. Apart from the fact that the other party was here to challenge the school, there was another more important factor, and that was the other party's surname. Trice? It can't be such a coincidence, right? Yesterday, the Trice family had just sent someone to their house to steal things, and today, someone with the surname Trice immediately came to challenge the school? This definitely couldn't be a coincidence. The other party must be from the Trice family clan. Damn it, he was just about to go and find them, but he had not expected them to deliver themselves to his door first. Suthai did not have much of an impression of his family in the Holy Light City. After all, that had happened 100 years ago. Even if his family had encountered a very tragic incident in the Holy Light City, he had not been born at that time, so he naturally would not know. But last night, the head of the family, Norton, had already told them all about that period of history and all the encounters of the family clan, especially about the evil the Trice family had done to their family clan. Coupled with the fact that the thief had been instructed by the Trice family, this made everyone even more furious. Especially Suthai. It was precisely because he was very indignant that he had taken the initiative to accept the mission of finding the people from the Trice family clan, in order to take ruthless revenge. Now, he had not even found the other party, but the other party had already brazenly come to their family's martial arts school to cause trouble. This was obviously not taking their family seriously, and this made Suthai even more furious. However, he was already middle-aged now, and he would not write all his emotions on his face like a young person when he encountered something. Even though he was very angry now and a volcano had erupted in his heart, he remained very calm on the surface. It's fine to come here to challenge the martial arts school, but you have to clarify your identity first. Not just anyone can challenge the martial arts school of the Nicholas family clan, Suthai said coldly. Ramu, who was standing opposite him, sneered and said, "I know you're trying to sound out my identity, but there's no need. I can tell you clearly that I'm from the Holy Light City, the Trice family clan." He had actually revealed his background directly. This was no longer just not taking his family clan seriously, this was completely disregarding them. The anger in Suthai's heart burned even more, but the more furious he was, the calmer he became. Ramu continued to mock, "When I came, our old ancestor said that I should treat your family well. After all, 100 years ago, you guys left in such a hurry that our family clan could not even extend our hospitality." Haha. After he had finished speaking, he laughed arrogantly. Suthai clenched his fists tightly behind his back. He was already beyond furious. How could he not know the meaning behind the other party's words on hospitality? Back then, their family clan had been ambushed by several family clans, and the Trice family clan was one of them. How is it? Can we fight now? Ramu thrice looked at Suthai arrogantly and said. Sure. Suthai said expressionlessly, since you want to fight so much, I'll fight you. Ramu then walked to the field. The middle-aged man beside him said to him, Ramu, be careful. The Nicholas family clan is, after all, a family clan that had produced a great archmage of peak realm. Don't let down your guard. Ramu said, don't worry, second uncle. I know. Then, he made an inviting gesture to Suthai and said, Kwon master of the Nicholas family clan, please. Suthai walked to the field expressionlessly and stood still. Then, Ramu activated his magical power directly, and a total of 8 magic runes appeared around his body. Then, a few magic runes combined to form a formation. Instantly, a gust of wind appeared around his body, and his entire body became much lighter. He had used a wind-based magical power, and it was even a better one of enhanced wind-based magical power. After he had enhanced this magical power, his speed would at least double. He would come and go like the wind, and kill people in just the blink of an eye. Ramu was also a magic warrior. Damn, he's actually a level 8 mage. He's amazing. After seeing this person's magic runes, everyone knew that he was already a level 8 mage. They were instantly shocked. Those who had come to the martial arts school to study were basically all able to learn some ordinary martial arts, and that was already good enough. The probability of learning magical power was very small. Only those who were very talented and very loyal to the Nicholas family clan would be bestowed with meditation techniques by the Nicholas family. As long as anyone was a mage, he would be a big shot to them. The young man in front of them seemed to be only in his early 20s, but he was already a level 8 mage. Although he could not be called a genius, he was very close. When Ramu heard the screams of the students, he became even more pleased. He thought to himself, this is indeed a poor and remote place. They are already making such a fuss over a mere level 8 mage. What a bunch of bumpkins. However, this thought only lasted for a moment. Then, he placed his attention on his opponent, Suthai. He saw that Suthai had also activated his magical power to condense a magic formation, using only 5 magic runes. He immediately sneered in his heart. You are indeed just a level 5 mage. Watch how I destroy you. Swoosh. Ramu moved. He was very fast, so fast that he even left an afterimage where he was. His fist was already in front of Suthai. Originally, he was very confident in his punch. In his opinion, it would only take one punch to finish off a level 5 mage. However, when he got closer to the other party, he felt a gust of cold air. This cold air was pervasive. Just by getting closer to the other party, he could already sense that the blood in his fist was about to freeze. And at this moment, just as the fist was about to hit the other party's face, the other party actually threw a punch over. Boom! Ice flew in all directions. The other party was actually a magic warrior too. A layer of ice crystals covered Suthai's fist, and it smashed hard against Ramu's fist. Fragments flew in the air, and Ramu felt the excruciating pain in his fist, as if his bones had been broken. Then, Suthai's fist immediately struck again. Ramu did not dare to continue to fight head-on with the other party. He quickly backed away. With the super-fast speed bestowed upon him by the wind-based magical power, he quickly pulled away from the other party. However, the contempt in Ramu's eyes had long disappeared. He looked at the other party with a serious expression, his eyes full of doubts. Isn't the other party only a level 5 mage? Why is he so powerful? He can even force me to back away by fighting me head-on? Chapter 73, Defeated. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. It looks like I have underestimated the Nicholas family clan. I have to use all my strength. With this thought, Ramu activated his magical power again. He also used an enhanced magical power this time. After exercising this magical power, his fists were also wrapped in a layer of wind-based magical power. This could increase his attacking speed. Before the other party could see his fist, it would have already hit him. It was very powerful. This was also his trump card. Then, Ramu charged forward again. Suthai was not afraid at all. The two of them instantly clashed. This time, Ramu used all his strength, thinking that he could defeat the other party completely this time. However, he soon discovered that each time he attacked, the other party would actually see him and then swing his fists to fight him head-on. Fortunately, his fists were covered with a layer of magical energy, which could prevent the other party's cold energy from invading. Otherwise, his fists would have long been frozen. However, the more he fought, the more Ramu felt that something was wrong. The other party did not seem to be just a level 5 mage at all. If the other party was only a level 5 mage, then the other party's magical power would not be so powerful. It could even penetrate the magical power of a level 8 mage. After another punch, he could clearly sense the other party's cold energy invading his body through his wind-based magical power, causing his speed to falter. Instantly, Ramu was shocked. Damn, has his magical power improved again? How is this possible? Such a mighty magical power is definitely not from a level 5 mage. He is at least a level 6 mage. No, he could be a level 7 mage. At this moment, he was already a little flustered. Before they came, they had already gotten someone to investigate the current strength of the Nicholas family clan. They also knew the strength of Suthai, who was only a level 5 mage. That was why Ramu had fought to come and challenge him. He had thought that the other party was only a level 5 mage, and he, a level 8 mage, could crush him however he wanted. But now, the other party was not just a level 5 mage at all. He was level 7, no, he was now level 8. In this short period of time, Ramu had discovered that the other party's magical power had become even stronger, even more powerful than his. This was enough to show that the other party's mage level was definitely not lower than his. The more he watched from the side, the more worried Ramu's second uncle became. This was because Ramu was already being completely suppressed by Suthai. This was completely different from what he had expected. He had even begun to silently prepare to use magical power. If Ramu were to be in danger, he would rush up and save Ramu at the first moment. As for the rules of the duel, who cares about the *T rules? He had to save him first. However, at this moment, Ramu, who was still struggling hard, suddenly discovered that the other party's strength had increased again. He was shocked to find that the ice energy on the other party's fist, which was covered in ice, was emitting cold air. Before it could even hit him, he could already sense that his bloodline was frozen to the point where it could not flow smoothly. He wanted to retreat, but because the other party's ice energy had already invaded his body, his movements became very sluggish. He could only watch helplessly as the other party's fist, which was emitting cold air, smashed ruthlessly on his face. Boom! Ah! The sound of a person being sent flying and a scream could be heard. Ramu had been sent flying by Suthai's punch. The bridge of his nose had been shattered by the punch, and a large amount of blood spurted out. It even left a line of blood in the air before landing on the ground with his screams. Ramu! When Ramu's second uncle saw this, he immediately pounced over and caught Ramu. Only then did he prevent him from being thrown to the ground. However, when he saw his face, it was covered in ice fragments. Moreover, the other party's nose bridge had been broken. It was a tragic sight. You, Ramu pointed at Suthai indignantly. He felt very aggrieved. This was not how his script had been written. Wasn't it supposed to be easy for him to crush the other party, defeat him, and then crush him under his feet, causing the entire martial arts school to tremble because of his arrival? But now, he had been defeated by this fellow in front of him, and he had lost so miserably. Second uncle, help me take revenge. Ramu looked at his second uncle, Razatrice, and said resentfully. Don't worry, said Reza Trice. Then, he handed Ramu to his subordinates for them to take care of him. He then looked at Suthai and said coldly, the magical power of the Nicholas family clan is indeed powerful. I would also like to ask for some guidance. Do you dare to accept the challenge, Kwon master of the Nicholas family clan? Suthai did not accept the challenge right away because he could not see through the other party's cultivation base at all now, which meant that the other party's cultivation base was definitely stronger than his. And he had just fought with Ramu and had already exposed his strength. The other party knew that he was a level 9 mage but still wanted to fight him, which meant that the other party had the confidence to win. Suthai was not a young and impetuous fellow. He did not want to accept a fight which he had no confidence of winning. Why, do you people from the Nicholas family clan only dare to bully the younger generation? Seeing that Suthai did not want to fight with him, Reza Trice immediately provoked him. Under normal circumstances, if he used such a method, and in front of so many students of the martial arts school, the other party would accept the challenge for the sake of face. I'll fight you. At this moment, a young voice was suddenly heard. The voice attracted everyone's attention and they looked over. They saw a young figure less than 20 years old appear at the entrance of the martial arts school, and then he walked over with large strides. When Suthai saw this person, he was instantly relieved. With this person around, anyone who came would be too lowly. As this person spoke, he had already walked to the field. It was Ron Nicholas. Ron looked coldly at Reza Trice and said, my second uncle has already fought a duel just now, and yet you want to challenge him so soon. This is simply a tactic to wear him out with a back-to-back duel. Yet, you're still speaking so unabashedly? Are you shameless? Ron knew that the other party was from the Trice family clan and had a deep feud with their family, so he did not treat him nicely at all and even cursed directly. When Reza Trice saw Ron, his eyes narrowed. He was furious to hear the other party curse at him directly. But when he wanted to curse back, he suddenly thought of someone and asked, are you Ron Nicholas? Chapter 74, One Blow. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. That's right, I'm Ron, said Ron proudly. After the Trice family members had arrived at the martial arts school, some quick-witted people had already run to the Nicholas family clan to report the matter. When they heard that it was actually the Trice family who had gone to their martial arts school to challenge them, everyone was instantly furious. These guys are too presumptuous. They even took the initiative to come knocking on our door. To prevent any mishaps, Norton immediately sent several people over. However, Ron was the fastest and was the first to arrive. When he came over, he saw that they had already started fighting. However, because Suthai had the upper hand, Ron did not come out immediately. Instead, he only spoke when Reza had invited Suthai to fight. Second uncle, when they heard that it was actually Ron, both Reza and Ramu looked excited. There was even a hint of surprise in Ramu's eyes, as if he had already regarded Ron as their prey. Reza immediately waved his hand to stop Ramu from continuing. Reza said to Ron, when I was in the Holy Light City, I heard that a genius had appeared in your Nicholas family clan. Now, I see that it is indeed a young hero. You said earlier that you wanted to fight me, right? Yeah, I'm going to fight you, said Ron coldly. Reza was instantly overjoyed. One of the important reasons he had come to Winterfrost was to destroy the genius of the Nicholas family clan, Ron Nicholas. Otherwise, if such a genius were to grow unhampered, he might become a scourge to the Trice family clan. Therefore, he must not be allowed to grow. It would be best if he could cripple the other party's cultivation base during the duel. The premature death of a genius was what the Trice family wanted to see. Very well, allow me to experience the strength of the genius of the Nicholas family clan, the other party said impatiently. Then, he got into the field and prepared to fight. Ron did not even look at him. Then he said to Suthai, second uncle, take a rest. I'll be done in a minute. Alright. Suthai was not worried about Ron's strength at all. Right now, he was completely in the mood to watch a show. Although he could not tell Raisa's strength, even if the other party was stronger than him, he was not much stronger. As for Ron, he was almost at the peak of the Great Mage realm. They were on completely different levels. Then, Ron slowly got into the field, and then he made a starting gesture. He even beckoned to Raisa, who was opposite him, to make the first move. When Raisa saw this, not only did he not feel humiliated, he was on the contrary, very happy. The other party was indeed young. Perhaps he was really a genius with a cultivation base higher than Suthai's, but so what? Could he be higher than him? Especially when the other party was so arrogant, he was destined to lose, and he would lose very miserably. With one blow, he would cripple the other party's cultivation base and turn this genius into a loser. With this thought, Raisa immediately activated his magical power. Instantly, a huge magic formation appeared beneath his feet. Instantly, a violent wind blew. The magical power of the Trice family clan was basically all wind-based. What he used was also the same magical power as Ramu. In just an instant, he had already used 7 or 8 enhanced wind-based magical powers, raising his strength to the maximum. The energy of the powerful wind-based magical powers kept surging forth, forming a huge wind pressure. A level 7 Great Mage. After seeing the other party's strength, Suthai was a little surprised, but he was not worried. He was just glad that he had been careful earlier and did not agree to the other party's invitation to fight directly. Otherwise, he would definitely be beaten up badly by the other party. Swoosh! At this moment, Raisa suddenly made a move. He had left a shadow directly on the spot where he had been originally, but his main body was already charging toward Ron. There was a short distance of 10 meters between them. Under his rapid attack, he had appeared in front of Ron in almost a tenth of the blink of an eye. Then, Raisa punched out with both fists, one aimed at Ron's face, and the other aimed at Ron's chest. If either of these two places were to hit spot on, it was very likely that the other party would be killed directly. He was trying to take Ron's life directly. At this moment, a smile had also appeared on the corners of Raisa's mouth. In his opinion, one blow from him was enough to kill Ron, but just as his fist was about to hit Ron's body, he saw that Ron was laughing too, and it was mockery. Then, before he could even see how Ron was going to attack, a fist covered in cold air had struck his chest. Crack! Crack! He heard the sound of bones breaking, and then there was a burst of intense pain. Then, he tasted sweetness in his throat, and then spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with the fragments of his internal organs. Then, his entire body was sent flying like a cannonball. At this moment, when he was sent flying in the air, he suddenly came to a realization. The other party was actually already a level 11 Great Mage. But now when he knew that, it was already too late. After he had been sent flying vomiting blood, he did not know if it was intentional by Ron, but he had been sent flying in the direction of Ramu. His body was like a cannonball, knocking Ramu flying directly. Then, the two of them continued to fly more than 10 meters away and slammed hard into the wall behind. Only then did they fall to the ground. After landing, Ramu, who was already seriously injured, fainted directly. It was not known if he was still alive, and Raisa continued to vomit blood. Level 11. Great Mage. How? How is this possible? Puff, said Raisa as he looked at Ron as if he had seen a ghost. After he had finished speaking, he spat out a large mouthful of blood and also fainted. It was only then that their subordinates reacted. They immediately ran over in a panic and helped them up. They dared not say a word and fled the martial arts school with the two of them. Looking at this scene, Suthai smiled in satisfaction. He knew that Ron was very powerful, but he had not expected him to be so powerful. He had defeated his opponent with one blow, injuring the other party seriously. His opponent was not weak, at least a level 7 Great Mage, but he could not even withstand a single blow from Ron. The others had finally recovered from their shock and started to discuss. Their voices were filled with shock. They had not expected the genius of the Nicholas family clan to be so powerful. He had even defeated a level 7 great mage with one blow. Chapter 75, Departure. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Previously, someone had said that Ron was a level 6 great mage, but now, he was already a level 11 great mage. The speed at which he was leveling up was simply terrifying. This news quickly spread throughout Winterfrost as if it had grown wings. This caused the reputation of the Nicholas family clan to rise rapidly to a new level. However, the Trice family clan on the other side was in trouble. After they had been defeated and fled from the martial arts school, Reza quickly regained his consciousness. However, the first decision he made was to leave Winterfrost as soon as possible. Otherwise, he was afraid he would not be able to leave at all. They had come in high spirits, not only to get the soap formula, but also to humiliate the Nicholas family clan. However, they had not achieved either of these goals. Instead, they had been beaten up by the other party. When they departed, they had to be carried out. After this news had spread, those who had wanted to obtain the formulas for soap and perfume immediately vanished. 3 workers in their family's factory had immediately suggested quitting. Sonia did not make things difficult for them and allowed them to leave happily. There was also news that the Trice family clan in the Holy Light City had suffered a great loss this time. They would definitely not let the matter rest. Although the Nicholas family clan had risen rapidly, they were still not as powerful as the Trice family clan. After all, their family clan had a great archmage in command. Hence, the Trice family clan would definitely come back. However, the Nicholas family did not care about such news at all. They only focused on earning money and cultivating now. These were their priorities. Soon, another half a month had passed. Jack and Sonia paid their respects to their ancestors respectfully, and then they turned around and left the house. Currently, the worship of the ancestors of the Nicholas family clan had become a daily necessity for everyone. Every morning, after they had washed up, the first thing they did was pay their respects. As soon as the two of them walked out of the door, Sonia felt a very strong sense of nausea. She immediately held the door sill and retched, but in the end, she did not vomit anything. Jack immediately went over to ask worriedly. "I'm fine. It's just that I've been feeling nauseous these few days." "I wonder what's going on," Sonia said, but before she could finish, she was suddenly stunned. Then, she and Jack looked at each other, their eyes showing excitement. "Sonia, Jack, what's wrong with you?" Norland's voice sounded, and he asked curiously. "Second uncle, quickly take a look at Sonia. Is she pregnant?" Jack immediately said to Norland when he saw him, because Norland's medical skills were the best in their family. Upon hearing this, Norland immediately went over to check Sonia's pulse and examine her. Jack and Sonia looked at Norland nervously. Finally, Norland said happily, "Congratulations, Sonia, you are indeed pregnant." "That's great." Sonia and Jack were overjoyed to hear this. They hugged each other tightly. "This is great news. Our Nicholas family clan is going to have another addition to the family. I have to go and tell Big Brother so that he can be happy." As Norland spoke, he walked towards Norton's room. Along the way, Norland would inform anyone he saw about this. Instantly, everyone in the Nicholas family clan knew about this. "Not bad. It looks like the man-enhancing talisman has worked." Romo naturally saw this scene and was pleased. Currently, what was limiting him from obtaining faith points was the number of people in the Nicholas family. The more people there were, the more faith points he would obtain. Hence, Romo wished that all of them could have children every day. The next day, another new month had arrived. When the last descendant had paid his respects, the system notifications sounded again. There were discount items again. Romo quickly opened the system shop to take a look. Sure enough, there were 4 new discount items. A random bronze tier secret manual. It is priced at 1000 faith points. Enhancement talisman for comprehension. It is priced at 5000 faith points. Magical power aptitude plus 10 for the entire clan. It is priced at 10,000 faith points. Family head's aptitude enhancement talisman. It is priced at 10,000 faith points. Romo took a look at the 4 items. They definitely could not compare with the previous items, but they were not bad either. Except for the first item, the bronze tier secret manual, which Romo did not need at all. He bought the other 3 items. Now, Romo had accumulated 120,000 faith points. He had spent more than 20,000, and there were still more than 90,000. Enhancement talisman. It can strengthen the comprehension ability of a descendant. Enhancement plus 100. Needless to say, this is for Ron to use. Romo wanted to see how far Ron could grow in the end after having smashed so many strengthening tools on him. After he had used the magical power aptitude plus 10 for the entire clan, the magical power aptitude of all the members of the clan increased by 10 points. Although 10 points of magical power aptitude was not a lot, it was beneficial to everyone and was permanent. It was still worth it. Family head's aptitude enhancement talisman, a specialized strengthening talisman for the family head. Upon use, one can select any aptitude to be enhanced to level 5. Romo gave it directly to Norton to use. Previously, he had been strengthening Ron. Now, it was time to help strengthen Norton a little. As for which aptitude to strengthen, it was naturally the magical power aptitude. At this moment, Norton was cultivating. It had been 2 to 3 months since he had advanced to the realm of a level 1 great mage. Originally, with such a good cultivation technique and the 10-fold increase in cultivation speed, he should have long broken through to the realm of a level 2 great mage. However, as his magical power aptitude was not very good and he was getting older, his potential was insufficient, so he had not advanced. He had been stuck at the threshold to level 2 great mage and could not advance. After Romo had given the strengthening talisman to Norton, who was meditating, suddenly felt his magical power circulating rapidly in his body. In just a short period of time, his strength had broken through to the realm of a level 2 great mage. Haha, this is great! I've finally advanced to the realm of a level 2 great mage. Norton said happily as he felt the powerful magical power in his body. Then, he recalled that the magical power in his body had clearly been circulating very slowly just now. In that state, it was basically impossible for him to advance, but suddenly, the circulation of magical power became very smooth. This kind of inexplicable change was not normal. It had to be only one scenario. It must have been the old ancestor who had helped him. With this thought, he immediately went to the ancestral hall to offer incense and kowtow to Romo to express his gratitude for his help. Romo was very pleased to see this. Chapter 76, Mishap. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. After that, another half a month passed in peace. The family head Norton, whose aptitude had increased, seemed to have been rejuvenated a second time. After he had broken through and became a level 2 great mage, he actually broke through again and became a level 3 great mage. Ron was also very awesome. He directly broke through to the peak realm of a level 12 great mage and was just a step away from breaking through to the level of a great archmage who was not even 20 years old. Just thinking about this made one shudder. Even the geniuses carefully nurtured by the academies were not as freakish as Ron. However, after advancing to a level 12 great mage, Ron did not continue to advance his cultivation base. Instead, he began to condense and compress his magical power. He also cultivated some martial arts and combat-based magical power. After all, he would be participating in the Blue Jade trial soon. If he were to break through and become a great archmage, he would be disqualified from participating in the trial. Currently, he could also increase his combat strength. Then, there was also the effect of the man-enhancing talisman, which was finally showing after having been used. After Sonia had been confirmed as being pregnant, the other women in the family too became pregnant, one after another. The entire Nicholas family was immersed in a blissful atmosphere. However, these were all internal affairs of the family clan. Apart from these things, there was another very important matter, the news of which had reached Winterfrost. The merchant caravan of the Trice family clan, which was making its way back to the Holy Light City previously, had actually encountered bandits halfway into their journey. Their entire caravan was plundered. Both Ramu Trice and Reza Trice, the two persons in charge, died in the hands of the bandits. Only a few subordinates fled, and they reported the news to the Trice family. However, whether the bandits were really bandits or some people pretending to be bandits became the most discussed question. Some people said that the bandits were enemies of the Trice family clan in disguise, and that the perpetrators were basically from the Nicholas family clan. The Nicholas family clan ignored this and pretended not to have heard the news. In the center of the Northern Empire, there was a high ground, and on this high ground, there was a city. Legend had it that a divine mage had descended upon this city in the past, and holy light filled the city. Hence, the name of this city was Holy Light City. In this Holy Light City, there were a total of 5 large powers. The largest power was naturally the city lord residence. The other 4 powers were the 4 large magic family clans. The framework of 4 large magic family clans had already been passed down for a long time, but the constituents of the 4 large family clans would sometimes change. For instance, the Nicholas family clan had been one of the 4 large family clans a few hundred years ago, but it was subsequently replaced by the Trice family clan. Being newly promoted to the 4 large family clans, the Trice family clan could be said to be in the limelight. But now, the entire family clan had fallen into deep grief because 2 of their direct descendants had died outside concurrently. When their corpses were brought back, they were already badly decomposed. This was simply a great humiliation to the Trice family clan. At this moment, the family clan had already set up a mourning hall. Wails of sorrow could be heard coming from within, but it was not known if all this was true. Behind the mourning hall was a conference hall. In the conference hall, the core members of the Trice family clan were gathered, discussing the matter. Our Trice family members cannot die in vain. We must find that gang of bandits. That's right. How dare they kill our Trice family members? We must make them pay tenfold. Let me handle this matter. I'll definitely twist the heads of those bandits off. I don't think this matter is that simple. How could there be such a coincidence? The 2 strongest combatants in the team had been injured, and a group of bandits suddenly appeared? I think there's something fishy about the identity of the bandits. Are you saying that those bandits were our enemy in disguise? That's right. I can even conclude that the bandits were the Nicholas family members in disguise. After all, Ramu and Reza had gone there this time and targeted the Nicholas family clan. They are our family's enemy. It's normal for the other party to intercept and kill them en route. Damn the Nicholas family clan, these stray dogs. I didn't expect there to be a day when they could turn the tables. Even if they were to make a comeback, they are only a small family clan. They do not even have a great archmage. It will be easy for us to kill them, especially since they have a genius in their family, and that is Ron Nicholas. At such a young age, I had not expected him to be a level 11 great mage. He must die. Yes, only a dead genius is a good genius. This kid must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, he will be a scourge to our Trice family clan. Shall we go and exterminate the Nicholas family clan now? Let's delay this for a while. Lael is about to go through the Blue Jade trial, so his trial is more important. In the end, there was a disagreement in the outcome of the discussion. No one was able to win against the other. The genius of the Nicholas family clan had to be eliminated as soon as possible, but their family genius Blue Jade trial was also a very important matter. Hence, neither side could win against the other. Thus, they had no choice but to look to the family head. For matters which they could not arrive at a decision, they could only let the family head decide. Sitting at the head of the table was an old man with white hair and beard. He was the current head of the Trice family clan, Laurel Trice. He thought carefully for a moment and said, "I think Lade is right. Now, everything needs to give way to Lael's Blue Jade trial. Nothing must affect his trial. This trial can possibly produce a divine mage. If our family clan is able to produce a divine mage, we can then exterminate a small family clan like Nicholas with a wave of our hand. There's no need to worry. Even now, the matter of their family clan is not so urgent. Lade, go back and find out information on those bandits. See if they are really bandits or someone pretending to be bandits. Investigate this properly. Also, check out the Nicholas family clan thoroughly for me. However, we cannot go there and kill them directly. Although Winterfrost is only a small city, the city lord is still a great archmage. If we go in rashly to kill people, it is equivalent to not giving the city lord face or the empire face. This will not do our family clan any good. After Lael has completed the Blue Jade trial, we will have plenty of ways to deal with them. All right, Master. I'll pack up and go down later to investigate the bandits and the Nicholas family clan, said Lade, who was a bearded man, as he immediately stood up. Chapter 77, Crazy Shopping. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Romo was also a little surprised when he learnt about the two clansmen of the Trice family clan being intercepted and killed along the way. He had originally had the idea of getting Caramon to take action and kill those two fellows, but he had been a little hesitant. After all, they were just two fellows with very low cultivation levels, and it would be a little insulting to send Caramon directly. Then, just when Romo was struggling with the decision, he heard the news. This also spared Romo the headache. On this day, Ron was packing up. As he was leaving the next day to participate in the Blue Jade trial, he had to prepare some things. When Romo knew about this, he took a look at his current faith points. He had not used the faith points during this period of time, so he had already accumulated 120,000 faith points. He looked at the few half-priced merchandise item quotas he had accumulated earlier. It was time to use them now. If there were any strengthening tools, it would be even better. He could give them to Ron now to use, so that he would have a greater chance of success. If Ron were to leave the house, even if Romo were to obtain the strengthening tools, he would not be able to give them to him remotely. Now, if Romo wanted to give physical items to Ron, he would have to do so within his own house. It would not do if Ron were to leave the house. After he had left, the most he could do was to send a message in his dream. Romo used all the remaining 8 quotes for half-priced items and immediately looked at them carefully. Magical Power Aptitude plus 100 for all family members. It is priced at 100,000 faith points. 1 random Platinum tier magical item. It is priced at 60,000 faith points. A random level 7 magic core. It is priced at 30,000 faith points. 100-fold cultivation speed talisman. It is priced at 1,000 faith points. Protective formation enhancement talisman. It is priced at 10,000 faith points. Family Clan's Forbidden Ground Construction Talisman. It is priced at 200,000 faith points. A random gold tier cultivation technique. It is priced at 30,000 faith points. 1 high-grade mysterious treasure chest. It is priced at 10,000 faith points. Romo took a look and realized that he liked every item. He wanted them all. Unfortunately, he did not have that many faith points. The first item was the Family Clan Forbidden Ground Construction Talisman. How could he have 200,000 faith points? Even if he had them, he had more and better things to buy. Family clan's forbidden ground? What was the use? Also, there was the family clan's magical power aptitude plus 100, which was priced at 100,000 faith points. Although he could afford it, after buying this, he could forget about anything else. There was also a level 7 magic core, which was the magic nucleus of a magical beast. This was a good item, but he had no use for it currently. As for the rest, every single one of them was a very good item. Romo bought them all directly. After buying, Romo immediately used the platinum tier magical item. This platinum tier magical item was of a higher tier than a gold tier magical item. The items were divided from low to high, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond. Ron's ice wand was a gold tier magical weapon. It was already a very powerful existence, so platinum tier was naturally even stronger. Ding! Received low-grade platinum tier magical item, Spirit Turtle Magic Robe. Spirit Turtle Magic Robe, this is a powerful magic robe. Legend has it that a divine mage had fought for 3 days and 3 nights before killing a powerful spirit turtle. Then, he sealed the spirit turtle's soul in this magic robe, giving this magic robe the powerful defense of a spirit turtle. In addition, it has the special effect of concealing aura and simulating aura. Damn, it's actually a defensive magical item. This is simply great. Seeing that the magical item had actually turned out to be a defensive item, Romo was instantly overjoyed. This was because, compared to magical weapons, defensive items were even more precious. After all, a mage himself placed great importance on attack, but was a profession that studied little on self-defense. In this way, no matter how strong one would be easily killed. As such, having a life-saving item was very necessary. Therefore, even if many magi did not have an offensive magical weapon, they would have to first get a defensive one to ensure their survival. Moreover, this was a platinum tier defensive magic robe, which had once been used by a divine mage. Such a good item did not even exist when Romo was alive. It was simply extravagant. Now that Ron had the ice wand and this spirit turtle magic robe, one for attack and one for defense, it was a perfect combination. Item: a random gold tier cultivation technique. Ding! Received medium grade, gold tier enhancement type magical power, Skyfiend 3 transformations. Skyfiend 3 transformations. A medium grade, gold tier enhancement type magical power. Upon use, it can strengthen the body and greatly increase one's strength for a short period of time. Damn, an enhancement type magical power, and an explosive one at that. It can greatly increase one's strength in a short period of time. This is simply a sharp weapon to kill and seize treasures. Seeing that it had turned out to be such a magical power, Romo was very happy. Imagine, if 2 persons originally had almost equal strength, and one were to use the enhancement type magical power, his strength would instantly increase by 1 level, and he would immediately be able to crush the other party. In addition, it could also be used to protect one's life. If one were to encounter an enemy whose strength far surpassed one's own, he could also use this magical power to strengthen himself. If he could not defeat the other party, he would at least be able to escape. Romo had one such skill when he was alive. It was called the blood explosion technique. It was also a magical power that could increase one's strength for a short period of time. However, to use this magical power, one would have to expend one's own blood essence. After using it, one would be weak for a period of time. The side effects were very strong. Although this Skyfiend 3 transformations cultivation technique also had side effects, they were much milder than those of the blood explosion technique. Furthermore, the increase in strength was also much greater than the blood explosion technique. This was the advantage of high-grade cultivation techniques. The most important thing was that the Skyfiend 3 transformations had a great advantage. One could use this magical power if one was of the Great Mage realm. For example, the blood explosion technique could only be used by one who was of the Great Archmage realm. As its consumption was too great, if used by a great mage, it would directly consume all the blood essence in one's body. Thus, after using this magical power, one would die directly. This was equivalent to suicide. As the consumption by the Skyfiend 3 transformations was small, even a great mage could use it. With both offensive and defensive weapons, and also an explosive type of magical power now, Romo believed that Ron would definitely reap great gains from participating in the Blue Jade trial. At the very least, he would not have to worry about his life being at risk. As several items in a row had turned out to be good stuff, Romo was in a good mood. He immediately looked at the next tool. Use the Protective Formation Enhancement Talisman. Ding! Protective Formation has been successfully enhanced. Received a special ability. Counterattack. Chapter 78, Innate Spirit Body. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Damn, another pleasant surprise. This counterattack is a very good ability. For example, Meryl Grimm had used the Luck Plundering Formation previously. If there had been such a counterattack, Romo would not have had to intervene at all. With a counterattack, not only would the other party not be able to plunder their family's luck, he would even be able to plunder the other party's luck automatically. This was simply a divine skill. Romo was in a great mood. He continued to look at the next item. High-grade mysterious treasure chest, it may turn out to be any random item. The higher the grade of the item, the lower the chance of getting it. Damn, isn't this a bet on luck? Little Arthur should be the one to open it. After all, little Arthur is Destiny's child. If he were to open it, he would definitely be able to obtain the most powerful and best item. Unfortunately, only Romo can open the items from the system. Arthur, please bless me. Arthur, please bless me. Romo prayed silently and opened the mysterious treasure chest. Ding! Received an innate spirit body, time limited. Innate spirit body, exclusive to the host. It can be temporarily possessed and reborn. When possessed, the strength is that of a level 12 Great Archmage at full level. The time limit is 10 days. FCK, FCK, F***CK. It's actually a physical body that can be possessed. This is great. Romo had long become impatient from staying in the ancestral tablet. He could finally experience the feeling of having a physical body again. Use it immediately. With a thought from Romo, a handsome young man of about 30 years old appeared in the hall of the ancestral hall. He had sharp brows and bright eyes, and he was extraordinary. This person was Romo after he had already possessed him. A hint of excitement flashed across his eyes. With a wave of his hand, a water-based mirror appeared in front of him. Looking at his reflection in the mirror and sensing the vitality of this body, Romo was happy from the bottom of his heart. He had finally come back to life. This time, he had really come back to life, not as a spirit. Just when Romo appeared, Karaman, who was resting in the next room, suddenly opened his eyes. Then, his figure flashed and he instantly appeared in the middle of the ancestral hall. He looked at the young man in the middle of the ancestral hall, his eyes filled with shock and suspicion. However, after sensing for a while, he confirmed the identity of the person in front of him. Then, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "This old servant greets master." Although Romo had been reborn through possessing a body and was completely different from the Romo who was hidden in the cold aura when Karaman saw him previously, that aura did not change. Also, the rune imprint Romo had left in his soul had enabled him to be 100% certain that the person in front of him was his master. However, he was very shocked that his master's true appearance was actually so young. It had to be known that only after advancing to the Great Archmage realm could the speed of aging slow down and one's appearance be permanently retained. When he advanced to the Great Archmage realm, he was already 50 to 60 years old. Therefore, his current appearance was maintained at the age of 50 to 60. However, his master looked at most 30 years old, and could be even younger. In other words, his master had advanced to the realm of the great archmage before he was 30 years old. He was simply a genius. And his master was also the ancestor of the Nicholas family clan. His true age was probably more than 100 years old, or even a few hundred years old. Over such a long period of time, his strength must have increased to a very high level. Romo looked at the respectful Karaman and said calmly, "You have done well regarding the Hellfire organization previously." Karaman said respectfully, "This is what this old servant should do." Romo was very satisfied with Karaman's attitude and said, "Since you have contributed, I will reward you." With that said, Romo placed his finger on Karaman's forehead between his eyebrows. Karaman instinctively wanted to dodge, but he forced himself not to move. Then, he felt a piece of information enter his mind. After he had read this piece of information, he became excited. This was actually a high-grade silver-tier cultivation technique, the wave meditation technique. He did not have a teacher of his own, and had only obtained a cultivation technique by chance. However, that cultivation technique was a fire-based cultivation technique, and it was not suitable for his own attributes. Cultivating it would result in half the results with twice the effort. The effect was not good, and the grade was not good either. It was only a medium grade, silver-tier cultivation technique. However, this was a high-grade, silver-tier cultivation technique, and it was a water-based cultivation technique. It was compatible with his own attributes, so he would definitely be faster cultivating it. However, just as he was ecstatic, Romo suddenly stopped the transmission of the cultivation technique. This was only half of the cultivation technique. Immediately, Karaman felt as if he was suspended in mid-air, neither up nor down. He felt especially uncomfortable. Romo said, "This time, Ron will definitely be in danger when he goes to the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trial. Escort him there and back. When he returns safely, I'll impart to you the other half of the cultivation technique." "Yes, Master," Karaman said respectfully. In fact, even if Romo did not give him anything, he would still carry out Romo's orders, let alone that there was even a reward now. Hence, he agreed readily. Romo had seen all the changes in Karaman's expression. He was naturally very good at playing with such methods as a stick and a carrot. As Karaman was an old fox, he definitely understood the logic. However, he would definitely be happy now that there were benefits. But, Romo could only reward him with a cultivation technique. As for magical weapons and such, Romo did not even have them, let alone give them to him. Romo said, "All right, you can leave. I'll stay here for a while and see my descendants." This old servant shall take his leave. Karaman immediately retreated and returned to his room. Usually, he would extend his mental strength out to check if there was any danger. But now, he dared not do this lest he caused his master to misunderstand. Romo's figure flashed and he was in the sky above the Nicholas family clan. He leaned over and looked down. His gaze penetrated directly through the roof and saw Ron, who was meditating. Not bad. Even though he is going out tomorrow, he is still cultivating today. He has not let him down after all the nurturing. Romo immediately bought a dream entry talisman and used it immediately. Chirp chirp. Ron, who was meditating, suddenly heard a few bird cries. He opened his eyes and saw that he had arrived at a small pavilion halfway up the mountain, with two little birds chirping on his shoulder. In front of him, an old man with white hair and beard was drinking tea. Old Ancestor. Seeing the other party, Ron called out in surprise. At the same time, he realized that the old Ancestor was meeting him in his dream. After all, this was not the first time. Romo smiled and said, "You're leaving tomorrow to participate in the Blue Jade trial. I'll impart to you a magical power today. Also, here's a defensive magic robe. It can protect you completely." "Thank you, old Ancestor. I definitely won't let you down." Ron immediately kowtowed in gratitude. Chapter 79, entering the Calamity Mountain range again. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. The night passed under Romo's guidance. The next day, when Ron woke up, he felt that his strength had increased again. Previously, many magical powers had not been used smoothly, but after a night of teaching by his old ancestor, he was able to use all of them freely, greatly increasing his combat ability. Then, after he had gone to the ancestral hall to pay respect to his old ancestor, he saw that Caramon had already prepared his luggage. He was going out with Ron. Romo had already told him about this last night, so Ron did not find it strange. Ron bade farewell to the family and rode out of Winterfrost with Caramon, heading for the place for the trial. In the air, Romo looked at the back views of the two of them as they left and said calmly, "Young Ron has already begun to embark on his own path. It's time for me to do my own thing. These 10 days are very precious. I can't waste them." After saying this, Romo looked in a direction and flew off. The place Romo wanted to go was the Calamity Mountain Range. The reason why he wanted to go to this place was because there were many resources here, resources that could increase one's strength. What their family clan lacked the most now was naturally magical power resources. Previously, if Romo wanted to obtain magical power resources, he could only buy them from the system shop. However, his faith points were limited, and it was impossible for all the magical power resources to be obtained from the system. It was precisely because of the lack of magical power resources that Ron had chosen to participate in the dangerous Blue Jade trial. Now that Romo could go out himself, he naturally had to take advantage of this time to gather more magical power resources, and the Calamity Mountain range was the best choice. When he entered the mountain this time, he had to find some excellent magical resources for his descendants. Of course, if he had enough time, he might even make a trip to the Holy Light City. As he was thinking about this, he had already flown to the Calamity Mountain range. However, Romo did not stop but continued to fly forward. This was only the periphery of the Calamity Mountain range. Although there were also some magical power resources, they were very few. Only some people of the Great Mage Realm would come here to search for resources. There would also be some students from the magic academies who would often come here to train in teams. For example, during the duel between Hoenn and Ron previously, the magic snake core he had ingested was obtained from killing a magic snake outside the Calamity Mountain range. Also, the few teachers and students from the Pure White Magic Academy who were almost killed by Caramon previously were all only exploring the periphery. Romo's time was precious now, so he naturally would not waste time in the periphery. His goal was the depths of the Calamity Mountain range, some places he had been to when he was alive. When he was alive, he had already explored the Calamity Mountain range. At that time, he was only a level 6 Great Archmage. However, in order to advance to a higher realm, he had taken the risk to enter the depths of the Calamity Mountain range and explore a large portion of the area. Although he had encountered many dangers, he had also obtained many resources. It was by relying on the resources obtained there that he had reached the peak of the Great Archmage realm. The magical resources there were indeed abundant, and they were also very precious. Some places which he had discovered might even have natural treasures, but they were too dangerous for him at that time, so he did not go near them. However, now that his strength was at the peak of the Great Archmage realm, those places were not dangerous to him. His goal was to explore these places which he had explored previously when he was alive. He was very fast and flew for a full 5 to 6 hours. Along the way, he came across many magical beasts and many magi who were exploring here. However, even if they had discovered Romo, they dared not provoke him after sensing his powerful aura. Romo flew for another 5 to 6 hours. He had already passed through the periphery and arrived at the depths of the Calamity Mountain range. Caw! At this moment, a loud sound similar to that of a frog could be heard. Then, Romo sensed the aura of a powerful magical beast coming from below. Romo looked down and saw what seemed like a mountain actually starting to move. It was not a mountaintop, but a giant toad crouching on the mountain peak, not moving at all. At this moment, the giant toad saw Romo passing by and thought that Romo was a delicious food. It immediately let out a loud cry, and suddenly jumped up. It opened its huge devouring mouth, wanting to swallow Romo whole. Ignorant thing! Romo looked coldly at the other party. With just one look, he had seen the other party's strength. It was not his match at all. The magical power in his body surged, and he slapped at the giant toad from afar. Instantly, a large amount of magical power surged forth, forming a giant palm made of cold air which slapped down on the giant toad. When the giant toad saw the palm formed by the cold air, a trace of terror instantly appeared in its eyes. It wanted to dodge, but it was already too late to do so. The cold ice palm was seen slamming down, and the giant toad was instantly frozen. All its life force vanished in an instant. Then, that palm with its still powerful impact smashed the toad down like a meteorite toward the mountain below. Boom! Like a comet crashing into the earth, it directly smashed the mountaintop. The areas around also seemed to have experienced an earthquake, and kept trembling. Romo casually waved his hand at the toad's carcass, and a crystal-clear pearl flew over and landed in Romo's hand. This pearl kept emitting waves of powerful magical aura. It was a magical beast core. After reaching adulthood, the magical beast would form a magical beast core in its body. The magical beast core was where the essence of the magical beast resided. It had many uses. It could be used to refine magic pills or to refine magical weapons. It could even be ingested directly as a magic pill to instantly increase one's strength. Previously, when Hoenn and Ron were fighting, he had directly ingested that magic core. However, that was only a level 1 magic core. There was not much energy in it, and Hoenn could withstand it. If it were a high-grade magical beast core, he could not ingest it directly. Otherwise, his body would likely have exploded from the inability to withstand the violent magical power. However, he could absorb the magical power in the magic core to rapidly increase his strength during cultivation. In short, this magic core had many uses and was very valuable. Previously, there was a level 7 magic core in the system shop. It was priced at 30,000 faith points, and this was only half the price. If it was exchanged for magic stones, it would be worth at least 20,000 magic stones. Chapter 80, Magic Airship. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. In order to go to the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trial, not only did he have to ride a horse, he also had to take a magic airship to get there. It would require 3 days for the entire journey. However, Ron had set off 5 days earlier and set aside 2 days to deal with emergencies. If there were any problems along the way, he would have ample time to react and would not be late and delay his first opportunity to enter the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. However, it did not matter even if he was late because the entrance to the Mystic Realm would remain open once it was opened. During the period of time, he could enter any time, but being the earliest to enter would definitely allow him to find some better stuff. Ron did not want to miss this opportunity. After riding for 2 days, Ron arrived at Wind Snow City. This was the largest city in the vicinity, one that Winterfrost could not compare with. The reason why this city was so large was because it was the transportation hub of this area. It provided easy access in all directions, and was densely packed with people. Goods had to pass through this city. The advantage of transportation had completely driven this city. Ron had come here also to take the magic airship here to go to the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. At this moment, Ron and Caramon had already arrived at Wind Snow City. Caramon followed behind Ron holding his horse like an ordinary servant. No one would have thought that this old man, who looked like an ordinary servant, was actually a level 4 great archmage. Is this Wind Snow City? It's huge, said Ron as he looked at the tall walls of Wind Snow City and the huge city gate, which was at least twice the size of Winterfrost's gate. In fact, their family also had a store in Wind Snow City, the soap store. Currently, their soap business had already flourished throughout half of the Northern Empire. Wind Snow City was a very important transit hub for goods. However, Ron did not use the business route this time. His participation in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm trial was a secret, and only a very small number of people knew about it. The two of them entered Wind Snow City uneventfully. Inside, it was even more prosperous and lively. However, Ron was not blinded by the bustle. Instead, he headed directly for the ferry point. Although it was called a ferry point, it was actually more like an airport on Earth. It was just that the magic airships here all take off and land vertically, so there was no need for a runway. After the two of them had deposited the horses, they went to the ferry point. Immediately, Ron was shocked again by the various sizes of magic airships, large and small. There were at least 1,000 magic airships parked here. Some of the huge magic airships were dozens of meters tall and more than 100 meters long. They were as large as hills and could hold at least 10,000 people. However, Caramon had told him that it was far more than that because the space in some of the magic airships would be transformed by spatial magical power. In this way, the size of the space inside would be enormous, completely exceeding what they looked like from the outside. Ron could not help becoming speechless when he heard this. Currently, they were already huge. If coupled with transformation by the spatial magical power, how many people would they hold this time? Such huge magic airships were still in the minority. There were more medium and small magic airships, neatly arranged together. They looked very spectacular. It was not just these magic airships. What shocked Ron was the huge number of magi here. The people waiting to board the magic airships were basically all magi. After all, it was not cheap to board a magic airship. Ordinary people could not afford it at all. Only magi had this level of consumption. Give way, give way. At this moment, some clear voices could be heard suddenly, and a passageway was quickly separated from the crowd. Ron and Caramon were also pushed to the sides involuntarily. Ron looked over curiously and saw a group of people obviously in the uniform of the government officials opening the path in front. Behind them, a young man with blonde hair of around 20 years old walked over. Behind him were several people who were obviously bodyguards. When he saw the few bodyguards, Ron was stunned. These few bodyguards were actually all at the full level of the Great Mage Realm. There was even an old man. He could not see the other party's strength, which meant that the other party was most likely at the Great Archmage Realm. Damn, such pomp! Who is this young man? No way, you don't even know this person? This is the young master of the city lord of our Wind Snow City. He is a true genius of our Wind Snow City. He is only 20 years old, yet he has already reached the realm of a level 10 Great Mage. You don't even know this. You shouldn't be from our Wind Snow City, right? Hehe, I was just passing by. What is he going to do? To participate in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm trial, of course. This. I know this. I heard that there are many people participating in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm trial this time. Even the Holy Land's disciples have come to participate. Damn, disciples from the Holy Land? What are they doing here? We already have a lot of people from the Northern Empire. With them, the quota is even more tight. Sigh, why should we worry about this? People like us will not get the chance to participate in the Mystic Realm. Listening to the discussions around him, Ron quickly learned the identity of the young man. He was actually the son of the city lord of Wind Snow City, and like him, he was also going to participate in the Blue Jade trial. He might even meet him later. As the city lord's son was seen boarding a luxurious magic airship, order was restored to the entire ferry point. Ron looked away from the luxurious airship and said to Caramon, "Uncle Caramon, let's go too." Then, they walked toward an ordinary small magic airship. Caramon took in all of this and could not help but feel a sense of praise for Ron. This should be Ron's first time on a long journey, but when he saw someone, whose cultivation base was obviously inferior to his, was able to take a super luxurious magic airship, while he could only take the most ordinary airship. He was still calm. He did not have any negative feelings of envy or jealousy. This state of mind even surpassed his. He was indeed a descendant who had been carefully nurtured by his master. However, Karaman was a little puzzled. His master had spent so much effort to nurture Ron, so why did he not give Ron some magic stones so that he could take a better airship? Could it be that he had done this deliberately to hone Ron's temperament? They quickly boarded an ordinary airship, but they did not use magic stones. Instead, they used ordinary money to buy the airship tickets. It was definitely a large sum of money, enough for a family of 3 to live happily for 10 years. But here, using ordinary money to buy a boat ticket was an existence inferior to others. Even the ticketing officer's tone was cold to them. He threw them a ticket token and lowered his head to call for the next one. He did not even look at them. Chapter 81, Treasure Hunting. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. When faced with such a snobbish person, by Karaman's temper, he would certainly have killed him with a slap. But now, he was Ron's servant, and even Ron had not said anything. As a servant, he naturally would not be meddlesome. After they had found their seats, the magic airship quickly took off and departed from Wind Snow City. It would take a day's flight to reach Blue Jade City. Roar! A blood-curdling scream came from the depths of the jungle. Romo could be seen delivering a blow, hitting the blood-red head of a giant bear, which was the size of a huge truck. Instantly, a large amount of cold air invaded the other party's head and directly froze the giant bear into an ice sculpture. It also let out a final scream before its unnatural death. This was already the 8th magical beast Romo had killed in the past 2 days. This magical beast was at the peak of level 6, which was equivalent to the peak of the great archmage realm of humans. It was almost equivalent to Romo's current realm. The realm of the magical beast was different from that of humans. They were divided into only 9 levels. Level 1 to level 2 were equivalent to the human realm of a mage, level 3 and level 4 were equivalent to the realm of a great mage, level 5 and level 6 were equivalent to the realm of a great archmage, level 7 and level 8 were equivalent to the realm of a divine mage. Till now, Romo had not seen a level 9 magical beast. Romo was actually very stressed when dealing with a magical beast of the equivalent realm as him. This was mainly because he did not have any magical weapons or defensive equipment currently, so he was a little constrained when fighting. However, it was fortunate that his current physical body was an innate spirit body produced by the system. This spirit body, whether it was releasing magical power or restoring magical power, was much stronger than in his previous life. Therefore, although he was of the same realm as this blood bear, in the end, it was still killed by Romo. Romo then dug out the magic core of the blood bear. This was a magic core at the peak of level 6. Its value was even greater. Romo looked at the carcass of the blood bear. This was the carcass of a level 6 magical beast. Whether it was its fur or flesh, if taken to the human world, everyone would fight over it crazily. But now, Romo could not take it back because he did not have a storage ring. Currently, he could only take out the most precious magical beast core. Sigh, I'll leave this carcass for the other magical beasts in the forest to eat, Romo said with a sigh. Then, he started to look around. He was looking for the bear cave of the blood bear. Typically, bear-type creatures had bear caves. And most of the time, their bear caves would have some natural treasures. These natural treasures were beneficial to humans and also to magical beasts. Although they would not know how to refine pills or medicine, they could still eat them raw and reap great benefits. Within a short time, Romo found the bear's cave. He sensed for a while, the inside of the bear's cave was empty and there were no more magical beasts. He entered and looked around. In the end, he was disappointed. There were no natural treasures here at all. However, there were some other items that made Romo very happy. These were the bones of some humans. These should be the human great archmagi that had been preyed on by the blood bears. Even their bones still had some remnant magical waves which were unique to great archmagi. It seemed that it had not been more than 100 years since they were eaten up. What Romo was interested in were not the bones, but the magical items inside the bones. Romo examined them carefully, and he really found some magical weapons. Unfortunately, they were all damaged and there was completely no need to restore them. Just as Romo was about to leave gloomily, a small black object caught his attention. He picked it up and took a look, and was instantly overjoyed because it was a storage ring. Romo immediately inserted his mental strength into the storage ring. Instantly, he saw a space of 10 cubic meters inside the ring. This was actually a high-grade, silver-tier storage ring. Romo was overjoyed. What made Romo even happier was that there were already some items stored in the storage ring. There were some daily necessities, some magic pills, some natural treasures, a few magical beast cores, and a few books of cultivation techniques. Romo was very happy. Now, all these items were his. After putting the ring on his finger, Romo turned around and left the bear cave. However, just as he left, Romo immediately heard a few roars of a magical beast. The roars contained a hint of anger, and there were even a few magical explosions. Romo was stunned. From the information, he deduced that there should be human magi fighting a magical beast not far away. Romo immediately ran in the direction of the sounds. He wanted to see who were fighting. Soon, Romo reached the peak of a mountain. He looked down and saw that not far away, there were 3 human great archmagi besieging a magical beast. It was a lizard-type magical beast the size of a truck. This lizard magical beast was powerful and had the strength of a mid-level 6. This was equivalent to the human realm of a level 10 great archmage. As for the 3 human great archmagi, their realms were all lower than this magical beast. They were a level 5 great archmage, a level 6 great archmage, and a level 7 great archmage. However, although the realm of the human great archmagi was lower than the magical beast, they outnumbered it, and they could cooperate. They also had magical power and magical weapons. With all these things added up, even if there was only one level 7 great archmage, given sufficient time, he would be able to kill this lizard-type magical beast alone, let alone now with 3 people. In a battle between humans and magical beasts, humans had the advantage of intelligence. Humans knew how to cooperate, knew how to use magical weapons, and even had formations. However, magical beasts only relied on their instincts to fight. Nonetheless, this was not always the case. Some magical beasts also had intelligence, and they were not inferior to humans. However, such magical beasts had already been distinguished by humans as spiritual beasts. It was just that these spiritual beasts were very rare. This was mainly because the spiritual beasts possessed intelligence. They knew that the strength of the human magi was not something they could deal with. Therefore, they hid themselves, not meeting the human magi. Along the way, those Romo encountered were all magical beasts, and there was not a single spiritual beast. Roar! At this moment, there was another change in the situation. After the level 7 Great Archmage and the level 6 Great Archmage entangled themselves with the lizard-type magical beast, the level 5 Great Archmage flew toward a direction. The lizard-type magical beast immediately let out a roar and spewed out a large amount of green poisonous fog from its mouth, blocking the 3 human Great Archmagi directly. The lizard-type magical beast also quickly retreated and blocked a crack in a boulder. Romo looked at the crack and his eyes instantly lit up. He saw a cherry-sized fruit emitting traces of lightning in the crack. This was actually a level 6 magic pill, Lightning Berry. Chapter 82, Snatching Treasures. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. This lightning berry is mine? Romo was very happy. He flew out directly and did not hide anymore. Once Romo came out, a powerful aura was immediately released. The 3 people fighting below were all shocked. They stopped fighting. The lizard-type magical beast used its body to block the lightning berry and looked at Romo warily. It even let out a low roar. Although the lizard-type magical beast did not have high intelligence, it had instinctively sensed Romo's powerful aura and knew that this human was very dangerous. The three human great archmagi gathered together and looked at Romo warily. The level 7 great archmage in the lead said, "Senior, you can all leave now." Romo interrupted him directly and said coldly. Upon hearing Romo's words, the three great archmagi were stunned for a moment. Then, anger appeared in their eyes. What Romo meant was very simple: he wanted to snatch the treasure. However, the anger only lasted for a moment. Then, the three of them looked at each other and turned around to leave. They did not have any unwillingness to leave the lightning berry. They did not even utter any vicious words. After all, Romo's strength had been laid bare. Murder and robbery were rampant here. If they were really rash and fought with Romo for what they deserved, the final outcome would likely be the three of them dying in Romo's hands. Not only would they not be able to obtain the lightning berry, they might even die here. The three of them ran for hundreds of kilometers before stopping. They still looked behind with lingering fear, and were only relieved when they saw that Romo had no intent of pursuing them. Roar! After the three of them had left, Romo's gaze turned to the magical beast. At this moment, the magical beast bared its teeth at Romo and even let out a threatening growl. Get lost! Romo waved his hand casually, and instantly, surging magical power gushed out, forming a large magical hand. It slapped the lizard-type magical beast directly and sent it flying. When the lizard-type magical beast saw that Romo was so powerful, a look of fear appeared in its eyes. It took a look at the lightning berry and then at Romo. In the end, it let out a low roar of reluctance, turned around and fled. Humph, you're still sensible. Your intelligence is not bad either. You know you can't defeat me. Romo ignored the magical beast and looked at the lightning berry. Normally, when the lightning berry ripened, there would be 6 fruits, but now, there were only 3 fruits left. They emitted tiny electric arcs continuously. Those 3 fruits had probably been eaten by the lizard-type magical beast. The lightning berry contained a large amount of magical power. Even if the lizard-type magical beast was powerful, it could only eat one at a time. If it ate too much, it might explode and die. Romo kept the 3 lightning berries in his storage ring, but left the fruit tree untouched. These natural treasures were all very fragile and precious. There had been basically no cases of successful transplantation. Even if Romo were to take away the fruit tree, it would not be able to survive. He might as well leave it here. Perhaps, it could grow new fruits in the future. Romo then continued to explore deeper. At this moment, the sky was gradually turning dark, and night was about to fall. Romo calculated the time. He had already been in the Calamity Mountain range for 2 days, and Ron should be arriving at the place for the trial soon. Romo knew that it would take Ron 3 days to travel, and there should not be any danger along the way. Furthermore, there was Karimon following, so Romo was not worried. Naturally, he did not expend faith points to buy the visitation talisman. Moreover, if Ron were to really encounter danger, the system would definitely notify him, and even generate an urgent mission. Now that the system had not given any notifications, it meant that Ron was not in danger. Above the clouds, a magic airship was flying slowly. In a window, there was a young face, and it was that of Ron. He was leaning against the window at this moment, looking out at the scenery. It was already late at night, but Ron still did not feel sleepy at all. One reason was because this was Ron's first time traveling on a magic airship, and he was a little excited. The second reason was the surrounding noise. After all, this was only the most ordinary magic airship. Although they had bought a separate cabin with only him and Karimon, the sound insulation between the cabins was so poor that they could hear clearly what was going on next door, as well as the sounds coming from next to next door. There had even been an argument in the corridor just now and they almost fought. If it had not been for the strict rules that fighting was not permitted on the magic airship and that those guilty of it would be forever banned from taking the magic airship, they would have definitely fought then. It was precisely because of these reasons that Ron had not rested at all. He looked at Karaman, who was on the bed opposite him. The other party seemed to be completely unaffected by the noise and was sleeping very soundly. It was not known whether he was really sleeping or if he was faking it. Regarding this gatekeeper of the ancestral hall, Ron had not been able to see his cultivation base clearly. It should be known that he was already at the peak of the Great Mage realm, but he was still unable to see the other party's strength. There was only one possibility, which was that the other party was a great archmage. As to which level he was, Ron did not know. Ron would not probe into this matter. After all, the old ancestor and the other party had not mentioned this, so there was naturally a reason for them not to mention it. Hearing the sounds quieting outside, Ron became sleepy and fell asleep. He had just fallen asleep when he was woken up by a commotion. He looked outside. It was still dark, and the magic airship was still in the air. But why has the magic airship stopped? Could it be that the airship has malfunctioned? Shit, there are robbers. There are robbers on our magic airship. Everyone, get up quickly. Come to the deck. Hearing the voice outside, Ron was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled bitterly. The business of the magic airship was operated by many large forces that had joined hands. To dare to rob on the magic airship would be going against these large forces. The last time such a thing had happened was several years ago, and in the end, that group of robbers were caught the moment they got off the magic airship. Now, the skin of those people was still hanging on display at the ferry point. He had not expected that he would encounter such a thing on his first ride in a magic airship. How unlucky! Ron looked at Karaman and saw a hint of gloominess in his eyes. He said, "Young master, let's go to the deck too." Ron looked at Karaman, his eyes flickered, and he nodded, "All right." Then the two of them walked out of the cabin and walked toward the deck with the other passengers. Chapter 83, Attack. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Buzz. Just as Ron and Karaman were about to reach the deck, the magic airship suddenly shook, and then everyone saw a light shield appear above their heads. Everyone was a little worried that something had happened again, but all their worries vanished when they saw the light shield. Don't be afraid, everyone. This is a formation. The magic airship has already activated a defensive formation. This is to protect us, someone who had seen the formation explained to the others immediately. Does this mean that we're safe? It's not that simple. They've activated the defensive formation. This means that the robbers are about to attack. Can our formation withstand it? How would I know? I'm not the captain. Many of these people were very anxious. Like Ron, this was the first time they had encountered such a thing. However, they were mostly ordinary people. After all, it was only the most ordinary magic airship, and there were very few magi like Ron. It was inevitable to be alarmed when faced with such a thing. Ron and the others had come to the deck. At this time, there were already more than 10 people on the deck. They all looked very calm. 10 of them were wearing the same clothes, they were obviously the ones protecting this magic airship. Ron took a look and found that the strongest among them was only at the peak of the Great Mage realm. He should be the captain of the guards, and the strength of the ordinary team members was a little weaker. This was the standard strength of protection for an ordinary magic airship. The more luxurious the magic airship, the larger it was, the more protection it would have. For example, the largest magic airship Ron had seen previously had 2 to 3 great archmagi accompanying it, forming the strength of its protective force. There were not only defensive formations on it, but also offensive formations. For example, on their little airship, there was only a defensive formation, and its defense level was not very high. However, it was usually able to withstand the attacks of robbers. If it could not be defended, the outcome would probably be very tragic. Among those guards, except for the captain of the guards who had encountered robbers before, this was the first time the other team members had seen robbers. However, with the captain of the guards around, these team members were still relatively calm. Under the command of the captain of the guards, they started to defend. And in the hands of a guard, there was a compass-like magical item. That was the core of the magic airship, which could control the motion of the magic airship and the activation of the defense formation. At this moment, some sounds could be heard in front of them. Everyone looked in the direction of the sounds and saw that another magic airship had appeared not far in front. However, it was completely black and hidden in the dark. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to find the other party. At this moment, on the bow of the magic airship, there was a middle-aged man with an aquiline nose. His eyes were ruthless, and he was holding a long sword in his hand. He waved his hand and released a magical power. Instantly, his long sword burned with raging flames, lighting up the airship opposite and attracting everyone's attention. Everyone on the opposite ship, listen up. We're only here for money. We won't hurt you. If you know what's good for you, you'd better quickly turn off the defense formation. Otherwise, if I were to kill my way over personally, none of you will be able to live. After the other party had finished speaking, he slashed down with his long sword. Then, the people behind seemed to have activated a formation or something as such. Then, a huge fireball was shot at their magic airship. Boom! The fireball hit the boundary of their formation and exploded. Instantly, the entire magical frontier was attacked to the extent that circles of water-like waves radiated out. However, it remained intact, and the entire airship started to shake violently. The ordinary passengers immediately let out panicked screams. Ron did not panic. He looked at all of this and only thought that it was novel and interesting. He was not afraid. Beside him, Karaman was even less afraid. He did not even bother to watch this farce. He had his two arms in his sleeves as if he was a person unconcerned. He even yawned. Shit, it is the robbers starting to attack our airship. We're in danger. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't our defensive formation still intact? But our magic airship only has a defensive formation and does not have an offensive formation. This way, we can only be targets. The other party will soon break the defensive formation. When that happens, we'll all be dead for sure. Why don't we surrender now? Didn't the robber just say that as long as we surrender, we will be spared from death? They only want money. Are you stupid? Do you even believe the words of robbers? If we really open up the defensive formation, we will die even faster. The people discussed animatedly. As the robbers continued to attack, more and more people became afraid. Many of them even wanted to surrender. Not only did they want to surrender, they even wanted the captain of the guards to surrender. After all, the core of the defense formation was still in the hands of the guards. The guards naturally would not agree to surrender, but those people would not listen at all. They had already been badly shaken by the robbers. Seeing that the captain of the guards did not agree, there were actually people who wanted to snatch the control core from the hands of the guard. Upon seeing this, the other guards hurriedly stood in front of the other party to protect him from their snatching. However, this made the situation even more chaotic. In the chaos, a magical light suddenly lit up in the midst of the group of people. 3 persons could be seen beginning to use magical power. They were all very powerful. One was a level 9 Great Mage, another was level 10, and another was level 11. They were very strong, and their target was the captain of the guards. They were the robbers hidden on the airship and the ones who had said they wanted to surrender earlier. They had wanted to create chaos and then take advantage of the chaos to kill the captain of the guards. This way, they could easily take down the entire airship. The captain of the guards had not expected there to actually be robbers lurking on his airship. Just as the magical power of the 3 people was about to attack, a gust of cold air suddenly rushed out, like a blue flying sword, and flew toward the three magi who had sneak attacked. It passed directly through their bodies, and they were then directly frozen into popsicles. Instantly, they lost all signs of life. Then, this cold aura directly soared into the sky and transformed into the phantom of a dragon soul. It went directly through the boundary of the defensive formation and charged at the robbers' airship. It's actually a gold-tier magical weapon. The gang leader of the robbers had some experience and knew that this was an attack from a gold-tier magical weapon. At this moment, the phantom of a dragon soul pounced directly at him. He was on the airship and could not dodge, so he could only use magical power to resist. But just as he released a fire-based magical power, the phantom of a dragon soul had already pounced upon him, instantly freezing him to death. Chapter 84, Arrival. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. Boss. Damn, boss is dead. That was an attack from a gold-tier magical weapon. Let's run. Even their most revered boss had died. How could they be a match for the other party? One of the robbers shouted, and the others also left in their airship in panic. They were even twice as fast as they had come. In the blink of an eye, their airship had vanished. Damn, what's going on? Why is that magic airship of the robbers fleeing? I saw the gang leader of the robbers killed by a flying dragon. Damn, what's going on? I heard the robbers shouting about some gold-tier magical weapon. Is there an expert on our airship? It must be. That's a phantom of a dragon soul. This must have been an attack from a gold-tier magical weapon. Someone had used a gold-tier magical weapon to kill the other party's boss, so they were frightened and fled. We're saved. Where is that powerful man? I must thank him profusely. After a while, these people finally reacted. They started to discuss and even started to look for the expert who had just intervened. However, this expert, Ron, said to Karaman, "Uncle Karaman, let's go back." Hearing this, Karaman was stunned. He had thought that Ron would take this opportunity to show off, but he had not expected the other party to have no such thoughts. It seemed that Ron did not want to reveal his strength before entering the Blue Jade mystic realm of trial. Thinking of this, Karaman became even more impressed with Ron. This was because when he was Ron's age, he was far weaker than Ron, but he was already very arrogant. If he were to encounter such a situation, he would definitely want to be in the limelight. He had indeed encountered such situations a few times and almost died then. After suffering a few setbacks, he learned to hide his inadequacies. But currently, Ron was not only much stronger than his previous self in terms of cultivation base, he was even stronger in terms of the state of mind. At this moment, the people on the airship who could not find the expert had gradually calmed down. Under the arrangement of the captain of the guards, all of them returned to their own cabins. Then, the captain of the guards looked at the three frozen corpses on the deck. Currently, they still maintained the posture they had when they exercised their magical power. The captain of the guards could tell that the magical power of these three people was directed at him. If they had really unleashed their magical power successfully, he would have surely died. Thinking of this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Fortunately, there was an expert on this airship. Otherwise, if he had died, the others would certainly not have been able to resist. Those robbers had taken advantage of the chaos to attack. No one on the airship would have survived. However, who was that expert? Why had he not shown himself after doing something good? And the weapon the expert had used just now should be a gold-tier magical weapon. Those who used such weapons were definitely very rich. But if the other party was so rich, why would be he riding in this magical airship of the lowest grade? Many questions appeared in the mind of the captain of the guards. He could not figure anything out. In the end, he did not want to think any more. It was better to quickly steer the airship out of here. Then, he started the airship and shut down the protective formation. After all, it would consume magic stones with the formation activated. It was better to save as much as possible. After returning to the cabin, Ron began to meditate cross-legged. He had used the ice wand to kill earlier and had expended a little too much energy. After all, the ice wand was a gold-tier magical weapon. Although it was powerful, it also consumed a lot of magical power. He could not keep using it, otherwise, he would not have just killed the other party's gang leader and let the others go. The rest of the journey was uneventful. No other robbers appeared. By the afternoon of the next day, their flight was finally over. Looking down at the Blue Jade City, Ron was shocked to find that it was much larger than the Wind Snow City he had seen earlier. This was not a transportation hub nor did it have resources. Thousands of years ago, this place was just a desolate land. Subsequently, the Blue Jade Mystic Realm was discovered, and then, many wanted to occupy this place, so there were more and more people. After hundreds of years of fighting, the rules were set. Then, a large city was built here, the Blue Jade City. The city lord and his deputy here were both at the full level of the Great Archmage realm and were very powerful. This city existed because of the emergence of the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. Every time the Blue Jade Mystic Realm was conducting a trial, it would be the busiest and liveliest time in the city. Ron's small airship had landed in the most inconspicuous place. After getting off the airship, Ron found that the number of magi here was more than 10 times those in Wind Snow City, and most of them were all of the Great Mage Realm. There were also quite a few who came with a big entourage like the young master of the Wind Snow City. However, when they arrived here, their previous arrogance was somewhat restrained. This was because they all knew that those who could come here for the trial were all geniuses from the large sects and powers. Everyone had a prominent background, and they could not be offended recklessly. Occasionally, 1 or 2 experts of the Great Archmage realm could be spotted. Every time such experts appeared, it would immediately cause a commotion. This was because these experts were all well-known figures from some large factions. They were famous, and there would also be 1 or 2 geniuses beside them with the strength of at least a level 10 Great Mage realm or even higher. They were all here to participate in the Blue Jade trial. Caramon had also stopped being lethargic and became much more cautious. After all, there were too many Great Archmagi here. He was only a level 4 Great Archmage, and there were many stronger than him here. It was better to be careful. Then the two of them went to the most ordinary small hotel to rest. Even a small hotel was very expensive, and if they had come a little later, they might not even have this small room. After Ron and Caramon had gone upstairs, whispered discussions started in a secret corner of the hall. 2 more have come. Are they going to participate in the trial? Look at how shabby they look. They should be here just to watch the fun. After all, the Blue Jade badge is so expensive, the voice gradually tapered off. There were still 2 days before the trial would begin. These 2 days were enough for Ron to recover to his peak condition. He did not plan to continue cultivating for the next 2 days. Instead, he wanted to walk around and sightsee. At the same time, he could also fine-tune his state. The next night, the 2 of them returned from shopping on the streets and went upstairs to their room directly. However, just as they entered the room, Caramon frowned, but he quickly returned to normal. Chapter 85, Getting There. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. Ron went over to open the window, but just as he did so, he frowned and then pretending as if nothing had happened, he slowly closed the window. Then he walked over to Caramon and said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Uncle Caramon, someone had come into our room through our window." Caramon nodded in appreciation and said, "How did you know?" Ron said, "Because when we left, I tied a strand of hair to the window. But now, the window is not open, but that strand of hair is broken. Someone must have come in here." Caramon said, "Continue to check if there is anything amiss in our room." Hearing this, Ron went around and checked. He definitely would not have lost anything, because everything they brought was in Ron's storage ring. Caramon himself also had one. Everything in the room belonged to the hotel itself. Ron searched and found nothing, so he shook his head. Then Caramon waved at the bottom of the bed, and a black thing the size of a finger flew out and landed in Caramon's hand. Ron said puzzledly, "What is this?" Caramon said, "This is an unorthodox thing. It contains a kind of intoxicating fumes. He has placed it under the bed. If you touch this thing when getting onto the bed, it will release the intoxicating fumes. These intoxicating fumes are very powerful, and those below the Great Archmage level will lose their combat ability if they inhale sufficient amounts of the intoxicating fumes." "Hey? That powerful?" said Ron, horrified. If he had come alone, he would have been hit this time. Caramon snorted and said, "Humph, this is a very rare item. It is very troublesome to make and very expensive. Even an ordinary assassin cannot afford to use such a thing. It looks like these people have really invested a lot in order to obtain the Blue Jade Badge." "Ah? They know we have the Blue Jade Badge?" Caramon shook his head and said, "No, they don't know. They're just casting their net wide. If they can find a Blue Jade Badge, then all their efforts would be worth it, and they could even make a huge profit." Ron said, "This is too impertinent. This is Blue Jade City. Doesn't anyone care?" Caramon smiled and said, "Even if there are people in charge, they would have to be able to deal with it. Moreover, if we've come here for the trial, and can't even protect our badges for the trial, then there's no need to go into the mystic realm." Ron was instantly speechless. Caramon placed the device for the intoxicating fumes into his storage ring and said, "Young master, if those people come in tonight, you can do whatever you want with them. I will not interfere. As long as the matter is not blown up, it doesn't matter." Soon, it was late at night, and there was silence. The window latch of Ron's room was suddenly being moved. Soon, it was unlatched, and the window was opened to a gap. Then two lean figures, in night clothing, crawled in and landed silently. Then, the two of them looked at the two persons sleeping soundly on the bed. They immediately looked at each other and smiled. Then, the two of them pulled out their daggers and walked separately toward the two of them. Usually, they would finish off the people first and then slowly search for what was on their bodies. However, just as the man in black walked up to Ron and was about to attack, he suddenly saw Ron open his eyes. Before he could shout in surprise, he saw a flash of blue light in Ron's hand. A gust of cold air passed directly through his body like an arrow. His entire body froze into an ice popsicle. Then, this gust of cold air continued to fly toward the other person. Before he could react, he was also frozen to death. The gust of cold did not stop but continued to fly toward the ceiling. There was instantly a loud thud. It sounded as if something heavy had fallen to the ground and smashed into pieces. "What's that sound? Damn, what is this? Body fragments! Damn, murder!" Immediately, someone shouted loudly. The patrol officers also came running when they heard the shouting. When they entered Ron's room and saw the two dead men in black, they knew what had happened just from looking at their clothing. Ron, on the other hand, looked like the kind of person who had come to participate in the trial. Then, the two patrol officers only asked some questions before carrying the two corpses away, and that was the end of the matter. The next day, when Ron and Caramon came downstairs, the people in the hall looked at them with awe when they saw them. Some of them quickly turned their heads away, afraid to look at them. The two of them left the inn and came to a ferry point which had already been specified beforehand. Several very luxurious magic airships were parked here. These were the airships specially provided by Blue Jade City for those participating in the trial to get to the trial venue. The two of them stepped forward, and just as the guard was about to say something to stop them, Ron pulled out the Blue Jade badge, causing the guard to swallow the words that had come to his mouth. He examined the badge for a while in surprise, and then let Ron pass. Even Caramon gave a similar badge to clear the checkpoint together. Damn, such a person actually has a Blue Jade badge. They are probably some lucky small power. Who cares what they're doing? They're just here to deliver food. As soon as they got on the airship, Ron heard a few disdainful comments. Ron ignored them completely. Who are really the ones delivering food, we'll know after the Mystic Realm trial. Then, he entered his cabin and tried not to come into contact with these people. In a short while, the magic airship had already taken off with a slight tremble. As they got closer and closer to the Mystic Realm for the trial, Ron could not help but become a little nervous. After all, he was only a young man not yet 20 years old. When he just boarded the airship, he already saw many powerful figures with just a quick glance. These people were all his competitors for the trial, and might even be his mortal enemies. Moreover, they were all geniuses nurtured by many large factions, and they would certainly have many magical weapons and defensive equipment on them. He had to be careful when dealing with them. However, thinking of magical items, he touched the magic robe he was wearing, which looked very ordinary. This was that platinum tier magic robe. It looked very ordinary only because it had concealed all the spiritual light. Even Kariman had not discovered anything special about this robe. This had been specially prepared by the old ancestor for him. In order not to disappoint the old ancestor and the expectations of the entire family clan, he had to not only come out alive from this blue jade mystic realm of trial, but also become stronger. Chapter 86, New Talent. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. The magic airship flew for half a day before stopping at a mountaintop. After Ron and Kariman got off the airship, they found that several luxurious magic airships had already been docked here. These should be the organizations and individuals who had come from other places to participate in the trial. Almost everyone here was powerful, at least level 8 great mage strength, and there were even many great archmagi. As Ron looked at these people, he could not help but sigh at the number of heroes in the world. However, Ron would not belittle himself. He was not even 20 years old yet, but he was already at the full level of the great mage realm. There were probably not many who could match him. However, in terms of pomp, there were really few whom Ron could match up to. The two of them were at the back of the line, inconspicuous. There were also a few who were similar to them, but these were basically just some independent cultivators who had cultivated on their own, and also some small forces. After Ron had swept his gaze around, he looked in one of the directions because some of the people standing there were all from the Sky Blue Magic Academy, and the person in the lead was the glamorous teacher Angela. "Uncle Kariman, let's go over there," said Ron, pointing in the direction of the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Kariman took a look and did not say anything. He just followed quietly. However, ever since he came here, he had been very nervous. Now that he saw Angela from the Sky Blue Magic Academy, he began to think if he had any feud with the Sky Blue Magic Academy. After careful thought, he believed he did not have any feuds with them, so he followed with a sense of relief. He had no choice. He had really not been a good person previously and had offended too many powers. Take the incident in the Calamity Mountain Range as an example. If Romo had not come, those few members of the Pure White Magic Academy who were on training would have died in his hands. This was definitely an irreconcilable feud. At this moment, he took a glance and immediately lowered his head, trying hard to act like an ordinary old servant. This was because he had just seen the people from the Pure White Magic Academy. Hopefully, those people from the previous time have not come here. Otherwise, it would be disastrous. When Ron walked toward the Sky Blue Magic Academy, Angela, who had also discovered Ron earlier on, and saw that Ron had really come to participate in the Blue Jade trial, had a look of approval in her eyes. However, when she saw Kariman behind Ron, a hint of surprise immediately appeared in her eyes. However, it soon disappeared. Sure enough, there is a great archmage in the Nicholas family. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for Ron's injuries to recover so quickly and for him to even grow so fast. This can only be accomplished with the careful guidance of a great archmage. I wonder who this old man, who is a level 4 great archmage, is. Why does he not look like an elder but an old servant? As Angela was thinking, she became perplexed. But at this moment, Ron had already walked up. He then said respectfully to Angela, "Junior greets teacher Angela." Angela nodded in approval and said, "Well, very good. You really came. Since you're here, you have to do well." "I definitely won't let teacher Angela down," said Ron respectfully. At this moment, when the other geniuses of the Sky Blue Magic Academy saw that their respected teacher Angela actually regarded a young man so highly, it immediately attracted their attention. All of them looked over and started to speculate Ron's identity. Seeing this, Angela introduced, "Let me introduce you guys, his name is Ron Nicholas. When you guys go into the Mystic Realm trial, you can take care of each other." One of them was a handsome young man in his 20s with blonde hair. He was obviously the leader of the geniuses. Upon hearing this, he stretched out his hand and said, "Brother Ron, I've heard a lot about you. My name is William." Ron quickly extended his hand to shake hands with him and introduced himself. The other lady, who had green hair and was wearing a green dress, was as beautiful as a princess. She smiled and said, "My name is Elizabeth. I have often heard Junior Serena mention you and say how handsome you are. At that time, I did not believe it. But now, I see that you are much more handsome than what Junior has described." The others also came over one after another to greet Ron. Although Ron was not a student of their academy, they had all heard of Ron because this was the person whom teacher Angela had visited personally to take in as a disciple, but was rejected by the other party. It could be seen that the other party's talent and strength were all extraordinary, otherwise, he would not have received such treatment. Moreover, after the rejection, teacher Angela was still so good to him, this made them value him even more. However, not everyone was friendly to him. A few of them looked cold as if they looked down on Ron completely. Ron naturally would not be warm to those who were treating him coldly, so he kept talking to William, Elizabeth, and a few. William, Elizabeth, and the rest had often gone out to train. They were more knowledgeable than Ron, especially since they knew more people. During the course of their conversation, William and Elizabeth introduced some people to Ron. Of course, they only pointed them from a distance to Ron, and did not go up to chat directly. After all, there were some people whom even William and Elizabeth, the pride of the Sky Blue Magic Academy, could not compare with. For example, there were 3 genius disciples from the Holy Land among them. The 3 of them sat together and rested with their eyes closed. They did not even have the intention to talk to the others, and no one else dared to disturb them. Such was the arrogance of the genius disciples from the Holy Land. While Ron was chatting with William, his arrival had been known to another person. This person walked to a small clique. 3 of the young people in this small clique were all in their 20s, and their cultivation base was not weak. They were obviously the core of this small clique, and this person was the 4th core member. After he came over, he said directly to the 3 of them, "Brothers, guess what I have discovered just now? You have always been one to make a fuss over nothing. What have you discovered?" A young man in a red robe said as he curled his lips. Another young man in black clothes with a head of purple hair said, "What have you discovered? Have you obtained some insider information?" This person looked at the young man in black clothes and said, "Brother Lael, what I have discovered is closely related to your family." "Ah, no, it has to do with all 4 of us." What is it? Don't keep us in suspense," the other 3 asked impatiently. Chapter 87, The Trial Begins. Translator, Henai Translations Editor, Henai Translations. These 4 people were the descendants of the 4 large family clans from the Holy Light City. The one in the black clothes with the purple hair was the genius of the Trice family clan, Lael Trice. The one who kept them in suspense was called Arden Jeffrey, the one in the yellow clothes was called Jess Byron, and the tall and lanky one in the green clothes was called Fitch Adrian. Seeing that the three of them were getting a little impatient, Arden pointed at a person in the direction of the Sky Blue Magic Academy and said, "Look at that person. I just overheard them chatting and heard that the young man's name is Ron Nicholas. He's from Winterfrost." "What? Ron Nicholas? It can't be that Nicholas family clan, right?" Lael Trice had often heard the topic of the Nicholas family being mentioned at home these few days, especially the death of two descendants of his family clan seemed to be related to the Nicholas family, so he immediately took notice upon hearing the Nicholas family name. Arden sneered and said, "That's right, it's the Nicholas family. That damned thing actually dares to participate in Blue Jade Mystic Realms trial? But how did he qualify to participate in the trial?" Lael said, puzzled. Arden said, "I saw that teacher Angela from the Sky Blue Magic Academy is very good to that kid. And I also heard that teacher Angela had personally visited him to take him in as a disciple. I think that the Blue Jade badge had been given to him by Angela. This is good too." A cold light flashed in the eyes of Lael Trice, and he said coldly, "Since he has the guts to participate in the Blue Jade trial, it's an opportunity to eliminate him openly." Then, he looked at the other three and said, "This person has similar feuds with your families. You guys should join hands with me to attack him." When the sun had risen to the center of the sky, 4 old men, who were emitting powerful auras, appeared in the sky together. When everyone saw the 4 experts, they became quiet as these 4 experts were all at the peak of the great Archmage realm. They were incomparably powerful and were the experts from the 4 great magic academies. They were also the 4 great powers who controlled the Blue Jade Mystic Realm of Trials. The 4 great magic academies of the Northern Empire were the Pure White Magic Academy, the Sky Blue Magic Academy, the Blood Red Magic Academy, and the Rainbow Magic Academy. These 4 experts had come from these 4 magic academies. Their appearance now indicated that it was already time to open the mystic realm. The 4 of them looked at each other and then stood in 4 directions. Then, they each took out a similar magical weapon and started to inject magical power into it. Instantly, 4 beams of light shot into the sky, and the powerful magical waves even formed circles of shock waves which spread out. Everyone watched what was happening intently. Then, the 4 powerful beams of light pillars could be seen converging together. At the spot where they converged, space seemed to be gradually torn open, and then a crack line like glass shattering appeared. As the 4 experts continued to inject magical power, the crack line gradually tore open, forming a crack. Instantly, an extremely dense burst of spiritual energy from the heavens and earth surged forth from the crack. Looking at the crack, everyone was inexplicably excited, especially those who were about to participate in the trial because they all knew that this crack was the entrance to the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. "Everyone who is participating in the trial, take your Blue Jade badge and enter the Mystic Realm." After the entrance had been opened, one of the experts shouted. His voice was mixed with magical power that kept surging. Everyone present could hear him clearly. Upon hearing the voice, someone immediately flew in. Ron was not the only one who had a magical weapon that could fly, the others also had them. After all, they had been nurtured by large factions, and some of their magical weapons were even stronger than Ron's. However, there were also some who had unleashed their magical powers and relied on them to enter the mystic realm. Seeing this, Ron nodded at Caramon and bade farewell to Angela. Then, he flew in after William and the others from the Sky Blue Magic Academy. Each time, the 4 great magic academies would each have 10 entry places. In addition, 60 Blue Jade badges would be distributed to some other powers. Altogether, there were a total of 100 places for the trial. Soon, all 100 of these people had entered. After entering, they lost contact with the outside world. Even experts at the peak of the Great Archmage realm would not be able to detect what was happening inside from outside. After they had entered, the Blue Jade badge in their hands automatically turned into a beam of blue light and slowly disappeared. This blue jade badge was the key to enter the mystic realm, but it would not be required to come out. After Ron had entered the mystic realm, he found that he was surrounded by a thick fog. Visibility was only about 10 meters. He released his mental strength and found that the fog even affected the senses of his mental strength. However, Ron was not flustered. In fact, he had a feeling of familiarity because Ron had already undergone the specialized training from Romo previously. After all, Romo had participated in the trial of the Blue Jade Mystic Realm in the past, so he knew the situations inside the Blue Jade Mystic Realm. Therefore, he had replicated all the situations in the Blue Jade Mystic Realm that he knew in the Dream Realm. He had even listed out all the magical beasts, where the traps were, where it was likely to have treasures, and also where the places of death were. These were very useful to Ron. After Ron had taken 2 steps, the ground beneath his feet became soft. Only then did Ron realize that the ground below was a desert. Also, the fog did not cover the entire mystic realm, but seemed to be present only at the entrance. It seemed that because of this fog the experts of Peak Great Archmage Realm that were outside were not able to detect what was going on inside. "Brother Ron, come with us. There's strength in numbers," William said to Ron. He had a good impression of Ron. "No, I want to go to the swamp area." "It's a different route from yours," Ron said, declining. "In that case, I won't force it. Brother Ron, take care. I'll see you in half a month." "Take care, everyone," said Ron, cupping his fist. Then, William left and the others left together. Elizabeth deliberately stayed behind. After everyone had left, she took out 2 letters and said to Ron, "These are the letters Serena and Howen have written to you." Ron was stunned for a moment before he took the letters and said, "Thank you, Senior Elizabeth." "You're welcome. It's no trouble at all. Also, the swamp area is the most dangerous place in the mystic realm. There are numerous magical beasts, and they are very powerful. You have to be careful. Junior Serena is still waiting for you." With that said, she turned around and left to quickly follow William and the rest. Chapter 88, Enemies on a Narrow Road. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. The reason why Ron did not want to move together with William and the others was mainly because he had many secrets which he did not wish to reveal. Moreover, although the swamps were dangerous, Romo had given him special treatment previously and he knew that there were many natural treasures in this place. Also, although he was on good terms with William and the others, he was not a student of the Sky Blue Magic Academy after all. It was even their first time meeting each other. It was not possible for him to have complete trust in them. They might abandon him directly if they were to really encounter dangers. It was better to separate now, so as not to hurt the harmony. Also, although there was strength in number, any natural treasures found would have to be shared equally. It would be better to search alone. Ron opened the letter as he walked. The contents of Serena's letter were nothing more than an expression of her longing for him, and something to the effect of asking him to return safely. After Ron had read it, he kept it with him carefully. There was only one sentence, however, in Howen's letter. It told Ron to be careful of Jared. William had previously told him about Jared, that he was also a genius. He did not have any more information. But why did Howen want him to be careful of him? He had nothing to do with him at all. Just as Ron was perplexed, he suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked behind him. He saw 4 people approaching him quickly, and when they came closer, 3 of them went around him and came to his front and 2 sides. They surrounded him directly, not hiding their hostility toward Ron at all. Looking at the 4 people who had a murderous look in their eyes, Ron was very speechless. He did not know these 4 people at all. Were they trying to kill him? Although he had long heard that the Mystic Realm trial was very dangerous and that killing one another frequently occurred, it would not be to the extent that someone would actually want to kill him so soon. Could it be that they wanted to get rid of a competitor in advance because he was alone? This was too ruthless. "The four of you, what's the meaning of this?" said Ron, looking coldly at them. "Is your name Ron Nicholas?" A young man in black with purple hair asked coldly. "Hey!" Ron was shocked. He had thought that the four of them had only wanted to reduce the number of competitors, but now, the other party had called out his name directly. It was obvious that they had known about him all along and had specially come to kill him. Ron's expression turned even colder. He looked at the purple-haired youth and said, "Do you know me? Do we have a feud? Do we have a feud?" "Humph!" The other party snorted and said, "Remove the words do we. Not only do we have a feud, our feud is as deep as the sea. I'm not afraid to tell you that my name is Lael Trice, and Ramu Trice is my biological younger brother." At this point, the hatred in his eyes became more intense. It was obvious that he loved his biological younger brother very much, but unfortunately, he had been killed by the Nicholas family clan. Thinking of this, he said with even more hatred, "I had originally wanted to go to Winterfrost after the trial to exterminate your entire clan and take revenge for my younger brother. The heavens have eyes and have actually let me encounter you here. Today, you will die." "Oh, so you're from the Trice family clan." Ron finally learnt the identities of the four people and why they had wanted to kill him from the start. However, he was not afraid at all. He looked coldly at the other three and said, "In that case, are the three of you from the other three large family clans of the Holy Light City? Hehe, you're really smart. You've figured it out in a short while. It looks like you are also aware of the feuds between our four large family clans and your family." Arden Jeffrey said coldly, "In that case, we're also not afraid of you knowing. I'm from the Jeffrey family clan. My name is Arden." The other two also gave their names and said, "My name is Jess from the Byron family clan. I'm Fitch from the Adrian family clan." Fitch said in a cold voice, "Ron, don't blame us. There's actually no feud between us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being born in the wrong place into the Nicholas family. The Trice family, the Jeffrey family, the Byron family, the Adrian family. Haha, very good. I didn't expect all of you from the four large family clans to be here. Since all of you are able to participate in the Blue Jade trial, that means all of you are the geniuses from the current generation of the four large family clans, right?" Ron was not afraid of being surrounded by the four of them at all. Instead, he smiled as he spoke, which made the four of them a little puzzled. They thought, "Has this guy been scared silly? He's still thinking about such things at this time." "That's right, we are. It is your honor to die in the hands of the four of us," Lael Trice said arrogantly. "Hehe." Ron sneered at Lael and said, "It's not certain who will die. You have said something very well, which is that the heavens have eyes and have sent all of you directly to me. In that case, I'll collect some interest for the blood debt your family's clans have owed." Roar! After Ron had finished speaking, a violent burst of magical power erupted, and surging magical power poured into his ice wand. Instantly, a faint roar of a dragon could be heard, and the phantom of a dragon soul which exuded an icy aura flew out from the ice wand, pouncing on Lael Trice. After all, Lael Trice was a genius nurtured by the Trice family clan. Although he had not expected Ron to dare to attack him first in such a situation, and to even use a gold-tier magical weapon with great power, he did not panic. He raised his hand and took out a fiery red magic wand, using all his might to release a magical fire dragon. However, the fire dragon was only a magical power. It could not be compared with the phantom of the dragon soul at all. With just a collision, the fire dragon immediately collapsed and was extinguished by the cold aura of the dragon soul. However, this also delayed some time, allowing Lael to escape. As he quickly backed away, he shouted, "What are you guys waiting for? Attack together and kill him." The other three had already begun to attack Ron without needing Lael's reminder. Arden took out a magic wand which resembled a tree branch, but this was a high-grade silver tier wand and it was very powerful. He waved his hand, and surging magical power poured into the magic wand. Then, with the wave of his hand, countless venomous snakes instantly attacked Ron from underground. Then, these underground venomous snakes emerged and wrapped tightly around Ron, preventing him from moving. It turned out that those were not venomous snakes at all but some incredibly tough vines. This Arden was a wood-based mage. The other two were overjoyed. Now that Ron had been ensnared by Arden's wood-based magical power, he would just be a target for them to freely attack. Chapter 89, Total Victory. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Jess also took out a high-grade silver tier, fiery red magic wand. A burst of fire-based magical power surged into the magic wand, and then shot out a high-energy beam directly at Ron. Fitch Adrian, on the other hand, took out a magic scroll and injected magical power into it. He threw it into the air, and instantly, the magic scroll was activated. Then, as thunder and lightning flashed, a thick bolt of purple lightning shot out from the scroll. Its target was Ron. Boom! Both of their attacks were of the very destructive kinds. Moreover, Romo had been completely entangled by the vines and could not move at all. Thus, the vicious attacks from the two who were behind all hit Ron directly. He could not dodge. Seeing this, the four of them were all overjoyed because the attacks they had launched had been their strongest attacks. Even if the four of them used defensive magical power, and were hit by such attacks, they would also have died without a doubt. The happiest person was naturally Lael Trice. He saw the two attacks hitting Ron directly and sneered in his heart. Hehe, aren't you supposed to be very awesome? How dare you boast shamelessly in front of the four of us and say that you want to kill us? Do you think you're great just because you have a gold tier magical weapon? Aren't you still killed by us in just one exchange? What's going on? The smugness in Lael Trice's heart suddenly disappeared. He was of the belief that magical weapons were controlled by people. If the person controlling the weapon died, the weapon's attack would stop. But now, the phantom of a dragon soul, which was pouncing at him, had not vanished but was continuing to attack him. Shocked, Lael quickly dodged, but it was already too late. Even when he had used all his strength to dodge, one of his thighs was still touched by the phantom of a dragon soul. As a result, his entire leg was instantly frozen into an ice popsicle. It froze in place and became joined to the ground. He still maintained a dodging action, and as a result his thigh was directly torn off his body. "On my leg!" Lael let out a shrill scream, and this scream immediately attracted the attention of the other three. They looked in the direction of the voice and saw the tragic sight of Lael. They were all quite shocked. Hasn't that kid been killed by them? How is Lael still injured to this extent? No, the phantom of the dragon soul is still around, which means that the other party is still alive. Shocked, the three of them looked in Ron's direction. At this moment, they saw that where the lightning and flames had enveloped, a gust of cold air suddenly shot toward Arden like an arrow. Arden was still controlling the vines, and did not expect Ron to be able to launch a magical attack at this moment. In an instant, he was hit directly by the cold air, and a layer of frost instantly appeared on his body. This was Ron's own magical power, and it was naturally not as powerful as the phantom of a dragon soul. Even so, Arden was already lying on the ground, trembling, and unable to move. Damn it, what's going on? Why isn't he dead? The other two were even more shocked. They looked toward Ron. At this moment, the high-energy beam and lightning had already dissipated. The two of them were shocked to see a layer of golden defensive boundary outside Ron's body, on which complicated and mysterious magic runes were flowing non-stop. It was obvious at a glance that it was a very high-level defensive boundary. Previously, their attacks had all been blocked by this defensive boundary, and Ron, who was inside, had not been harmed at all. At this moment, Ron's ordinary clothes had already become a magnificent robe that continued to emit golden light. At this moment, the power of the spirit turtle magic robe was fully manifested. That is a defensive magic robe," Jess said as he looked at the spirit turtle magic robe in shock. "To be able to block the attacks of the two of us, this has to be a gold tier magic robe. Damn it, how can he have such a high tier defensive robe? We don't even have one." Fitch bellowed in disbelief. After all, he had thought that the Nicholas family clan was in decline, but now, he had taken out a treasure that even they did not have. How could he not be shocked? They were shocked, but Ron did not give them time to be shocked. With the ice wand in his hand, he locked his gaze on Fitch and shouted, "Go!" Instantly, the phantom of a dragon soul appeared in the ice wand again, and it charged at Fitch. Fitch was shocked. He had just seen with his own eyes how powerful this phantom of a dragon soul was. If one were to be touched just a little by it, one would immediately be invaded by the cold air and die instantly. Lael's frozen leg clearly demonstrated how powerful this phantom of a dragon soul was. He dared not slight it. As he backed away, he took out a more powerful magic scroll and released a defensive shield. Just as the golden defensive shield was released, the phantom of a dragon soul collided with it. The defensive shield fluctuated for a moment, but in the end, it managed to hold out. Fitch heaved a sigh of relief that it did not break directly. On the other side, upon seeing this, Jess knew that the Ron before him was the most powerful enemy he had ever encountered in his life. If he did not kill him today, he would be the one to die in the end. Thinking of this, he immediately ingested a magic pill. After swallowing the magic pill, his aura instantly skyrocketed. His strength had increased by at least one small realm, from the realm of a level 9 Great Mage to the realm of a level 10 Great Mage. This magic pill had been given to him by the elders of the family clan, before he set off, to save his life, but he had not expected to have to take it out and ingest it just when he had started. However, at this moment, he couldn't care less. Ron had a powerful defensive magic robe, and if he did not fight with his life on the line, he would not be able to even penetrate the other party's defensive robe. If that happened, he would die. After his strength had increased, he felt the magical power in his body surged by more than half instantly, and his confidence increased tremendously. Then, he quickly chanted a magical incantation. Instantly, a huge magic formation rose from beneath his feet, and the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth around him was absorbed by the magic formation under his feet. Then, he pointed the fiery red magic wand in his hand at Ron. Instantly, an even thicker, high-energy beam of even hotter temperature shot out from the fiery red magic wand. At this moment, a bird happened to pass by in front of him, and was directly hit by the high-energy beam. A wisp of green smoke could be seen floating up, and then, the bird directly vaporized, leaving not even a speck of ash. This was the power of his high-energy beam. Even a mage at the peak realm would be killed instantly. This was the most powerful attack of Jess. In his belief, once his high-energy beam had been unleashed, Ron's defensive magic robe would also not be able to withstand his magical power, and once the magic robe was damaged, Ron would surely die. Chapter 90, All Killed. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Ron ignored Jess' attack completely and kept controlling the phantom of a dragon soul to attack Fitch. After Fitch's defense shield blocked one attack from the phantom of a dragon soul, he had just heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the phantom of a dragon soul crashing toward him again. This time, the defense shield was not so firm, it did not even have the rippling state as before. Instead, it became like a thin layer of ice. With the impact of the phantom of a dragon soul, many fine cracks appeared. Then, the cracks grew larger, and then with a cracking sound, it completely shattered. Fitch was instantly horrified. How is this possible? This is a magic scroll personally refined by our old ancestor. The magical shield inside had been cast by him personally. Although the power has been reduced, it should not have been broken so quickly by the other party. At this moment, the phantom of a dragon soul was attacking him again. He sensed that the current strength of the phantom of a dragon soul was actually a little more powerful than before. What is going on? His attack is too powerful. Isn't the other party only a level 11 Great Mage? However, his current strength is at least that of a full-level Great Mage. Fitch hurriedly released his strongest defensive magical power, wanting to block the attack of the phantom of a dragon soul. However, with just one attack, his defensive magical power shattered inch by inch, and he was sent flying backward by the impact. Fitch became even more shocked. Damn, he had the strength of a level 12 Great Mage, so why was he unable to block even one attack from the other party? Was the other party even a Great Mage? As he was still reeling in shock, he saw the phantom of a dragon soul attack again. His face was filled with horror as the phantom of a dragon soul became larger and larger. In the end, he had no more thoughts. He had already been instantly frozen to death by the phantom of a dragon soul. On the other side, while Ron was controlling the phantom of a dragon soul to kill Fitch, Jess had been using the high-energy beam to attack the defensive shield around Ron. However, Ron's gaze had been locked on Fitch until he was killed. This had taken at least 10 seconds, but no matter how hard Jess' high-energy beam tried to attack, the defensive shield was like a piece of rock that was not showing any signs of being breached. Seeing Fitch killed and Ron's gaze turning to him, he was instantly horrified. No, that's not a gold-tier defensive magic robe. It's impossible for even a high-grade gold-tier defensive magic robe not to be breached after such a long period of attack. This is at least a platinum-tier defensive magic robe. No, I'm not his match at all. He has already killed Fitch. I'm next. Run, I have to run. In this instant, Jess finally learnt the grade of the magic robe on Ron. He knew that with this magic robe, it would not be able to defeat Ron at all. Now, if he wanted to live, the only way was to flee. With this in mind, he immediately stopped attacking Ron and applied a wind-based magical power to himself, then fled like the wind. He thought that the magical power he had used to escape could increase his speed by 3 times, and that the other party would not be able to catch up with him. But when he thought that he had run far away and looked back, he was instantly horrified because a huge phantom of a dragon soul had rushed over from behind him, and it was much faster than him. And on the phantom of a dragon soul was Ron. Go and die! Ron shouted and commanded the phantom of a dragon soul to swoop down and pounce on Jess. Instantly, Jess lost all signs of life. Then, Ron immediately controlled the phantom of a dragon soul to return quickly. At this moment, most of the cold air in Arden's body had been expelled by him, and he could already sit up. His only thought now was to stand up quickly and run as fast as he could, but his legs were still like 2 popsicles, not listening to him no matter what. Just then, he saw Ron catch up with Jess and kill him with ease, and thereafter, was riding the dragon soul back swiftly. The other party's next target was him. No, I don't want to die yet. My great life has just begun. How can I die here? No, I must leave this place immediately. But why are my legs still numb? Quick, stand up, stand up! Arden shouted anxiously in his heart, but even though he punched his leg hard, he could not feel anything. Seeing that Ron was getting closer and closer to him, he scrambled and started to flee, but this was all in vain to Ron, who was riding on the dragon soul. He commanded the phantom of a dragon soul to spit out a mouthful of ice dragon breath, and instantly, Arden was killed. At the same time, hundreds of meters away, Lael watched helplessly as his 3 companions were mercilessly killed by Ron, one after another. He was so frightened that he became weak and fell limply to the ground. Of course, this might also have something to do with his injuries. At this moment, his entire right leg had been severed, but no blood flowed out because even the broken stump had dense ice energy, which had frozen all the blood, and the ice energy was even trying to infiltrate his body. He had to use all his magical power to block off the ice energy, otherwise, he would have been frozen to death by now. But in this way, he also did not have any strength to flee. Originally, he had hoped that his 3 companions would be able to kill Ron, but now, with the corpses of his 3 companions in front of him, he felt that everything before him was a little surreal. How could Ron, a mere poor kid from the countryside, be so powerful? But when Ron looked at him with a gaze devoid of emotion, he knew that all of this was real because Ron was about to kill him. "Ron, don't kill me. Please, I won't tell anyone about what happened here. I can still help you settle this so that the 4 large clans won't attack your family clan. Ron, please don't kill me." Lael kept begging for mercy. Unfortunately, Ron was not even in the mood to talk nonsense with him. He let the phantom of a dragon soul pounce on him, and instantly, another ice sculpture appeared on the field. After killing all the enemies, Ron put away the ice wand, retracted the power of the spirit turtle magic robe, and put on his normal clothes again. His own aura had also declined. Just now, Ron had used the cultivation technique of the Skyfiend 3 transformations, but he had only used the first transformation. With his current strength, using the first transformation would hardly cause any side effects to his body. He walked to the corpses of the few people and took away the magical weapons they had on them, as well as their storage rings. These were all his spoils of war. Then, Ron took out the ice wand again, rode on the phantom of a dragon soul, and quickly left the place. Chapter 91, The Mysterious Person. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. After Ron had left, not far from where he had been fighting, the air suddenly rippled like water, and then a young man in a white robe appeared there. He had witnessed the entire battle just now, and his eyes flashed as he said, "I had thought that this Ron would be killed, but I did not expect that the ones to die would be those from the 4 large family clans. He is not even 20 years old yet and already has such strength, and also has a gold tier magical weapon and a platinum tier defensive equipment. It seems that there is also an explosive type of magical power. Has such strength really been nurtured by a lousy family clan?" As the white-robed youth spoke, he walked to the place where the battle had taken place. He looked at the 4 corpses and said disdainfully, "Humph, what dog *T 4 great clans of the Holy Light City." Then, he drifted away. This brat has done well. On the other side, Romo was sitting on a large tree, watching Ron's battle through the visitation talisman. Originally, Romo had only been counting the time, and it was already time for the trial to start, so he wanted to see Ron's performance in the beginning. Unexpectedly, Ron had to face a great battle from the start, and it was 1 against 4. In the beginning, Romo was a little worried and had even been waiting for the system to issue him an urgent mission. When the time came, he would be able to help immediately and then complete a mission. He had not expected Ron to perform so well, and be able to kill 4 people easily in a 1 against 4 situation. Romo felt a little regretful that he had not received a mission from the system, but at the same time, he was also a little glad for Ron. Seeing that Ron had taken away all the other party's storage rings and magic wands, Romo felt that he had to work hard as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would be embarrassing if he were to lose to his descendants, so he continued on his way. He could sense very quickly that the surrounding environment was a little familiar. This place should have been where he had come 500 years ago. However, after 500 years, there had been some changes, but not major ones. He immediately followed the route in his memory and arrived near a swamp. Romo frowned. Originally, there had been a 10,000-year-old poison locust tree here, and the surrounding area within a radius of 10 kilometers was all filled with poisonous fog, and there was a level 6 poison lizard that resided in the poisonous fog. It was very powerful. Back then, when Romo came here, he almost became the prey of that poison lizard. When he returned this time, the first thing he had thought of was this place. The poison locust tree and the poison lizard had many treasures on them. Unfortunately, both of them were gone now. Someone must have taken them. Although it was somewhat a pity, this was understandable. After all, it had been 500 years. Then, I'll go to the next place. There was a giant python not far from here. 500 years ago, the giant python was about to turn into a flood dragon. I wonder if it is still around now. Moreover, it seemed to be protecting a top-grade water moonstone. Romo recalled as he spoke, and then he walked quickly in the direction of the lake in his memory. Romo could still recall that the strength of that giant python had already reached the peak of level 6. It was very powerful, equivalent to a human at the peak of the Great Archmage realm. At that time, Romo was only a level 6 Great Archmage and was no match for this giant python. Therefore, Romo could only look at this giant python from afar. He still remembered that the giant python had been living in a spirit spring. There was a top-grade water moonstone in the spirit spring. This water moonstone could absorb the essence of the moon and transform ordinary water into spirit spring. The spirit spring had been transformed by the top-grade water moonstone. The reason why the giant python was so powerful was because it had been soaking in the spirit spring. At that time, Romo looked at the full pool of spirit spring water and almost drooled. At that time, he was desperate to obtain some spirit spring. However, with the giant python protecting it, if he were to go over, he would surely die. Later on, a level 11 Great Archmage had also found this place. When he saw the pool of spirit spring, he was very covetous. He then fought a great battle with the giant python. The great battle had broadened Romo's horizon. A human and a snake actually fought for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the human Great Archmage was still the one weaker than the other party. He was eventually eaten by the giant python. However, the giant python was also injured. Romo took the opportunity and got some spirit spring water. Just as he was about to get the top-grade water moonstone, the giant python, despite being injured, still had the strength to fight. For it to kill Romo, who was only a level 6 Great Archmage, was not a problem at all. Seeing the situation, Romo quickly ran. Fortunately, as the giant python had been injured, Romo could escape. Now, Romo was already at the peak of the Great Archmage realm. He had come this time for the top-grade water moonstone. He just did not know if the giant python and the water moonstone were still around. Romo soon arrived at his destination. It was somewhat different from the place in his memory, and there were even some traces of battle. However, this was normal. After all, anyone who saw the pool of spirit spring would want to take it for themselves. Romo took a closer look but did not see the giant python. Even the spirit spring was gone. Could the giant python have been killed and the spirit spring taken away? Romo thought, but he did not give up. He immediately released his mental strength and carefully sensed. Suddenly, Romo opened his eyes and looked in a direction happily. He had just sensed a pure spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. It was definitely the aura of the spirit spring. The spirit spring was still here. Romo immediately flew over. Sure enough, in an open-air cave, Romo saw a pool of clear spring water at the bottom of the cave, constantly emitting extremely rich spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. As Romo stood above the spirit spring, he took a deep breath and felt his strength improve a little. It was indeed the spirit spring. Romo hurried down and saw that at the bottom of the spirit spring, there was a huge, milky white spirit stone. It was constantly emitting rich spiritual energy that fused with the spirit spring. Romo was overjoyed. That was the top-grade water moonstone. As expected, the water moonstone was also here. At night, the water moonstone would absorb the moonlight essence and store it. Then, during the day, it would slowly release it. If there was surrounding water, the moonlight essence released would fuse with the water, turning ordinary water into a spirit spring. This was how the spirit spring originated. In other words, if there was no such top-grade water moonstone, there would not have been a spirit spring. Romo quickly jumped into the spirit spring. He grabbed the huge top-grade water moonstone with both hands and exerted all his strength. Whoosh! The spirit spring produced a splash. Then, Romo came out happily from the spirit spring. In his hands, he was holding a 1-meter-long milky white stone. This was the water moon stone. Chapter 92, Python. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. Looking at the water moon stone, Romo was very happy. Haha, after 500 years, this treasure had finally fallen into his hands. In the future, as long as there was this water moon stone, there would always be spirit spring water to drink. Although he had no use for it now, he could give it to the family members to drink. Everyone's cultivation base would increase rapidly once they drank the spring water. Romo quickly stored the water moon stone in his storage ring. This was definitely the best treasure he had obtained from his treasure hunting trip. However, Romo looked at the pool of spirit spring water and felt that he could not let so much spirit spring water go to waste. He had to take all of it with him. However, the space in Romo's storage ring was too small. It was full after he stored just one water moon stone. There was no place left to store so much spirit spring water. And, where had that giant python gone? It did not seem that it had been killed. If someone had killed the giant python, he would not have left behind such a good treasure like the water moon stone. There was only one scenario, which was that the giant python had gone out. As for where it had gone, Romo did not know. However, this was a good opportunity. He could go to the giant python's nest. There might be some treasures there. For instance, the level 11 great archmage who had fought with the giant python 500 years ago had been eaten by the giant python, but the storage ring of the great archmage would certainly not have been digested. It might even be in the giant python's nest. Romo immediately searched around. Sure enough, on a cliff opposite, there was a cave. This was the python's nest. After Romo had entered, he saw that the space inside was very large. He came to the end of the cave and indeed, he discovered that there were many human bones here. There was still a lingering magical aura on these bones. It was obvious at a glance that they were the bones of a great archmage with extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, they had all become food for the python. And beneath the bones were more than one magical weapon. Romo did not check carefully. He quickly picked these things up and stuffed them into his storage ring. What made Romo most happy was that he had really found storage rings, and there were 3 of them. 2 of them were bronze-tier storage rings. The space in them was not very large, but there was also a high-grade gold-tier storage ring. The space in it was more than 20 cubic meters. After obtaining these storage rings, Romo became ecstatic. With these storage rings, he would be able to take all the spirit spring water with him. After another round of plundering, he saw that there was nothing good left. Romo was about to hurry back to the spirit spring and take it with him. But at this moment, Romo suddenly heard a sound like a dragon roar. Romo was very familiar with this cry. It was the cry of the python. Romo was shocked. Could it be that the python had known that its home had been plundered and had rushed its way back? However, he immediately calmed down because he could tell that the cry was not from nearby, but from at least hundreds of kilometers away. The angry cry was clearly not directed at him, and after the cry, there was a tremor beneath his feet. Romo immediately knew that this had to be the python engaging in a battle hundreds of kilometers away. To be able to sense the vibration from such a far place, it seemed that the battle was rather intense. After Romo had left the cave, he looked in the direction of the battle. Romo had even forgotten to store the spirit spring water. He flew directly in the direction of the battle. Soon, Romo saw a large number of magical beasts fleeing in all directions. There was even a middle stage level 6 magical beast fleeing for its life. It seemed these magical beasts were all worried that they would also be harmed, so they fled quickly. However, Romo was not afraid at all. He knew from the loud roar of the giant python just now that the giant python had definitely not broken through to level 7. As long as it was not level 7, Romo was not afraid. He was currently at the peak of the great Archmage realm, and he also had the physique of an innate spirit body. His combat strength was terrifying. Even if it was the giant python, Romo was confident of fighting it. Otherwise, he would not have dared to come here. At this moment, it was obvious that this giant python was fighting another enemy, and they were on par. This meant that Romo did not even have to attack. This giant python and the other enemy might both suffer injuries and then be picked up by Romo. It should be known that this was a giant python at the peak of level 6. Its entire body was filled with treasures. Romo had rushed over now with the intention of picking up the scraps. In a short while, Romo could clearly sense the intense battle ahead. He extended his mental strength and captured a brutal aura. This aura was very familiar. It was the aura of the giant python. When Romo sensed the aura of the giant python's enemy, he was instantly surprised. This was because Romo was actually very familiar with the other aura. It was just that for a moment, he could not remember who this aura belonged to. He immediately increased his speed. When he reached the top of a mountain, he saw the two sides fighting below. One of them was a pitch-black python more than 100 meters long. This python was covered in hard black scale armor. The most eye-catching thing was that there were two protrusions on its forehead, which were dragon horns. When these two protrusions became full dragon horns, it would advance to level 7, from a python to a flood dragon. At that time, even if a divine mage were to come, he might not be able to defeat it. This was the giant python Romo had seen before, and the one fighting with him was a 5-color peacock. This 5-color peacock had spread its wings, which were at least 50 meters long. With a flap of its wings, the surroundings instantly seemed to be assailed by a level 12 hurricane. Sand and stones flew everywhere. It was very terrifying. It also emitted an exceptionally powerful aura, and it was not inferior to that of the giant python at all. These two magical beasts were both at the peak of level 6. They were just a little bit away from breaking through to level 7. Upon seeing the 5-color peacock, Romo was stunned. He had also seen this 5-color peacock when he was alive. However, he had not seen it near this area but elsewhere. He had not expected the 5-color peacock to actually come to this place and even fight with the giant python. Furthermore, it seemed to be a battle of life and death, as Romo had seen obvious wounds on both the giant python and the 5-color peacock. There were also many traces of the huge battle in the surroundings. It was obvious that they had already fought for a very long time. However, Romo could not understand why the two of them were fighting. Typically, battles between magical beasts would be fought over territory, but this place was beyond the territory of the python. Either they were fighting over a mate, which was definitely not the case as they were not of the same species, otherwise, they could be fighting over natural treasures. This should also not be the case. If there were really natural treasures, Romo would be able to sense them. Chapter 93, Battling the Python. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. Since he could not figure it out, he would not think about it anymore. Romo stood on the mountaintop and watched, waiting for the two of them to suffer injuries, and then Romo would be able to sit back and reap the benefits. These two magical beasts were both at the peak of level 6. When they fought, the commotion was really huge. A large portion of the forest had been destroyed like grass in their battle. Several mountains had even been destroyed in their battle. This made Romo speechless. Even if he were to go up and fight any of them, Romo would not have the confidence to win. Impressive, impressive, Romo said with a sigh, watching with relish. However, at this moment, the giant python suddenly stopped attacking. Its huge head turned in Romo's direction, and two lantern-like snake eyes looked directly at Romo. Its snake tongue, which was a few meters long, was even flicking continuously. Its powerful mental strength swept across and instantly locked onto Romo. Then, it let out a loud roar and charged rapidly at Romo. Damn, what's going on? Romo was instantly dumbfounded when he saw the situation. He had been enjoying the show, so why was he suddenly exposed and discovered by the giant python? Moreover, it seemed that the giant python seemed to hate him more than the five-color peacock. Otherwise, it would not have abandoned the five-color peacock to pursue him. He had concealed his aura very well. How had he exposed himself? Romo was dumbfounded, but he immediately thought of a reason. Could it be that he had just plundered the python's home and had even jumped into the spirit pool to retrieve the water moonstone? His body must have been tainted with the aura of the spirit spring water. It had to be known that the python usually soaked its entire body in the spirit spring water, so it was definitely very familiar with the aura of the spirit spring water. And now, he also had the aura of the spirit spring water on him. The python must have discovered this and abandoned the five-color peacock to attack him. Damn it, why was he so careless? He had only concealed his magical aura and not the aura of the spirit spring water on his body. Great, the python hated him now. Romo was very dismayed. He had wanted to be the one to reap the spoils from the battle, but now, he had become the fighting party. However, was this giant python retarded? It had actually provoked him in the midst of the battle with the five-color peacock. Wasn't it afraid that the five-color peacock and himself would attack it from front and back? With this thought in mind, Romo walked round the giant python and looked at the five-color peacock behind it. He actually saw the five-color peacock stop its attack. Damn, what's going on now? Is the five-color peacock so stupid? It is actually not taking the opportunity to attack the giant python. However, it was already too late for Romo to continue thinking because the giant python had already come close to him. Then, it opened its bloody mouth toward Romo and spat out a dark green poisonous mist. Instantly, it turned into a large poisonous cloud that swept toward Romo from all directions. Romo saw all the plants in the surroundings immediately withered, upon contact with this poisonous cloud, and turned into ashes. A wild rabbit-type magical beast had originally been hiding underground, but it was alarmed by the huge commotion and ran out. In the end, it came into contact with the poisonous cloud and was immediately reduced into a pool of carcass fluid. Romo was speechless when he saw this. The toxic cloud was really fierce. Romo immediately activated his magical power, and a huge magic formation instantly rose under his feet. Then, Romo waved his hand, and immediately swept up a gust of wind which blew dozens of kilometers away. Even the surrounding trees were blown away by the strong wind. Romo had accidentally inhaled a little of the poisonous mist, and he immediately felt as if his body was on fire. Romo immediately activated his magical power to force out the little bit of poisonous mist that had been inhaled into his body. Then, he cast a magical shield to protect himself. However, the poisonous mist that was everywhere kept corroding his magical shield. This forced him to continuously inject magical power into the magical shield to prevent it from dissipating. Otherwise, once the shield scattered, the poisonous cloud would directly cause harm to his body. Previously, when the python was fighting with the five-color peacock, he had also used this move. However, the five-color peacock had innately mastered very powerful wind-based magical power. With just a flap of its wings, it could blow away the poisonous mist and was not injured at all. Romo's wind-based magical power was obviously inferior to the five-color peacock's. Romo had no choice but to retreat. He had to leave the range of the poisonous mist. Otherwise, Romo would be at a great disadvantage if he were to fight within the poisonous mist region. After the poisonous mist had dissipated, Romo released his mental strength in an attempt to lock onto the python. However, Romo was surprised to find that the poisonous mist could even affect his mental strength. It could only allow Romo to explore a distance of tens of meters. If it were any further, his mental strength could not reach at all. Romo quickly retreated, and at the same time, he was on full alert. However, after Romo had flown for more than 10 kilometers, his surroundings were still filled with poisonous clouds. Romo was shocked. Could it be that the poisonous clouds were also moving with him? Romo could only continue to retreat. As he retreated, the giant python hidden in the poisonous clouds did not attack him at all. After flying for another 10 plus kilometers, he finally saw the border of the poisonous clouds. At this moment, Romo suddenly felt a huge threat, and saw a huge snake head sweeping up a poisonous cloud and biting at him, wanting to devour him. Romo dodged quickly and kept emitting several gusts of cold air. This cold air had always been Romo's best attack method. Previously, no matter who he was dealing with, as long as the cold air pounced upon the other party, he would immediately be frozen to death. However, this time, after Romo's cold air had struck the giant python's body, it merely left a layer of white frost on its scales. Other than that, no harm was done. Romo turned speechless. The giant python's defense was too strong. Romo then fought with the giant python for a few more rounds. He turned around and looked at the five-color peacock, which was already dozens of kilometers away. Romo immediately understood. The giant python had deliberately driven him tens of kilometers away before fighting. This was to prevent the five-color peacock from suddenly attacking it. Furthermore, the other party had not attacked him just because of the aura of the spirit spring water, but because it had been injured in the battle with the five-color peacock and wanted to eat him to recover from its injuries, and then continue to fight with the five-color peacock. It turned out that the giant python was not stupid but very smart. Chapter 94, Kill. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. I've underestimated, Romo sneered, and then he felt a burst of anger. You, a mere magical beast, dare to play mind games with me, Elder of Universal Spirits? You even want to crush me as if I'm a pushover? Hee, I'll blind your disdainful eyes. Romo thought angrily as he watched the giant python attack him again. Skyfiend 3 Transformations. Romo shouted loudly. He immediately used this explosive type of magical power, and his aura, which was at the peak of the great Archmage realm, instantly increased again. Magical power surged from his body as he charged at the giant python. Instantly, a series of loud explosions could be heard from the poisonous clouds, as well as the sounds of battle. The ground shook, and sand and stones were sent flying. The commotion was huge. At the same time, the five-color peacock, which was dozens of kilometers away, had stopped on a huge tree. It was not idling. Instead, it was crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of the world to rapidly heal the wounds on its body. At this moment, it opened its eyes and saw the magical light coming from the poisonous cloud, as well as the sounds of battle. Its eyes flashed with the light of wisdom, and at the same time, it was a little worried. However, its priority now was to recover quickly. In a short while, an even more powerful aura suddenly erupted from the poisonous clouds. Once this aura erupted, the five-color peacock instantly became nervous. Even the feathers on its body stood up one by one. This was a natural reaction from being provoked by a powerful enemy. Then, it was shocked to see several powerful rays of magical light and explosions erupting from the poisonous clouds. There were also the painful screams of the python. Instantly, the five-color peacock became even more nervous. Boom! Roar! After a loud explosion and the giant python's woeful cry, there was no more sound coming from the tumbling poisonous clouds. Instead, it gradually became calm. The poisonous clouds, which had been rolling and condensing non-stop, seemed to have a life of their own, quickly dissipating into the surroundings as if they had died. In a short while, the poisonous clouds dissipated to only a thin layer. The five-color peacock opened its eyes wide and looked over. It saw the giant python lying motionless on the ground. Half of its originally pitch-black body had turned silver. Upon closer look, it was found to be covered in a layer of frost. The five-color peacock could no longer sense any trace of life from the giant python. The five-color peacock was shocked. Has the giant python died? It focused its gaze and saw a small human figure standing on the giant python's head, which was covered in frost. It was the human great archmage whom the giant python had pursued just now. At this moment, this human great archmage was holding the giant python's almost formed dragon horns with both hands. He used all his strength to pull them out forcefully. Instantly, there was a snapping sound, and the entire dragon horns were pulled off with some skin and flesh. Then, from the head of the giant python, a fist-sized, pitch-black, pearl-like magic beast core was extracted. He then placed them all in a storage ring. After doing all this, this human looked at the five-color peacock and smiled harmlessly at the five-color peacock. However, when the five-color peacock saw the human's smile, it was instantly even more afraid. That's right, it was currently afraid because it had been very clear about the combat strength of the giant python. Previously, it had already fought with the giant python for at least half a year. Both sides had been evenly matched, and neither could do anything to the other. This was why the battle had been in a stalemate. But now, the giant python had only fought with that human for less than 15 minutes and it had been killed by that human great archmage. Even its dragon horns had been yanked out and its crystal core had been taken away. It was simply unimaginably brutal. How could the five-color peacock not be afraid? But what made the five-color peacock even more afraid was that the human great archmage then was actually flying in its direction. Chirp! The five-color peacock flapped its wings and suddenly flew up from the huge tree where it had been resting. All the magical power in its body was activated, and it emitted a powerful aura. It made a huge threatening sound at Romo, telling him not to get close. Seeing how nervous the five-color peacock was, Romo stopped about a kilometer away from it and did not continue forward. He smiled and said with a friendly smile, "You don't have to be afraid. I do not have any hostile intentions toward you." Chirp! The five-color peacock could understand Romo's words, but it still let out a cry full of warning. If Romo continued to approach, the five-color peacock would attack without hesitation. Romo looked at the five-color peacock, which looked as if it was facing a great enemy, and waved his hand. All right. I won't go near you, all right? I'll just talk to you here." The five-color peacock's eyes were still full of wariness, but there was no longer so much hostility. It also did not know why Romo wanted to talk to it, but as long as he did not attack it or even intended to capture it and make it his mount, it was fine. It had previously encountered many human great archmagi, and they had all done such things, insisting that it be their mount, otherwise they would kill it. However, in the end, it was those people who died. As expected, Romo did not continue to advance. Instead, his eyes revealed an expression of reminiscence. "You may not remember me. We had met 500 years ago, but at that time, my strength was still very weak, only at the level of a level 6 great archmage. At that time, I accidentally saw you and was frightened away by your aura. Ha ha ha." As Romo spoke, he started to laugh. The five-color peacock looked at him in confusion. It did not know at all about the cultivation base of the level 6 great archmage Romo had mentioned. It also did not know why Romo had been frightened away by it despite being so powerful. It naturally would not remember a human who had sensed its aura from afar and had been frightened away by it. At this moment, Romo's eyes drifted to a bird's nest on the tree. He focused his gaze and saw a huge egg in the bird's nest. It was the egg of the five-color peacock. Upon seeing the huge egg, Romo was instantly enlightened. He said, "So the python was fighting you because it wanted your egg." Chirp! After hearing Romo's words, the five-color peacock, which had almost calmed down, became nervous again. It let out a warning cry, spread its wings, and flew above the bird's nest. With the surging magical power, it could launch the fiercest attack at any moment, protecting its egg, which was its child, tightly. Calm down, calm down. Don't worry, I was just saying it casually. I won't snatch your egg." Romo hurriedly waved his hand and said when he saw this, afraid that the five-color peacock would misunderstand. Chapter 95, Guardian Spirit Beast. Translator, HNIE Translations Editor, Henai translations. Romo now understood why the giant python would fight with the five-color peacock. It turned out that it wanted to snatch the egg of the five-color peacock. It was difficult for five-color peacocks to reproduce. Their eggs were not like chicken eggs, which could be laid one per day. Once the five-color peacock matured, it would become a level 6 creature with great strength. Their eggs were all condensed with their own powerful life force and magical power. To the giant python, they were equivalent to magical pills. If the giant python had eaten the egg of the five-color peacock, it would have great benefits. It could even break through level 6 immediately and become a powerful existence of level 7. Because of this, when the giant python discovered that there was the egg of a five-color peacock here, it temporarily left the spirit spring and came here. It did not even hesitate to fight with the five-color peacock to obtain the egg. Previously, the python had left the five-color peacock to pursue Romo, and the five-color peacock had not attacked the python together with Romo because it wanted to protect its egg. The five-color peacock was very intelligent. The reason why it did not attack the python was actually because it wanted the python and the human to kill each other. It would be best if they perished together. In this way, it and its child would be completely safe. However, it had not expected that Romo, who was clearly as strong as it and the python, would actually be able to kill the python in such a short period of time. This was what made it most frightened. Now that this human had come here to say good things to it, it also did not know what he wanted to do. However, no matter what he wanted to do, it could not listen to a human because humans were the best liar. The five-color peacock thought. At this moment, Romo said, "However, shouldn't you thank me for helping you kill this stupid snake? Furthermore, when I was fighting with this snake earlier, you did not seem to have helped. This is a little unkind." When the five-color peacock heard this, it instantly became even more alert. Indeed, this human would not be so kind as to help it. Now, was he about to reveal his true nature? Romo saw that the five-color peacock was not cooperating at all and felt a little disappointed. He said, "Forget it, I'll tell you directly. I want to discuss something with you." The caution in the eyes of the five-color peacock became more intense. Romo took out a magical beast core that was as black as ink and said, "Look, this is the crystal core of that giant python. I can give this crystal core to you. I think this crystal core should be very useful to you." Seeing the crystal core of the giant python in Romo's hand, the eyes of the five-color peacock lit up instantly. It was obvious that it wanted this crystal core very much. Seeing this, Romo immediately added and said, "Apart from this giant python crystal core, I can also let you advance to level 7 immediately." The five-color peacock looked at Romo warily and also expectantly. It heard Romo say, "However, these are all conditional." Indeed, humans were not that kind-hearted. The caution in the five-color peacock's eyes became more intense. Seeing this, Romo hurriedly said, "Don't worry, I'm not asking you to be my mount. I have a family, and I want you to be the guardian spirit beast of my family clan. What do you think?" Chirp. The five-color peacock was stunned for a moment before it let out an angry cry. It was obvious that it was refusing. What dog *T guardian spirit beast? Isn't this the same as a mount? In any case, I will be subject to the whims of you humans. I won't do it. Calm down, calm down. Romo hurriedly said, "Am I not discussing this with you? Don't be angry. I've already explained all the benefits that I will give you in advance." Romo pointed at the carcass of the python on the ground and said, "Moreover, if I had not killed the python, you might have been the one to die eventually in the battle between you and the python. As you had to protect your egg, you would have been distracted. But the python would not have been so. In this case, if you had died, the python would have eaten your magical beast core, and your egg would also have been eaten. It was my appearance that saved you and your egg. I'm your benefactor. What's wrong with repaying me?" Chirp. All right, all right. Romo's smile remained as he continued, "If you're still so irritable, I can catch you directly and force you to sign a spirit beast contract. Even if this doesn't work out, I can also kill you and remove your magical beast core. Then, I can take away your egg and nurture it into a guardian spirit beast." Chirp! Before Romo could finish speaking, the five-color peacock was instantly enraged. As it let out an angry roar, it mustered all its magical power and pressed down on Romo with the aura of a peak level 6. Romo's gaze turned cold. The magical power in his body also erupted at the same time, and he was even more powerful than the other party. Boom, boom, boom. Although this man and bird did not fight it out directly, the collision of their auras still emitted a loud sonic boom. In the end, the aura of the five-color peacock was completely crushed by Romo. Its raised head was also slowly suppressed by Romo's aura. Romo walked step by step toward the five-color peacock with a powerful aura like that of a mountain. He walked in front of the five-color peacock and stood in front of its head. He looked down at it and said, "Look, I'm strong enough to do what I said. Now, I can easily kill you, take your egg, and hatch a guardian spirit beast that is completely loyal to me." When the five-color peacock, which had already been suffocated by Romo's aura, heard that Romo was about to take away its egg, it immediately activated its magical power again, as if it wanted to perish together with Romo. Romo hurriedly said, "Of course, this is only a hypothesis. As long as you become our family's guardian spirit beast, I definitely won't touch your egg." Upon hearing Romo's words, the magical power which the five-color peacock had just incited gradually calmed down. Romo continued, "And it is only for a duration of 100 years. To you, this 100 years is just a very short period of time, right? Once the time is up, I will give you your freedom again. I can write this in the spirit beast contract. I won't lie to you. Also, I will honor all the benefits I have promised you previously. Are you agreeable to the conditions?" After having been hit with a stick and then offered sufficient sweet treats by Romo, the magical power in the five-color peacock's body completely calmed down. And its eyes, which were full of intelligence, were flashing with the light of wisdom as it fell into deep thought. Romo just smiled at it from the side. However, the five-color peacock was very clear that this human was threatening it. Chapter 96, Subduing. Although it knew clearly that the other party was threatening it, the five-color peacock did not dare to act up. There were two main reasons for this. The first was that its intelligence was not inferior to that of a human. It was precisely because it was too smart that it had thought more about it. The threats from Romo earlier were not something that could be resolved just like that. Through the exchange of blows between the auras just now, the five-color peacock was very certain that the other party had the ability to kill it, and it was very easy. The second reason was its child. As Romo had said, if it died, he could still take its child away and nurture a guardian spirit beast that was completely loyal to him. It was not that it did not have the courage to risk its life. It did, but it was obvious now that even if it risked its life, it would not be able to defeat this human. If it did not have a better choice, then it would not let the other party have an easy time even if it had to risk its life. But now, the other party had given it a better choice. It could become stronger, and it would only be controlled by him for 100 years. The lifespan of five-color peacocks was very long. 100 years was nothing. With this thought, the resistance in its eyes became lessened, and in the end, it turned into a deep sense of resignation and compromise. When Romo saw the change in its expression, he was instantly overjoyed. He knew that the other party had already yielded. He slowly walked toward the five-color peacock and said, "It looks like you have made the right choice. Don't worry, I will definitely honor my promise." After he had finished speaking, Romo had already walked up to the head of the five-color peacock. Then, he slowly stretched out a palm and gently pressed it on the huge head of the five-color peacock. The five-color peacock instinctively bristled, but it suppressed it forcefully. Seeing this, Romo was very happy. This meant that he could now sign a spirit beast contract with the 5-color peacock. He immediately released his mental strength and said, "Let go of the defense of your soul." The 5-color peacock took another deep look at Romo, and then at its own egg. As if it had accepted its fate, it released the defense of its soul. Romo's mental strength was able to smoothly enter the 5-color peacock's soul. Then, he began to engrave the contract on its soul. This was also the most dangerous moment. If the 5-color peacock resisted midway, then it would certainly die, and Romo would also lose a large portion of his mental strength. This would be a grave harm to him. Therefore, not only did Romo have to concentrate on engraving the spirit beast contract, he also had to pay attention to the movements of the 5-color peacock at all times. At this moment, the 5-color peacock was also paying great attention. It carefully sensed the contents of the spirit beast contract engraved by Romo. The most important was the 100-year validity. After sensing that this condition had been written into the spirit beast contract, its tensed nerves immediately relaxed. It seemed that this human had not lied to it. At the same time, Romo had also sensed that the 5-color peacock had completely let down its guard. He heaved a sigh of relief. After that, the spirit beast contract was successfully completed. However, after completing the spirit beast contract, Romo's aura instantly dropped to a level that was far inferior to that of the 5-color peacock. He even collapsed to the ground without any strength. Chirp! Upon seeing this, the 5-color peacock immediately let out a shrill cry, which contained anger and questioning. In the eyes of the 5-color peacock, Romo, who was so powerful just now, was completely faking it. Now, the weak him was the real deal. "Calm down, don't be angry." Romo quickly explained, "My current weakness is temporary, and the strength just now is also real. I really had the strength to kill you just now." Romo was not lying. All the strength he had previously was enough to kill the python in a short period of time, and he could even use his powerful aura to suppress the 5-color peacock. He had used the gold tier magical power, the Skyfiend 3 transformations. Moreover, he had activated the second transformation. If it was the first transformation, it could greatly increase Romo's combat strength, and there would be no side effects. When he killed the python earlier, he had only used the first transformation of the cultivation technique. However, if he wanted to subdue the 5-color peacock with just his aura, it would be even more difficult than killing it. Therefore, Romo had used the second transformation. The second transformation could increase Romo's strength by several times. This was an increase in all aspects. Romo's current physical strength was already at the peak of the Great Archmage realm. After he had activated the second transformation, the aura he emitted was not inferior to that of a divine mage. It was also because of this that he was able to suppress the 5-color peacock with just his aura. However, the second transformation also started to have side effects, which was that he would be weak for a period of time. As for how long he would be weak, it would depend on the duration he had activated the second transformation for and the energy consumption. The longer the duration, the greater the energy consumption and the longer he would be weak. However, at this moment, Romo could sense the powerful recovery ability of the innate spirit body. As he spoke, the magical power in his body was recovering at a speed that shocked Romo. The 5-color peacock was only expressing its anger. It still believed in Romo's words. Moreover, even if it did not believe them now, there was nothing it could do. This was because the spirit beast contract which Romo had signed with it had already been formed. Currently, it was impossible for it to attack Romo. Seeing that the other party still looked angry, Romo smiled and said, "Don't be angry. In the future, you will know that your choice today is definitely not wrong. You will even be grateful for the right choice today. Come, let me give you this first." After Romo had finished speaking, he threw out a crystal core that was as black as ink but emitted a strong magical power. It was the magical beast core of the giant python. The 5-color peacock was overjoyed and immediately caught the magical beast core with its mouth. It looked at Romo suspiciously. It had not expected Romo to give the crystal core of the giant python to it so readily. However, now that it had already signed the contract, it did not care so much anymore. It swallowed it with a gulp. Soon after, the five-color peacock let out a happy cry and started to refine the giant python's crystal core. With this giant python's crystal core, it would recover very quickly from its injuries, and its strength would even improve. Romo saw the five-color peacock begin to digest the inner core. This meant that the other party had already begun to accept him. He smiled and also sat down cross-legged to begin restoring his strength. He only had 10 days left in his current physical body. Time was pressing, and he could not waste a single moment. However, the innate spirit body was very powerful. Originally, Romo would need at least 3 days to recover from his weak state. However, with the abnormal recovery ability of the innate spirit body, he would be able to recover to his original state in just 1 day. Instantly, one man, one bird, individually recovered their strength. One of them refined the crystal core, and everything became calm. Chapter 97, Swamp. Translator, Hen-IE Translations Editor, Hen-IE Translations. In the swamp area of the Blue Jade Mystic Realm, countless dangers were hidden. Although some places underground looked like land, when one really stepped on them, one might sink in. It was even very difficult to get out. One had to take a closer look at which places to step on, otherwise, if one took a wrong step, one might be swallowed by the swamp. It was very dangerous, and there was danger even above the ground. The entire swamp area was enveloped by a faint layer of dense fog. At first, Ron did not care about the fog, but after he had inhaled a lot of it, he felt dizzy. He seemed to be having a fever, and he even felt nauseous and vomited. Only then did Ron begin to notice the harmful effects of the fog. He immediately covered several layers of cloth around his mouth and nose, so that he could filter the air. Although he would still inhale some of the poisonous fog, it would not be a problem anymore. At this moment, he had more or less figured out most of the dangers in the swamp, so he was advancing faster and faster. Now, he was almost flying forward. Just as Ron was flying past a stretch of water, an alligator, the size of a truck, suddenly jumped out of the water and opened its bloody mouth to bite at Ron. When the alligator opened its mouth, it even emitted a suction force. This was also a type of magical beast with the strength of mid-stage level 4, equivalent to a human level 8 or 9 great mage. Ron was not afraid at all. He waved the ice wand in his hand, and instantly shot out a gust of cold air. It directly froze the alligator, which was of the size of a truck, into an ice cube. Then, with a loud bang, it fell straight into the water, completely dead. However, before the alligator could sink into the water, Ron immediately landed on the alligator's carcass, and then used a wind-based magical power to cut open the alligator's head like a sharp knife. He was overjoyed to see a crystal-clear pearl emitting powerful magical waves inside. This was the alligator's magical beast core. He took the crystal core and flew out again, stopping on a floating island. When Ron had flown over earlier, he had already observed this floating island. There were many plants on it, and there were even a few prominent boulders. This was enough to show that this floating island was a real floating island, and not just a layer of silt above it. He put away the alligator's crystal core and then sized up the floating island. He found that the floating island was more than 20 meters in length and width. In this swamp, it was already a very large floating island. There were also many strange plants growing on it. There were even some plants that were obviously plants but could move like serpents. It was simply magical, and breathtaking to Ron. Caw! At this moment, the cry of a frog could be heard. Ron looked in the direction of the sound and saw a frog jumping down from the large rock. It had probably been frightened by Ron's sudden arrival and was about to run away. But it had just jumped off the rock, and its body was still in the air. The plant, which had been blooming quietly beside it, actually swallowed the frog with its petals like a hunter that had been waiting for his prey. Then the petals closed directly into a flower bud. Ron saw the bud move a few times, and even the cry of a frog could be heard. However, it quickly calmed down, and the croaking of the frog also disappeared. Ron was dumbfounded. Damn, has the plant become a spirit? Ron released his mental strength to check the strength of the giant flower. Sure enough, he found that this flower was indeed releasing magical power constantly. Although it was very weak, in Ron's experience, this flower should be equivalent to 1/10 of the magical power of a level 1 mage. Ron did not care about it since it was of no threat to Ron. Ron had also seen many similar strange plants and animals previously. In the beginning, he would kill them off conveniently, but now, he had encountered too many, and he was too lazy to do it. Besides, even if he killed them, there was nothing good. He would only fight when he encountered magical beasts of level 3 and level 4. Firstly, they were of similar strength to him, and could be used to sharpen himself, and secondly, he could obtain the magical beast cores in their bodies. On his way here, the strongest magical beast Ron had encountered was a magical beast at the peak of level 4. However, with the attack of Ron's gold tier ice wand, he only needed one attack to kill the other party. And in this entire trial space, the magical beasts of the peak of level 4 were the strongest magical beasts. This was because the strongest magical beasts had already been cleaned up by the great experts of the academy. After all, their genius disciples had all been sent here for training. If a few of the magical beasts were level 5 or even level 6, wouldn't it be letting their genius disciples court death? Nonetheless, this was not absolute. The space here was very huge. There were also many magical beasts here. There was no guarantee that a peak level 4 magical beast would not happen to be promoted to level 5 at this time. If such a situation was encountered, then a large group of people would die. Apart from magical beasts, there were also natural disasters which were even more dangerous. After all, this space was only a subspace and was not stable, so there would occasionally be some spatial turbulence or even spatial cracks. These two were the most dangerous. Even a great archmage would not dare to take the risk easily, let alone a great mage. When Romo was alive and coming here to train, he had encountered a spatial turbulence once. He had wanted to pass through the spatial turbulence and obtain the natural treasures behind it. At that time, a genius at the peak of the great mage realm had arrived and chased Romo away. He went over himself and ended up dying in the spatial turbulence. His corpse had been torn into pieces, making it a tragic sight. Therefore, before coming, Romo had warned Ron repeatedly to hide as far away as possible if he saw the spatial turbulence. Fortunately, Ron did not encounter any spatial turbulence along the way. At most, he had encountered an upper space wind which kept attacking him like a knife, but luckily he had the platinum-grade spirit turtle magic robe, so he was not injured, and that was the most dangerous episode. The interior area of the Blue Jade Trial Mystic Realm was about 1,000 kilometers across. There were a total of 5 types of terrain. The central region was a desert, which was where the entrance to the Mystic Realm was. To the north, it was a land of ice and snow. To the south, there was a huge volcano. To the east, there was a dense forest. To the west, there was a large swamp. The route Ron had chosen was the swamp in the west. According to the experience of predecessors, the forest area in the east was the area with the least danger and the most treasures. Therefore, most people had chosen to go east. For example, the path William and the rest had chosen was to go east. Chapter 98, Treasure Hunting. Translator, Hen.ie Translations Editor, Hen.ie Translations. The swamp region in the west had the most complicated environment and was also the most dangerous. Furthermore, there were few treasures. Apart from some natural treasures that grew here, there were almost none here, such as the cultivation techniques and magical weapons of the predecessors. Similarly, there were also the fewest people who came here to explore. This way, the pressure to compete would be smaller. Romo had chosen this route previously. Now, Ron had also chosen this route because of the experience Romo had given him. With this experience, Ron would be able to avoid most of the dangers. There were also some treasures which Romo had not been strong enough to obtain previously, and Ron would be able to obtain them. But after all 500 years had passed, and this mystic realm had already been opened more than 50 times, and it had also experienced many changes. Most of the treasures in Romo's memory were no longer around. Previously, Romo had told Ron several places with treasures, and Ron checked them one by one, but they were all empty. 2 of the treasures had obviously been taken by those who took the trials, and there was another which had a heavenly treasure. However, the heavenly treasure had not been found, but instead, a powerful magical beast was found. It was the peak level 4 magical beast Ron had killed earlier. Currently, out of the 4 treasure locations which our old ancestor had told me about, there is only 1 location left. I hope the treasures in this last location are still around, Ron mumbled to himself, and then he headed toward the last treasure location. On the other side, in the Calamity Mountain range, Romo had opened the visitation talisman again while he was recovering to check on Ron's status, and saw that he was already on the way to the last treasure location. Romo was very satisfied with Ron's performance along the way, and no longer cared whether the last treasure was still around because Romo had obtained enough treasures now. Disregarding the rest, just the high-grade water moonstone he had obtained was far more valuable than the combined value of the treasures Ron had obtained currently. Moreover, Romo had asked Ron to participate in the trial mainly not to let him search for treasures, but to sharpen him and allow him to grow faster. Now that this goal had been achieved, it would suffice as long as he could ensure that Ron would not die prematurely in the mystic realm. A day passed quickly, and Romo had fully recovered from his weakened state. This made Romo sigh at the wonder of the innate spirit body the system had given him. If only he could really have such a body. Unfortunately, Romo only had 4 days left. He had to continue to set off and search for treasures. Romo currently had a total of 4 storage rings. 3 of them had been found in the cave of the giant python, 2 small ones and 1 large one. Romo had placed all his items in the 3 small storage rings. This way, the largest storage ring would be cleared, and all the treasures found later could be placed in this storage ring. The 5-color peacock was also a little shocked to see Romo fully recovered. Even if it had eaten the crystal core of the python, it would still take several days for it to recover. Romo looked at it and said, "You can continue to recover here first. I'll go elsewhere to search for some treasures. You can go home later yourself. I won't be coming back." After Romo had finished speaking, his silhouette was seen flying out. Romo's time was precious, and he could not waste it on returning to search for the 5-color peacock. Now he had signed a spirit contract with the 5-color peacock. By the time his physical body's time was up, his spirit would return directly to the ancestral hall. When that time came, the 5-color peacock would be able to find the Nicholas family clan through the spirit guidance. Romo did not have to worry about this. Moreover, Romo had planned to find a lot of treasures later and could also command the 5-color peacock to bring them back. Thus, the 5-color peacock would not only be the guardian spirit beast of his family clan, but also a porter. Romo's next destination was the place where he had discovered the most important treasure when he trained here while alive. Of course, it was also very dangerous. Otherwise, he would have taken away the treasure there in his previous life and not have left it there till now. Moreover, because of the danger, it was also the most unlikely place for anyone to take away the treasure. After flying for half a day, Romo finally arrived at his destination. He landed on the ground. In front of him was what looked like an ordinary hill. It was no different from other places. However, Romo stretched out his hand, and his hand was covered with a layer of magical power as he pressed forward. Instantly, Romo's palm encountered an obstruction. Something transparent in the air had blocked Romo's palm. Romo increased the input of magical power, and there seemed to be 500 kilograms of gravity constantly bombarding his hand from the front. A transparent defensive barrier appeared. Someone had actually reinforced this barrier. Romo sensed the strength of this barrier and immediately discovered that it was actually a little stronger than when he had first discovered it. This made Romo a little worried. Since the barrier had been reinforced by someone, it meant that after he had explored this place when he was alive, someone had come to explore it, and had even strengthened the barrier. This was obviously because the other party did not want others to enter. He wondered if the treasures inside had been taken away. If they had been taken, then his loss would be too great. That's right, now Romo had already treated the items inside as his. Romo then cast a spell and quickly found the correct path to enter. He followed a special set of steps, and after taking a few steps, his figure suddenly disappeared. In front of Romo, another scene appeared. In front of him was no longer the ordinary hill, but a very beautiful place with birds chirping and flowers. There was even a cave abode. This should have been the cave abode of a powerful existence. The barrier earlier had protected this cave abode. Not only was the barrier defensive, it also had a concealment effect. Therefore, if one was not observant, it would be very difficult to discover the secret of this place. Romo quickly entered the cave abode. The original owner of the cave abode should be very powerful. He was at least a level 10 Great Archmage and was very good in the way of formations. This was because there were all kinds of formations in the cave abode. If he was not careful, he would die in these formations. When Romo came to explore this place previously, his strength was only that of a level 6 Great Archmage. He had come in to explore the cave abode to get some treasures from the owner of the cave abode. However, he was subsequently trapped consecutively in 2 formations, and Romo almost lost his life. Hence, he did not dare to continue exploring. He had to leave in a hurry. Chapter 99, Someone in the Cave Abode. Translator, HenIE Translations Editor, HenIE Translations. However, Romo's strength this time was at the peak of the Great Archmage realm. Furthermore, it was a temporary body given by the system. Even if he were to die, it would be fine as long as he could obtain some treasures. After Romo entered the cave abode, he saw that the situation in the cave was indeed a little different from when he had come previously, especially since some of the original formations that existed had been destroyed. Romo became even more worried. Could it be that he had made a wasted trip this time? This cave abode had several levels, and there were even more buildings underground. The further down one went, the more powerful the formations set up were. With the experience from his previous life and his own powerful strength, Romo quickly passed the first and second levels and arrived at the third level. There was a formation at the entrance, but it was not very powerful. Furthermore, one could enter without triggering the formation. Romo easily avoided the formation and entered the third level. However, just as Romo had stepped into the third level zone, several divine senses suddenly probed him. Romo was shocked, and then he sneered. Sure enough, there were others here, and they were all at the Great Archmage realm. Just now, there were a total of 5 divine senses, which meant that there were 5 Great Archmagi. One of them was even a powerful person at the peak of the Great Archmage realm, just like him. Romo was not afraid at all and continued to walk forward. He currently had an innate spirit body, and his combat strength was much stronger than that of an ordinary Great Archmage at the peak of the realm. Moreover, he also had the explosive cultivation technique, the Skyfiend 3 transformations. Even if it was 1 against 5, Romo was confident that he could fight them. Moreover, they might not necessarily fight. After all, at the late-stage Great Archmage realm, everyone was old and had already passed the age where they would fight and kill at the drop of a hat. If there was anything, it could be discussed, especially when exploring this place. The number of people who could come here was very rare, and it was fate that they could meet each other. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would fight the moment they saw each other, before even sighting any treasure. There were many rooms on the third level. When Romo was alive, he had come to explore them. There were also many rooms which had very powerful barriers. At that time, Romo could not enter them. But now, all the barriers here had been destroyed, and the rooms were also empty of items. It was obvious that they had been taken away. Romo did not linger. He walked all the way to the end. Just as he turned a corner, he saw the entrance to the next floor. And at the entrance, 5 people were standing there. And they clearly knew Romo had come. They all looked over at Romo. Romo looked at the 5 of them. 4 men and 1 woman. The 4 men were all in their 50s or 60s. The woman looked a little younger, but she was around 40 years old. These 5 people were the owners of the martial arts divine senses which Romo had sensed earlier. After they had seen Romo, they did not show any hostility. Instead, when they saw that Romo was actually so young, they were all instantly shocked. This was because one's appearance would only be set when one advanced to a level 6 Great Archmage. In other words, if there was no special reason, one would still look like one did at the level 6 Great Archmage realm until death. These people in front of him were all in their 50s or 60s. In other words, they had basically all reached the level 6 Great Archmage realm when they were in their 50s or 60s. However, Romo was very young and powerful. He even looked like he was only 30 years old. In other words, Romo most probably had advanced and became a level 6 Great Archmage by the time he was 30 years old. This was definitely a genius among geniuses. Currently, Romo could only be described as a monster. Moreover, Romo also did not conceal his strength currently. His powerful strength of a Great Archmage at peak realm impressed everyone. Their eyes were filled with surprise and doubts. Perhaps they were wondering where this genius had come from, and that it was impossible that they had not known of such a genius. Romo also did not know any of the 5 people in front of him. After all, he had already died 500 years ago. An ordinary expert at the peak of the Great Archmage realm would only have a lifespan of 300 to 400 years. Those Great Archmagi he knew would have advanced to the Divine Mage realm, or would have certainly died. Therefore, it was normal that he did not know them now. An old man with a walking stick standing in the middle of them said to Romo, "Greetings, friend." Seeing that the other party had shown goodwill, Romo naturally would not take the initiative to fight with them. He said, "Hello, friends." The old man with the cane said kindly, "This place is very well hidden. Since you have been able to come here, friend, it is fate. Why don't you join our group and we can search for treasures together?" He pointed behind a formation barrier at the entrance to the 4th level and said, "This formation barrier is very powerful. The 5 of us combined cannot break it. If you join us, friend, I think we will be able to break it." When searching for treasures in a dangerous place like the Calamity Mountain Range, if Magi encountered one another, they would often team up because of the obstacles encountered. However, once the obstacles had been cleared, it would be difficult to say if they could continue to maintain the team. Some of those who had experienced life and death together would become friends who would die for one another. However, most had killed each other after finding the treasures, wanting to take them for themselves. Currently, they were still at the stage where they had encountered obstacles and needed each other, so Romo agreed decisively and said, "All right, I'll join the team." When the others heard this, they all heaved a sigh of relief and smiled. No matter how much trust they had between them, at least before they finished exploring this cave abode, they could get along peacefully with each other. The old man with the cane said, "That's great. Our team has gained another combat strength. We should be able to finish the exploration of the entire cave abode now. By the way, my name is Leonard. May I know your name?" Romo said simply, "My name is Romo. I'm an independent cultivator." "Romo? Independent cultivator? Why have I not heard of him? He's already at the peak of the Great Archmage realm at such a young age. Logically speaking, he should be very famous." Leonard thought in puzzlement. However, now was not the time to be thinking about these things. He immediately introduced the others to Romo. The tallest person, who was more than 2 meters tall and very lean, was called Mike, a level 8 great archmage. The only woman was his wife, Shirley. They were both level 8 great archmagi. The two of them had been standing together, and it was obvious that they had a good relationship. The fattest fellow was called Edward, a level 10 great archmage. The person with a serious expression, as if everyone owed him millions, was the one with the highest cultivation level among them, which was also the peak of the great archmage realm. His name was Harris, and he was also an independent cultivator. Chapter 100, the fourth level. Translator, HNIE Translations Editor, HNIE Translations. With Leonard's introduction, Romo nodded at each of them to express his goodwill. As for whether the names Leonard had said were true, Romo did not know. After all, they were all strangers who had just met by chance. It was not certain if they would be friends or enemies later. Therefore, these names were meaningless. They were just temporary code names. Then, they chatted about the situation here. Romo learned that it had been Leonard and Edward who had found this place in the beginning. After exploring it, they realized that with their strength, they were unable to fully open the barrier here. Hence, they returned and found the other three to team up and come here. However, despite the 5 of them, they were still blocked by the barrier to the 4th level. Leonard said, "Brother Romo, have you been here before?" Romo said, "I was here once, but I left empty-handed." Leonard said, "Then I won't have to go into details. We have already studied this barrier just now. There is no way to neutralize it from the outside. It seems that the only way now is to forcefully break it from the outside. We have already tried this earlier. We were just a little short despite attacking it with all our might. Now, together with Brother Romo, we should be able to break open this barrier. After breaking the formation, we will distribute the treasures found inside according to our cultivation levels. Brother Romo, what do you think of this?" "Sure, this is fine." Romo nodded. He approved of the distribution plan. "All right, let's start now." The others had no objections. Then, the 6 of them stood in front of the barrier and activated their magical power together. There was no need for any spell, they just had to use magical power to bombard the barrier in front of them. Boom! Instantly, 6 powerful magical powers charged crazily at the transparent barrier. This barrier was really powerful. Anyone among the 6 could easily destroy a mountain with his attack, but now, the 6 of them had attacked the barrier together and actually failed to break open the barrier. It could be seen how powerful the barrier was. The barrier was flowing with brilliant colors, and mysterious magical runes kept appearing on it to resist their attacks. Their magical power attacks formed huge shockwaves. These shockwaves hit the stone walls beside them. The stone walls could not even withstand them. Several walls collapsed from the shockwaves, but only this barrier remained unbreakable. "This won't do. We can't attack separately. We have to attack a point together. This way, at least a hole can be opened. Everyone, attack this point of mine." Seeing that the 6 of them were unable to break the barrier, Leonard immediately thought of a solution and said loudly. When the others heard this, they all felt that it made sense, so they all placed the point of attack at the spot where Leonard was attacking. This time, it was indeed effective. The magical power shockwaves from the 6 of them had converged, constantly sapping the energy on the barrier, especially at the spot of the attack. Several of the moving magic runes had even been shattered, and the entire magical barrier was rippling like water. This was obviously a sign that it was about to be broken. "Everyone, work harder! It's about to break open," Leonard immediately shouted. He had also increased the output of his magical power. When the others saw this, they also increased theirs. The 6 of them were basically exerting their magical power with all their might. Even so, they had to bombard the barrier for 2 hours before a large hole was blasted open. Whew! The 6 of them heaved a sigh of relief. They had not expected that even with the addition of one person, it would still be so difficult to break this barrier, especially Romo. He had thought that now that he was at the peak of the great Archmage realm, he could do whatever he wanted here. Now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. If he had not teamed up with these 5, he would not even be able to open this barrier, and would have to return empty-handed. After the barrier had been breached, all of them did not enter immediately. After all, just a barrier blocking the door was already so powerful. There might be an even more powerful attack formation inside. If they were to enter and fall into another formation, they would die. Therefore, the 6 of them used their mental strength to extend in and explore. However, what shocked them was that when their mental strength entered, they encountered an extremely great resistance. They could not enter further, so they could not detect what was going on inside. The 6 of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do next. Should they enter directly? What if there was really an attack formation inside? They might die. But when they were still hesitating, they were shocked to see that the barrier, which had been broken, was actually recovering slowly. It could be estimated that in less than 10 seconds, the barrier would be fully restored. Then, their 2 hours of bombardment with magical power would have been in vain. Oh no, the barrier is about to be restored. We have to enter immediately, Leonard immediately alerted everyone loudly when he saw the situation. They did not want to spend another 2 hours and expend infinite amounts of magical power to bombard it again. Furthermore, the more dangerous it was inside, the better the treasures inside. Their trip this time would definitely not be in vain. The few of them looked at each other and then decisively chose to enter, especially Romo. The body he had currently had was given by the system, and the time was almost up. Even if he were to leave his physical body here, he would not die. He would only be returning to the ancestral hall, so he was not afraid at all. He strode directly into the 4th level. Seeing this, the others immediately followed. After they had entered the 4th level, the barrier behind them was restored to normal. Leonard attacked it and found that there was no effect. If they wanted to get out, they would have to do the same as when they had entered. The 6 of them would have to blast for 2 hours to open a hole, or perhaps, there could be another way out of here. Everyone was amazed by the power of the formation. What items were such a powerful formation protecting? They sensed for a moment and could feel that their surroundings were filled with a cold and deadly still aura. They were all of the great Archmage realm. As long as they had magical power to protect them, they would not feel anything even if the temperature was -10 degrees Celsius low. But now, they could feel a cold chill penetrating directly through their bodies and into their souls. Everyone could not help but shiver. With the invasion of the cold, even their magical power became difficult to circulate. Everyone knew that this was definitely not a normal phenomenon, so everyone was on full alert as they checked out their surroundings.